20, as I did before. I love the accompaniment. Maybe we could turn the music down at this point. Otherwise, I feel I have to speak in rhythm with the music. As always at city council meetings, please remember to turn your phones down, and we don't allow outbursts, cheers, boos, anything like that. If you want to express your approval or disapproval visually, that's one thing, although no signs are allowed. But please let people testify without making comment on them while they're trying to testify. We want to be able to hear what they have to say. We are not at City Hall, as I'm sure those here have noticed, but for those watching on City TV, if you're planning to come down, we are at the Civic Auditorium in the East Wing of the Civic. This is the building, as I noted earlier, where the Academy Awards used to take place. And in 1964, a very famous filmed concert called The Tammy Show happened in this auditorium. Now, I have it on good authority the Rolling Stones will not be here tonight, but we're going to go ahead with our meeting and start with a report from closed session from the City Attorney.
Item 1A is Shu Cheng versus City of Santa Monica. Ms. Cheng filed this lawsuit after she tripped on a sidewalk displacement at 2315 14th Street. Following litigation, the City Attorney's Office is recommending settlement in the amount of $150,000.
Move settlement.
Second.
Seeing no requests for discussion, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Abstain.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes. So that settlement is approved by a 6-0 to 1 abstention vote. And just to note, as of 6:30, we have a full council. All 7 council members are here.
Item 1B on the closed session agenda is Kelly versus Duncan and City of Santa Monica. Mr. Kelly brought this case after colliding while riding his motorcycle with an SMPD officer who was driving his car. Following the collision and litigation, the City Attorney's Office is recommending settlement in the amount of $125,000.
Settlement.
See no discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Abstain.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno?
Yes.
And Mayor McKim?
Yes, and that is approved unanimously with all 7 council members present.
That concludes the closed session report.
Move on to our special agenda item 2s.
Item 2A is the City Manager's Report celebrating Black History Month, and you have 1 request to speak.
So,
City Manager Cole.
to our new audiovisual cues. Delana, do you want to introduce our Black History Month celebrations? Delana has done an extraordinary job of leading the Government Association on Race and Equity. That cohort has been organizing a number of events that will come on later this year. But this will be our most robust celebration of Black History Month in our history.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Delana Benakama, and I'm the Communications and Marketing Coordinator for the Public Works Department. And I'm also a member of the city's Government Alliance on Race and Equity, which is also known as GARE. GARE is a national network of government working to advance racial equity and promote opportunities for all. Tonight I want to talk to you about the Black History Month events that are being spearheaded by the GARE team. But before I get into a discussion about those events, I want to talk to you about what inspired the GARE team to start planning these events in the first place. I'm part of the city's 2018 GARE cohort. We also have a 2017 and 2019 cohort. I've been with the City of Santa Monica for 2.5 years. And during the GARE training for the 2018 cohort, we had discussions about celebrating the cultural diversity of City of Santa Monica staff. And we also had conversations about creating affinity groups to promote a sense of community and a sense of belonging among city staff, especially among staff of color. We feel that this would help to improve employee retention and also to help with employee recruitment. Last year, when you, our City Council, adopted the values of equity and inclusion, the GARE team was energized to see that you did that. And that signified to us that you have a commitment to, one, ensuring that communities of color are seen, that these communities are heard, that they're collaborated with, and also that they're celebrated. It also signified to us that you will continue to provide opportunities for community members to continue to learn about Santa Monica's cultural diversity. Pictured here, you'll see how City Hall will be lit up during the month of February for Black History Month. Black History Month is a cultural celebration that's the first in a series of events, cultural celebrations that the GARE team is pursuing this year. The red and the green and the black colors are the colors of the Pan-African flag. And I'm going to give you a little bit of background about the Pan-African flag. This flag was created by activist Marcus Garvey and adopted in 1920 by his organization, the Universal Negro Improvement Association. And this flag was adopted to provide a sense of pride for people in the African diaspora. As you know, the transatlantic slave trade ripped many in the African diaspora from their homeland. And during slavery, people were forced to lose memory of their culture and forced to lose memory of their homelands. So the Pan-African flag was a way to unite all the people of the African diaspora and give them something to be proud of. So we are excited that we'll be able to light up City Hall in these colors during the month of February. And also we're working with the Commission on the Status of Women to include Black History Month exhibits in City Hall for the month of February. I want to mention to everybody that Santa Monica's African American community has a rich history. From the community members and the businesses who were based in the BELMAR neighborhood, which is where we are standing here tonight for this council meeting, to the riveters who worked at Douglas Aircraft to help build planes to aid the U.S. in its fight during World War II, to our African American community members who protested at Sears to demand that African Americans be hired there, to community members who continue to make history today. Santa Monica's African American community has a rich history, and everyone should celebrate it, and we all should continue to learn about it. The events that the GARE team planned for this year include events on February 4th and February 25th. The February 4th event is the kickoff event, and we chose that day because it's Rosa Parks Day. And everyone knows Rosa Parks, she's an icon, so we chose that day for the kickoff date, and the event will happen at City Hall from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m., and it will focus on the historical significance of African American fraternities and sororities, so we'll be talking about why those organizations were created. There's a history behind that. And there will also be a step show performance, which people won't want to miss. There's going to be great food at the event, so we encourage everybody to come out. It's open to the public and anyone who wants to attend. And the event on February 25th is celebrating Black Excellence Community Mixer, where we're going to celebrate Black professionals in Santa Monica. So we've been in contact with the Chamber and different organizations, and we're promoting this with community members because we want to make sure that we have a venue to celebrate those professionals who, are displaying leadership and service in the Santa Monica community. Now I'm going to hand it over to Shannon Doubt in Cultural Affairs, and she's going to talk briefly about the BELMAR History and Art Project. There are a series of events that are happening right now, including during Black History Month, and I also want to mention that the GARE team is working closely with Cultural Affairs on this project.
Thanks, Delana. Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here. We're very excited to be part of this project. And I'll just note, you all have at your chairs a collection of postcards that celebrate the Black history of this particular neighborhood, the BELMAR, the former BELMAR neighborhood. And I want to just thank Delana for all of your leadership and your work with GARE. The GARE cohort was incredibly valuable to us as we started thinking through this project and helping us be really thoughtful in how we approached our community engagement. So the BELMAR History and Art Project came about as a result of the Civic Center multi-purpose sports field. As it was being approved by the Coastal Commission as part of the Coastal Commission's new social and environmental justice program, they added a condition to the approval of the project in that we recognize the history of this site, which is a former African-American neighborhood within Santa Monica. And we embraced that condition wholeheartedly and even are thinking of going beyond that because we think it's a long overdue and very important project for this community and are very, very excited to be working on it. So I'm here to talk a little bit about the project. We are working with the lead historian, Allison Rose Jefferson, who is instrumental in working with the Coastal Commission on this condition, as well as social practice artist April Banks. And together they have designed a multi-month community engagement plan that is working to engage the African American and larger community in Santa Monica and beyond to really inform what the art and interpretive signage that will be placed at the soccer field will look like. So it is really coming up from the community. We don't know what the art is going to look like yet because we have not finished our work with the community. So what we have done so far, the community engagement started in January. We've had a number of community meals with primarily African American leaders in the community. We had a poetry workshop a couple weekends ago, and then Robbie Jones' historical bus tour of kind of the Black history of Santa Monica, which was fantastic. And then last weekend we had a Preserving Family History archiving workshop. We also, great serendipity, StoryCorps, which many of you may know from the Friday morning NPR morning edition snippets that they play, has been in Santa Monica this month, and we were able to partner with them to do a full day of StoryCorps recordings that are specifically for members of this community and at the Virginia Avenue Park. And there will be a listening session on February 6th, it's up there on the slide, at SMC, where snippets from some of the recordings that were taken will be played, as well as a community meal. We also have a community tea coming up, a city staff learning presentation, and then as part of the Greens Festival at Virginia Avenue Park, both a poetry reading coming out of the poetry workshop we had a couple weeks ago and a dancing in place workshop for members of the community to participate. And then in March, we're going to have a kind of part 2 to our family histories, and we'll have an archiving workshop where people can bring all of their old family photos, old news clippings, have them scanned, and have them contributed to an archive that will also inform the artwork and the archive that we're developing with the public library here. So the first phase of this project will be implemented with the soccer field, but as I mentioned, we're thinking a lot broader because we know that this history is not confined to these boundaries, and you have the Bay Street Beach that was one of the desegregated beaches in this area, and we will be recognizing that as well as throughout Santa Monica other sites of historical significance for the African American community. So that will be rolling out in the coming year after the soccer field rolls out. So thank you for your time.
I also wanted to mention some other Black History Month events that have been planned by the library. So you'll see that there are some documentaries that will be showing. We also have the Greens Festival that Shannon mentioned earlier. And all of that is available on the city's blog at santamonica.gov/blog/Black History Month. GARE does not intend to stop at Black History Month. There is a whole list of cultural celebrations that we have compiled that we want to work with staff and community members to plan for 2020. So you see some of them up on the screen. We have Nowruz, Juneteenth, Latino Heritage Month, and of course some of these events are being planned by community members or Women's History Month, the Commission on the Status of Community the Commission on the Status of Women, but we plan to continue to partner with some of these organizations and, insert ourselves and see how we can be of assistance. I do want to mention that we need help from staff and any community members who want to be involved. And also, these events cost money, so we need support. We've received some support for the Black History Month events, but know that these upcoming cultural celebrations, they're going to cost, and people will probably be coming to you to request funding for those. And I just want to thank everybody who has helped provide guidance and help with planning for the Black History Month events. I have a whole list of people that I need to thank. I almost feel like I'm at the Oscars accepting an award. So first, I want to thank the GARE Black History Month Committee for taking on the extra task on top of their city work to help plan these events. So those of you who are here, please join me during the proclamation presentation. Also, I want to thank Lori Gentles. She has been phenomenal in, helping with some of this planning, especially for the February 4th event. I want to thank Elisa Arduña, Denise Anderson-Warren, and Sharon Guidry. They all helped to refine the event ideas when I was floating these ideas to them. I want to thank Human Resources, the Office of Sustainability and the Environment, Office of Civic Wellbeing, City Manager's Office, Commission on the Status of Women for providing funding. Thanks to the Office of Communications for helping us promote these events and helping us coordinate with the school district and the college. Thanks to the Community and Cultural Services, historian Dr. Allison Rose Jefferson, social practice artist April Banks. Thank you to Downtown Santa Monica for providing a venue for us, equipment and marketing support for the February 25th event. Thank you for the Chamber, to the Chamber of Commerce for your support. And I also want to acknowledge community members who have been giving input during this event planning process and who have also helped to connect me with other key community members. Some people may be here tonight. Robbie Jones, Kathleen Benjamin, Nat Travis, Erica Leslie, Kara Snell, Harriet McCauley. Thank you so much for your help. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my department director, Susan Klein, for supporting my GARE work. I know things have been really hectic lately, and I've been juggling a lot of things, but I do want to acknowledge Susan for letting me take this work and run with it. And also just the rest of the Public Works administrative team. Thank you so much for your help. Are there any questions?
Well, actually, Ms. Benacano, I want to thank you for all the work you've put into this. And note, you mentioned the need for further financial support for Black History Month, and at the risk of a bit of foreshadowing, Councilmember Hara and I have an item on the agenda later tonight for the council to put up some matching funds, and we hope that there'll be people in the community who will match that money and help to make this possible.
Thank you.
Do we have questions on that report? And does that conclude the report?
Yes.
Well, Council, this is not a matter we have to vote on or take action on, but we do have a request to speak on this item from former Mayor Nat Travis. And given the circumstances, I would suggest that we go ahead and do that, even though we don't usually, on number 2 items, have members of the public speak. Former Mayor Travis.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's an honor to stand here, and you almost sounded like you had a cue card in your hand for what I'm going to say. The item 13 is an important item, and I'm willing to say that I will put up $500 as an offer on that 5,000 matching. And I look around the room and I see some faces that I know can match me, and we can get this $10,000 out here for this operation pretty rapidly. I've also talked to a local foundation, and I'm working with Delana, and we will make sure that this event is a success. I'm not here to promote the event in that regard. I'm here to say, as a Santa Monican, this is the right thing to do, and the energy that you put into it will pay dividends. And I always like to keep things on the light side. 1975, I was mayor of this city, and I don't even think anybody in the room's old enough to remember, but on the Sunday papers, there was a magazine called Parade Magazine. I got a call from one of my relatives in upstate New York saying, "Oh my God, did you see the Parade Magazine article on you?" I said, "What do you mean, oh my God?" He says, "You're the whitest black mayor in America." And that was the headline on the story, because Santa Monica's low level of black people are less than 5% in the community. They didn't understand how we elected our mayor either, but the point is I clipped that, and I have it. So when I see stuff that like the work you're doing, I think it's time that we educate the people that we're people. Our color, our gender, our orientation has nothing to do with it. What comes out of our heart is what makes this community the town I've lived in since 1949. Pass to item 13A, and I'll be happy, and I'll be home. Thank you, folks, for allowing me to speak out of order.
Thank you, Mayor Travis. That concludes item 2A, but we're not done because we have an item 2B.
Next, we have 2B, which is a proclamation, Black History Month.
So I will ask Delana Benacama to come back up. We're still getting used to the awkward staging here. Well, besides this, of course, we are going to, as a city, issue a proclamation for Black History Month. I won't read the whole thing, but we are celebrating the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to our economic, cultural, spiritual, and political development. And this is a reminder of the ongoing fight to achieve racial equity and to build a society that lives up to the democratic ideals that we talk about but don't always live. Thank you so much for the work you've been doing on this. I was going to ask you to explain some of the upcoming events, but you did so well at that. I'll give you the microphone and just give you a moment to say whatever you want that you haven't said yet.
I would like to ask the community members who came tonight to support me to come to the podium, please. Kimberly, Nat, Lori, come for the photo. Sylvia, Elisa, Donald. Where's everybody? Anybody else who's here to support that I'm forgetting, please come to the podium.
Mayor.
Lisa, come in the picture.
Well, just move the mic.
Well, I just want to thank everybody for your support. I think I've mentioned everything else that I wanted to say, but this has been a big undertaking, and you know, city staff, they're really excited. People have been talking about these events, and you know, they're ready to go to the events. They're ready to see what's happening. So everyone is just really excited. So this is a great moment for city employees. Thank you.
Well, thank you, and move on to item 2C.
Item 2C is the City Manager Report, Fiscal Year 2018-19 Annual Report. And you have no request to speak.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and Mayor and members of the council and members of our community. The city charter has a provision that the city manager gives an annual report to the council and thus to the community on how well we're doing. And the reality is that in today's world, what you hear about mostly is problems and complaints. That's the world we live in. But over the last year, the last fiscal year, without minimizing the challenges we face, there are some very significant accomplishments and progress that we want to report on tonight. As with Delana, I'm going to say a few thank yous at the outset, again in the spirit of the Oscars, which took place here many decades ago. So I want to thank the crew from City TV that produced the annual report that you're about to see. Russ Maloney, Araceli Zuniga, Greg Van Gemert. They were the core team that produced it. A lot of other folks worked on it. And Mia Higginbotham worked with the Office of Performance Management. I want to particularly thank Debbie Lee and Chief Performance Officer, our Chief Communications Officer, Debbie Lee, and Chief Performance Officer, Tim Dodd, and their teams, the communications team and the performance team, for the work that went into assembling this data. And finally, 2,300 city staff people who pick up the garbage, take care of kids on playgrounds, make sure that we account for all the dollars that come in and go out, the people who are on the front lines of our police and fire first responders, both civilian and sworn. It's a remarkable team of people, and we couldn't have accomplished any of this without them. The report this year is organized around the 7 outcome areas of well-being. Most cities focus in on departments, and that's traditionally the way we have focused. But to the citizens, they really don't care whether it's the Community and Cultural Services Department or the Housing and Economic Development Department. To them, it's the city. And so we're focused on these 7 areas that are really the outcomes that the community cares about and how we measure them. In addition to the 7 outcome areas, there's also 6 priorities that the council identified. You reached these 6 priorities through a process that engaged more than 2,000 community residents online and in person. And these are the ones that you identified out of the 28 outcomes that we looked at. 28 sub-outcomes, I should say. Affordability, as the housing prices have gone up, it's put a tremendous strain on many households in our community. Keeping neighborhoods safe, we had a 29% increase in Part 1 crimes over 3 years. Starting year before last, we put major changes into place, and last year, as you'll hear, they paid off with a 16% drop in 1 year that's continuing into the new year. We obviously join in the regional challenge of reducing homelessness and the global challenge of confronting climate change and the very special community focus on an engaged and thriving community, which is what we have here with democracy tonight. People come, they care about their community, they speak out, they may disagree, but they never forget that we're part of one community. And finally, mobility and access, and you'll be talking about a major component of that later on this evening. So I just want to quickly go through some highlights, and then we'll show you the annual report. On affordability, we use a vocabulary that's not unique to us, but it's become a part of the way we think, which is input, output, and outcome. Input is when you spend money or you spend time on something, and that's the way most government has generally measured things. When people say, well, we put $10 million toward this or $1 billion toward that, depending on the level of government, that's an input. That's money spent. It doesn't tell you whether that money was spent well and whether it achieved results. So we talk about outputs. So for example, if you put $95 million into our police department, how many arrests are made? How many convictions ultimately result from those arrests? How many of those people come back to get rearrested again, or can we reduce the recidivism effort as we've done through our homeless multidisciplinary team, which has reduced arrests among the targeted population that we've reached out to by 600% as a result. So that's an outcome. An output is the number of people that we've touched, and an outcome is what happened. They're not going back to jail, and that's a positive outcome. So on affordability, we spent $2 million. That's an input. That will allow us to take a pilot program that started with only 20 seniors who are spending more than half of their income on their rent. Now, because of the input of the $2 million, we'll be able to expand that to 200 households. What's the outcome? The outcome is fewer frail seniors living on the street. The outcome is fewer frail seniors having to choose between paying the rent, eating tonight, or paying for their prescription medicine. On climate change, 92% of Santa Monica, the input was we asked people about joining the Clean Power Alliance and switching from Edison. The output is that 92% of Santa Monica residents and businesses chose to be 100% clean power on electricity. And the outcome, of course, is a dramatic reduction in greenhouse gases. On engaged and thriving communities, 79.6% of residents report seeing themselves as members of the Santa Monica community. That's a subjective outcome, but it's an incredibly powerful one. And of course, one of the outputs is that we had 800 community members who attended the first annual Wellbeing Summit. On keeping neighborhoods safe, I already said that this last year, calendar year, which is the only thing that's separate because we're on the FBI schedule of keeping crime statistics, not on the fiscal year. But then last calendar year, ending December 31st, a 16% reduction in Part 1 crimes. Every single category of Part 1 crimes went down because of the combined work of the police department and the entire city team. 96% of 911 calls were answered within 15 seconds. And 93% were answered within 10 seconds. And on the fire side, 84% of fires were limited to the room of origin. That means that we got there quick enough before the fire spread. That probably saved $42 million worth of property damage had those fires gone further. On mobility and access, the city adopted the Vehicle Electric Action Plan. That's an input, but the output is we're on our way to 1,000 public chargers. You talked about that at your last council meetings. The community has put up with a lot of disruption. You'll be talking about that later on tonight, since the introduction of e-scooters. But the positive outcome of that is 2.6 million trips that our studies show, probably half of which replaced car trips. And then Big Blue Bus not only put its first electric bus out into service, which is operating as we speak today, but also has reversed a regional decline in bus ridership the last quarter. It's been up by 5% and continuing into this quarter. And then on homelessness, while the west side population of homelessness increased by 19%, we were able to hold the increase here in Santa Monica to 3%. And in downtown, where we focused our resources last year, as you'll hear later, we were able to decrease the number of homeless people in our downtown by 19%. We've now spread those resources out. We put into the field in this year a second C3 team at the beach, and so we hope that that will begin to show in the results that we hear from this year's homeless count, which took place. So those are some highlights, and now we're going to show you the full annual report as soon as that's queued up.
been a year of major accomplishments in Santa Monica. We're excited to share progress across our major goal areas and new community spaces now underway. Let's walk you through what we've achieved using our new framework approach to managing our work to create a sustainable city of well-being. January 2019, City Council identified 6 priorities within the framework for a sustainable city of well-being: affordability, reducing homelessness, climate change, mobility and access, keeping neighborhoods safe, and engaged and thriving community.
Traditionally, cities are organized by departments that deliver specific services. So if we're going to make real progress to reduce homelessness and cut carbon emissions and continue to drive down crime, those don't fit in neat boxes, and so we need to experiment with new ways of working. That's what we've been doing this year, launching pilots and using data to measure if they actually achieve results. And then we do more of what works and less of what doesn't, which means delivering results to you more quickly and more cost effectively.
This year we laid out a new strategy for achieving government that works better and costs less through the year's city budget. It ensures excellent service and safety to our community while addressing the fiscal challenges generated by flattening revenues and increasing costs. We will more aggressively pay down the city's pension liability, which will save taxpayers more than $100 million over the next 30 years.
Santa Monica's framework for a sustainable city of well-being provides a strategic vision, allowing us to map our work towards the achievement of community outcomes. Through our approach to performance management, we track what we're doing internally, how well we're doing it as part of the budget process, and whether our community is better off as part of the framework. We launched a new performance dashboard to track our effectiveness in achieving the community outcomes included in the framework. You can log on to santamonica.gov/dashboard to see our progress as well as the story behind the numbers.
The city tackled a number of challenging policy issues this year. A sidewalk vending program creates new opportunities for micro-entrepreneurs while protecting community health and safety. We strengthen workplace safety and compensation protections for Santa Monica's 2,100 hotel housekeepers. And with Santa Monica 2050, we're looking to the future. We're working with stakeholders in business, education, nonprofits, and other community-based organizations to help shape a vision for Santa Monica's economic future.
Over the past year, the city remained committed to relaying timely information through Seascape, SAMO News, and social media. City TV provided video coverage of council meetings and produced new original community affairs programming. The We Are Santa Monica initiative invited neighbors, businesses, and community organizations to get involved in creating a stronger community for everyone. And a new website that will dramatically improve customer service will launch later this year.
No matter what else we do, you're not likely to enjoy well-being if you're not securely housed. Affordable housing will continue to be a top priority for me as your mayor. Lots of people want to move to Santa Monica and are able to pay virtually any price, but those market forces put our diversity at risk. Expensive rents create pressure on our residents and limit options for families. Santa Monica remains committed to strong rent control and keeping our neighbors affordably housed.
The Preserving Our Diversity pilot program was dramatically scaled up to provide $2 million in funding to 250 to 400 low-income senior households. This basic needs support is critical to keeping vulnerable seniors housed.
Santa Monica's home sharing law is among the strongest in the country and was upheld this year by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. This important victory ensures that our rental units are for residents, not tourists. We've also obtained key victories that expand protections against tenant harassment, and we've drafted law to expand relocation benefits for tenants displaced from their homes.
Santa Monica's priority of affordability is directly connected to homelessness. We will not accept that homelessness is inevitable. Although homelessness increased by 19% last year on the west side of Los Angeles, the increase in Santa Monica was only 3%, with a major reduction in the downtown area. As part of the West Side region, we have to say yes to new facilities and affordable, supportive housing. The city is committed to transition downtown parking structure 3 to 150 units of supportive housing.
City departments and community members are coordinating efforts in addressing homelessness to achieve 4 goals focused on prevention and affordable housing production, addressing behavioral health, maintaining access to safe public spaces, and increasing regional capacity. City staff and partners made more than 34,000 contacts, connecting people experiencing homelessness to housing and supportive services. We expanded street outreach teams and have a new focus on the beach area and Reed Park. A RAND study found that our focus on high utilizers of emergency services is working.
Santa Monica celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Sustainable City Plan, which guides our environmental leadership. With higher average temperatures, heat waves, and devastating wildfires and mudslides, we are doubling down on our commitment through the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan, which will be the city's roadmap to achieve an 80% cut in carbon emissions by 2030 or sooner, and zero waste by 2050.
92% of Santa Monica residential and commercial customers said yes to 100% renewable energy through the Clean Power Alliance, reducing our emissions by almost 20%. The City Council also took steps to encourage the electrification of homes and buildings to continue on our path to address climate change.
Santa Monica launched Take the Friendly Road, an initiative focused on improving roadway safety and eliminating all fatal and severe injury crashes from our streets. We added 19 miles of green bike lanes, upgraded 20 signalized intersections with bike detectors, and 50 signals now give pedestrians lead time when crossing at intersections. The City Council adopted the Electric Vehicle Action Plan, a 3-year infrastructure proposal of more than $2 million to increase the city's public charging network from the current 89 charging ports to more than 300 by the end of this year.
Santa Monica expanded its shared mobility pilot program this year. Users took more than 2.6 million trips on e-bikes and e-scooters, with half replacing trips by car. The city took a strong role in enforcement and public education to help e-scooter riders know how to ride safely and legally. And Santa Monica was one of the first cities to utilize geofencing technology to implement and enforce a deactivation zone around the beach area.
Big Blue Bus unveiled its first battery electric bus with 18 more electric buses already in the pipeline. The new battery electric bus is part of a program to help Big Blue Bus meet its goal of a zero emissions fleet by 2030. A unique collaboration with Lyft replaced Dial a Ride service to offer on-demand transportation to Santa Monica seniors and persons with disabilities called Mobility on Demand Every Day, or MODE. The new Go Samuel Center opened in parking structure number 5, offering a one-stop shop for transportation services.
Santa Monica is a city that strives to promote safety by addressing crime and responding to emergencies quickly and efficiently. We work to keep neighborhoods safe and prepare for possible disasters to protect the well-being of all of us in Santa Monica.
Santa Monica Fire Department continues to maintain a Class 1 rating, the highest possible given to any fire department nationwide by the Insurance Service Office. We welcomed 4 new fully equipped engines and a new aerial ladder truck and saw great progress on Fire Station 1, scheduled to open in 2020. We also launched a pilot station at the beach, which decreased our response times to the beach and pier by 50 to 60%. Santa Monica contained 84% of all structure fires to the areas they started, helping save an estimated $42 million in property. And we joined statewide agencies in responding to wildfires as close as Pacific Palisades and as far away as Sonoma County.
Your Santa Monica Police Department has been hard at work to reduce crime and provide for a sense of safety here in Santa Monica. We have filled over 28 vacant positions department-wide, and our newly hired support staff and police officers are actively patrolling our Santa Monica neighborhoods and streets. While crime is not non-existent, it was substantially lower in 2019 than it was in 2018. As we close out our books for the year, Crime Analysis is reporting a 16% decrease in Part 1 crime this year compared to last. With the workload of responding to 123,491 calls for service in 2019, Santa Monica Police Department works hard to provide for the safety and security of our citizens.
Everyone has a role to play in creating a stronger Santa Monica.
This year, we were able to provide opportunities for more shared community experiences and opportunities to participate in the civic process. We continue to measure community health and vitality through the Wellbeing Index. And this year, we rolled out Wellbeing microgrants to jumpstart resident projects focused on building community and economic opportunity in the Pico neighborhood.
The city's inaugural Wellbeing Summit brought together more than 800 participants from every corner of our community to focus on new solutions to tough issues, including mental health, affordability, homelessness, and loneliness. Together, we celebrated and we featured the work of local artists. We recognized the 14 residents who won Wellbeing microgrants for their creative action projects designed to improve community well-being. Another highlight is the city's increased focus on equity and inclusion. For the third year in a row, dozens of city staff participated in a year-long training series with the Government Alliance on Race and Equity to learn new ways to communicate about racial equity, bias, individual and structural racism. All of these and many other projects are designed to ensure that we in Santa Monica genuinely meet our goal of being a sustainable city of well-being that works for all of us.
One of the things I've enjoyed most about being Santa Monica's mayor this past year was promoting reading through the Santa Monica Public Libraries. Preparing children for kindergarten is important, as the first years of education are the most crucial to helping a child establish a solid foundation. Last year, 63% of kindergartners in the city were deemed ready for kindergarten, but we won't stop investing in early education until 100% of our kids are ready to start school.
We all love new stuff, when it's playfields, parks, better beach access, and improved services for residents. So what's our capital improvement program up to? Well, the long-awaited Civic Center multi-purpose sports field will open this summer. Down at the beach, the North Beach Trail will be complete this year, with better bicycle and pedestrian access, safer, and with new amenities for you to enjoy. And in April, we'll be welcoming you to the new one-stop city services building, saving taxpayers as much as $10 million a year in off-site leases. We've achieved a lot already, and this year there's even more we're planning to accomplish. Thank you for giving me the privilege of being your mayor at this very exciting time. Why is Santa Monica such a strong community? Well, we think big, we act local, and we're deliberately diverse and inclusive, considering everybody's needs. Let's celebrate our successes, but let's also roll up our sleeves for the hard work ahead. Thanks for being part of creating a sustainable city of well-being.
I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you to our city staff. You've just seen in that video what they deliver for residents of our community and visitors and other people every day, day after day. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor.
City Manager, does that conclude that report?
It does indeed.
Unless there are questions from council members, we'll move on to the next thing, which I believe is travel questions.
Yes. Does any council members have any brief reports on travel since the last meeting?
Hey, we're in Santa Monica in wintertime. We're going nowhere. Not with weather like this. The consent calendar next, please.
Okay, so we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have no request to speak.
Does the council wish to pull any items from the consent calendar? If not, I'd entertain a motion to adopt it.
Actually, I would like to pull
Item
item 3A.
Oh, you're recusing yourself.
As a matter of fact, I am not going to recuse myself tonight. We did receive word that I am able to vote on this item. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that we did get word that it was okay for me to remain with this particular consent item.
Okay, so you're acknowledging that it's a college,
Yes,
but that you can't stay on the
exactly.
dais. Great.
Exactly, I am.
So is there a motion, or does anybody want to pull anything?
I'll move the consent calendar.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Davis and seconded by Councilmember Morena. If we could have a roll call vote on the consent calendar.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. And Mayor McCune?
Yes, and so that consent calendar is adopted by unanimous vote of the full council, and we can now move on to ordinances.
Next, we'll move on to item 7A. It's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance to amend the text of Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 9.07.030 to clarify parcel coverage limitations for existing structures with additions to the R1 single-unit residential district.
Move adoption.
Second.
That's been moved by Davis and seconded by Winterer, and we'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. Mayor McCune?
Yes, so that ordinance is adopted on second reading by unanimous vote of the City Council, and we'll move to the next item.
Next, we have 7B. It's the second reading and adoption of an ordinance enacting Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.16.242 to prohibit non-charging vehicles from parking at public electric vehicle charging stations and amending Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 3.04.035 and 3.16.170 to permit the establishment of overstay charges for parking spaces designated for the use of public electric vehicle charging stations.
I move 7B.
Second.
That's been moved by Councilmember Himmelrich and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day. We'll go to a roll call vote.
Councilmember Moreno? Yes. Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, so that ordinance likewise is adopted on second reading by unanimous vote of the City Council.
Next, we have item 7C. It's introduction and first reading of an ordinance extending the first shared mobility device pilot program and creating a second pilot program. And you have 6 requests to speak.
Good evening.
Oh, do I go after?
It's presentation time.
So, hello, thank you. My name is...
It'll come to you.
My name is Kyle Kozar. I'm a transportation planner in the mobility division. Good evening, Mayor, council members. If you recall, I came and presented last November to you all about the first shared mobility pilot program, gave a summary. And tonight I'm here to present to you recommendations for direction on a second pilot program, as you had directed us at that meeting. So you'll recall that at that meeting I presented some of the successes and challenges of the first pilot program, which launched in September 2018. I presented to you that shared mobility really has become a facet and an integral part of our transportation network here in the city of Santa Monica, and it can really be a mode of transportation that can help us achieve our broader mobility and sustainability goals. And this is evident by the 2.6 million trips that you've heard about already tonight, and the fact that nearly half of those trips, according to the user survey, would have been otherwise ridden or in a vehicle. At that meeting, I also presented to you, though, that there are still many challenges that need to be addressed in shared mobility. And as we, some of the biggest ones, of course, are behavior, rider behavior, and safety, specifically riding on the sidewalk, parking, public right-of-way management, ensuring that devices aren't blocking sidewalks, aren't creating hazards in the public right-of-way. The affordability of shared mobility. If this is going to be transportation, we have to ensure that it's affordable for all users, and that it's cheaper or as affordable, if not lower, than things like ride-hailing, if we really want people to use it, as well as some of the challenges in overseeing the pilot program, having thousands of devices throughout the city, and overseeing 4 different operators that are competing in a very nascent, kind of evolving, volatile industry. So at that council meeting, you all gave us direction to create a second pilot program that would maintain the structure and flexibility of the first pilot program. So we'd administer it through administrative regulations that we could adjust as things changed and evolved. That we would focus the regulations to be more targeted towards the outcomes of achieving better outcomes in the challenge areas that we described. Reducing the overall number of operators to create some efficiency in the way we are able to administer the program, which would also give us the ability to create more stable and productive partnerships with the fewer operators that we have in the city. You directed us to maintain the overall number of devices so that can be equal distribution and access throughout, but also that to seek a diversity of different device type forms that can be ridden by people with different mobility needs rather than having the duplicity of multiple operators providing essentially the same type form, as well as looking at and reassessing fee structures. So we are proposing that the second pilot program be 18 months. That'll take us through December 2021. We'll do a request for applications and a selection process in March of 2020, so in over a month. And through that selection process, we'd pick 2 to 3 partner operators that would be providing, hopefully, more than just one type form of device and meet the mobility needs of different user types. Keep the 3,250 total devices, but add a seasonal fleet cap so that in the lower months the cap is smaller, that meets the seasonal decline in ridership that we're currently experiencing. Introduce a progressive penalty structure that's closely attached to all the regulations that will be applied not only to the public right-of-way violations and issues that we've seen, but can also be applied to administrative non-compliance issues. So if we don't get data from an operator for a period of time, then there's an escalated penalty structure that can be associated with that. And ensuring that the fees for the program are still cost recovery and that the city is recouping costs that we have in administering and enforcing the pilot program. So again, you all had directed us to focus the regulations towards achieving better outcomes, specifically in the areas of safety and rider behavior, customer reliability and access, the affordability for the user, and sustainability issues, as well as looking to balance the cost of the operators with our need to recover the city costs for overseeing the program. So to do that, we're planning on doing it through the selection process and through adjustments to the administrative regulations. So to achieve better rider and safety behavior, proposing one, selecting better, more durable devices that are more built to be robust and in the sort of shared use environment, outdoors, constantly abused, and that probably have different features like kickstands that maybe have 2 points of contact, so they're harder to knock over. Prioritize in the selection process companies that can realistically introduce sidewalk riding detection, which is something that we feel is going to be one of the key factors that will help keep people off riding sidewalks. And we know that a number of operators have been working on this sort of thing, so be looking to select them in the process. In order to reduce haphazard parking, look to select operators that can generate some sort of Lock 2 component, as well as specifying requirements about parking incentives to better utilize the drop zones that we currently have and that we plan to roll out even more of through the second pilot program. So things like $1 off of the current trip is enough to get a user to say, hey, I'm across the street, there's a drop zone over there, I can get $1 off if I just go put it in the right spot. And so that's a big enough incentive to drive that behavior. To ensure that the systems are reliable for the customers and that there's even access, We'll introduce a zone map, a redistribution zone map, so that operators have to rebalance and have certain availability requirements that they have to achieve throughout. This will ensure that there's more equitable distribution throughout the city and that there's not oversaturation in certain areas like downtown and on Main Street, which is some of the issues we saw in the first pilot program. Give preference to operators that can integrate into their system other modes of transportation, so that as a user you're able to more easily use this as a first last mile connection and route yourself through those apps, and especially modes that are non-car modes, right? And in order to ensure that the user of the systems aren't sort of subject to the volatility that we've seen in the industry and the whims of operators moving in and out, requiring that there's a 45-day advance notice if an operator decides to pull out of the market, and that gives us enough time to plan and kind of bring a new operator in to replace that service. Like I said before, shared mobility can't really be transportation if it's unattainable and unaffordable and kind of out of reach for folks. So to ensure that, through the selection process, we'll be looking for prioritizing operators that can introduce kind of frequent rider membership plans, as well as committing to some sort of fare stability in their program. We like to introduce transparency for the users in the new pilot program, so that that they have to notify the users in the city if there's going to be a 14-day notice, if there's going to be any rate increases. That way it gives people enough opportunity to sort of plan if they want to use a different mode and they're not caught off guard by the rate hikes. And increase the visibility and access to the low-income programs that many of the operators that we have now offered them, as we had mentioned in November, but they went underutilized, and in parts because they were not as visible to the user. And lastly, sustainability. This was a concern, not so much the riding the devices themselves. We can all agree that, you know, taking a micro mobility that's electrified is much better than driving a car, but the actual operations themselves and a bunch of vans driving around picking up and shuffling devices. So to address this concern, we're going to ask the prospective operators to submit in their applications sustainability plans and require things like swappable batteries, so that they can change out batteries in the field rather than having to haul a bunch of scooters around to recharge them every night, and prioritize operators that can commit to low-emission vehicles in their operations. So similar to many of the operators we had last time, like the three-wheel electric trikes and things like that, and other options. To meet the city's policy of making new programs cost recovery, and kind of recoup the costs that the city has to pay for city staff to administer and code enforcement officers and things like that. We're recommending that we continue with the operator fee and the annual per device fee. These fees are the cost recovery fees of the program, keeping the annual operator fee at $20,000, and we're able, after reassessing with finance, the cost of the first pilot program, lower the annual per device fee from $130 to $104, as well as looking, after a risk assessment, at some adjustments that can be made to the insurance requirements that could potentially lower costs for the operators as well. Staff is also recommending that we continue with the use of public right-of-way fee for $1 per device per day, until the city has fully reimbursed itself for the expansion of the Green Lane projects, which Council directed us to do in July of 2018. Because this fee itself is not cost recovery, this is a fee that if Council wanted to direct changes to, we could do that and look at it. Those changes could potentially lessen the cost for operators, and it could be adjusted in a way that it lessens the cost for operators, but also allows for us to generate some revenue that can go towards infrastructure projects that directly benefit shared use mobility riders, like protected bike lanes. One way to do this would be to attach a fee to each trip, for instance, and that would be a way to do that. If Council wishes and gives us direction to, we can come away from this meeting and reevaluate the use of public right-of-way fee and return with the adjusted fee in the biannual budget in June. And so while many things are changing and we're really trying to hone in and focus in on the challenge areas, and there's many elements of the administrative regulations in the pilot program that seem kind of minimum requirements and fundamental that we plan to keep the same. The vehicles need to comply with state and federal vehicle codes, for instance. Technologies that we've been able to work with the operators to develop, like the geofencing technology that deactivates devices on the beach, things like that will need to stay. Deployment standards in terms of where devices can be deployed, response time to complaints, things like that will all be maintained. Operators will be required to continue to have 24-hour customer service response, although we'll look at specifying things like the size and location of those phone numbers on the devices and the vehicle ID numbers to make it easier for community members to report a haphazardly parked device sort of thing. We expect the operators still have to be engaged in be part of helping us educate the greater population and the community about what the riding rules are and etiquette for riding is. We will continue with requirements to have them participate, being involved in events and outreach, having ambassador teams, things like that. And lastly, the operators will continue to have to comply with all the data requirements, including the MDS data and the GBFS data, which is what we really use to evaluate and regulate the systems, as well as submitting monthly reports and participating in kind of getting user feedback through rider surveys. And so, lastly, I would be remiss if we didn't talk about Breeze Bike Share. So in November, we also presented to you that the sponsorship and operating contract will end in November 2020, and that Breeze will have to be reimagined if the city would like to continue with the program. As you directed, staff came away from that meeting and explored opportunities for different funding options through grants and different relationship structures. Unfortunately, what we found is that it's going to be highly unlikely that the city would be able to replicate the sort of success we had in the first round of launching and getting that program purchased and off the ground through grants and things like that, especially given the timeline that we are on with November 2020. Most of the grants have very long windows, they're very patchy, they're very competitive, so the reality of that seems very unlikely. But it did help us think through what sort of the biggest benefits of Breeze Bike Share have been for the city, in addition to just the incredible visibility that it has given us in elevating not only bicycles, but shared mobility and other types of transportation options in the city. We've been able to have a reliable, affordable for all community members service that has membership plans, very low per minute usage rates, and we've been able to really engage with the community through different outreach and equity programs. Coming out of the selection process for the second pilot program, depending on how well we can achieve these sorts of goals through that process, the staff plans to release a request for information to survey what's out there and what bike share operators are in the market that would be willing to work with us to create a different sort of partnership to provide the public option that would be a complement to the private sector options in the city. And we would anticipate releasing that around April after we've gone through the selection process. So, trying to keep it short and sweet, the next steps are really continuing to draft the administrative regulations and the request for applications, releasing that in March, go through the selection process, at the same time refining our sort of evaluation protocols and tools and enforcement tools that we'll be using in the second round, and plan the transition to launch the second pilot program on July 1st of 2020. We plan to be back after about 12 months of the pilot program to you all to give you an update and talk about next steps and recommended next steps beyond the 2021 end of the pilot program. But tonight we're recommending that you all introduce the first reading of the proposed ordinance that would extend the first shared mobility pilot program to June 30th and enact a new chapter 3.22 in the municipal code to create the second shared mobility pilot program, as well as any considerations you would have about the use of public right-of-way fee, whether to continue it or make adjustments. And with that,
that's it?
That's it. Is that not enough?
No, just waiting for you to make sure you were done.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Kozar. Just to be clear, we are not selecting providers or operators tonight, and we are not going to be approving the specific language of the implementing regulations. We are adopting an ordinance that extends the first program and enables the second to begin, and we may be giving some additional direction. So with that being what is before the council, are there any questions for staff? Councilmember Davis.
All right. Thanks, Kyle, for the great presentation. I feel a little more informal here, so I hope it's okay. I used your first name.
Yeah, that's great.
So I was just a little unclear from the staff report. After we go through the RFP process, is it the planning director who has the ultimate say about who gets selected for the program, or because the last time it came to the council for approval? Mm-hmm. And so I'm curious how that's going to work this time.
It did not come to council.
Didn't it come to council?
No.
Okay, so the same process.
It's slightly different. I don't know, Brandon, if you want to speak to it, but now it will be a selection process. There will be a selection committee. The chief mobility officer would be the final decision, but now last time we were in a very rushed situation, so we didn't have very much time to build in for appeals. This time we will have a 28-day appeal process. I guess there's 2 weeks to make the appeal, and then a 28-day evaluation process, and then the final decision, if there's appeals, would go to the director of planning and community development, is the way it's written now.
And in terms of the committee, are people who are currently participating in the shared mobility committee, are they going to be on it? Or I guess here's my question. Let me get down to the brass tacks here. At what point does the public get input into the process, if at all?
Into the selection process?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
The public would not give input into the selection process. That would be tonight in the adoption of the ordinance, would be where the public input is, as well as your study session and adoption of the prior ordinance previously.
Okay, great, thanks. And then I have a question. Why the emphasis on swappable batteries? I know you said that if you have swappable batteries, you won't have people picking up the devices every night, driving around. But with the swappable batteries, don't you have people driving around with the recharged batteries to swap them out?
Possibly, or scooting around with a backpack full of batteries.
And then my other question is, when you decided to emphasize swappable batteries, did you talk to those components in the community? We have a number of people in the community who actually make a fair amount of money out of serving as chargers for the various entities. And we inadvertently, in connection with resource recycling, got rid of one of the ways that some of our more disadvantaged communities could earn money through turning in recyclables. And I'm just curious, now are we going to sort of cut their knees out too on perhaps having an opportunity to raise money in terms of recharging?
No, I mean, I think the intent with swappable batteries is to address the concerns that right now there's vans and large trucks that are driving around to pick these things up, whereas if devices can be maintained in the field, and you can have somebody go out with a small toolkit and some batteries that they're just charging the batteries themselves, and they don't physically have to remove the device from the field every day, but to answer your question, no, I mean, it's possible that if some of the operators have a business model where they're contracting labor to charge them, then it's possible that those folks would be impacted if that operator chose not to do that and have employees swap batteries in the field instead.
Okay, and then at our last study session, the issue of local preference came up, and did I just miss that in the criteria?
We don't have the criteria fully fleshed out in the RFA right now. We still need to develop the RFA. So these are more about not the selection criteria per se, but the changes to the administration regulations and things we're thinking about to address the broader issues that have been brought up by council.
All right, and then one of the criteria is ability to integrate with Big Blue Bus. Can you describe for me a little bit? I'm not clear how that works.
It's not specific to integrate with Big Blue Bus. I think the intent is that right now, folks, not all the apps include other information about other mobility options, so it could be Big Blue Bus or Metro or things like that. Whereas if an app included information about, say, the bus, whether it's Big Blue Bus or otherwise, its timing, the train timing, using other data feeds, then one could potentially map and route their full trip, not just the first mile, through that one user app and kind of help them have a more easy, kind of seamless routing through the one app that they're choosing to use of whatever operator.
Okay, great, thanks.
Councilmember, if I could, I just wanted to provide a bit more context to my answer earlier. I realized I answered your question quite directly. The way selection processes of these type is typically run is that you define the selection criteria and the process to be run, and then applications are scored, and there is a scoring and selection process that is run by your city staff. That's consistent with the way you have done cannabis. It's consistent with the way other cities have done dockless mobility, as has this city. So the public input really is about creating the criteria and creating the program, and then the selection process runs based on your decisions based on that public input.
Thanks for the clarification.
Council, other questions? Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
Yeah, could I just pick up on that part to begin with? We do have selection processes that involve members of the community or experts on the selection committee, though, right? I think of like the arts, for example.
In the case of the arts, we actually don't have community input. We have, as you say, experts.
Right.
Who
are members of the community, not members of our staff.
They're not actually members of our community. They're not arts commissioners or anything.
They're Martians.
They're artists.
They're members of our community still, though, right?
Well, if you define the community beyond Santa Monica, but they're not necessarily Santa Monica, and typically
Right.
not Santa Monica residents.
Right. Okay. I'd like to talk about the number of vehicles in this program. 3250 was described as the limit. I was under the impression we're using a dynamic system to determine the absolute limits.
Well, that was what we attempted to do in the first pilot program, and it did not produce the results that we would hope for a number of reasons. We had 4 operators, and we only had one zone, congestion zone, let's say downtown, in an effort to create equity amongst and even distribution through the city. We said, don't oversaturate downtown zone and redistribute throughout, and you can only put 1/3 in downtown. But with 4 operators competing and the net number of devices that they're still competing for in downtown, that still created an oversaturation effect, especially in slow season. And operators started to limit the number of devices that they had overall because they're competing to gain utilization, which is the metric by which they could request a cap increase, let's say. And so right now, for instance, all 4 operators are, I think last month it was about 2 rides per day, and the threshold that we had set was about 4 to request a cap increase. So depending on the seasonality of it and everything, there's a lot of factors that change it. Right now, we're going to less operators that will, so they won't be in the same competition. We're proposing changing it to a zone, and we're using data to look at what the zones will be and what a reasonable allocation will be, which we could adjust later on as we go through the pilot. And those zones will say, look, we want the operators to maintain an equitable distribution throughout these different zones, so they'll be less in competition with each other, more about even distribution and access, and then they'll have those limits, which right now, that limit is far beyond or it's as high as it's been, and the utilization doesn't really warrant it, right? So that cap could be changed, and I think what we have in there now is that we can change those caps. So 3250, if it turns out that there's an equitable, even distribution that the operators are making throughout the city, and they're maintaining that and meeting those standards, and they have the full number of devices that they're allocated, which less operators, more devices each operator will get, and then their ridership exceeds those sort of thresholds of 4 trips per day, then we'll definitely look at that and say, look, there's just not enough devices out there. You're not competing for just the select few downtown trips that can happen. You're ensuring an equitable, even distribution, and if that results in high ridership, then of course I think it makes sense to adjust those caps accordingly. But fluctuating it up and down has been problematic and hasn't, we don't have the real-time data to change the permitted amount of devices every single day. So it's a process. We have to receive a request from the operators. We have to process that request.
So we made like one change during the first pilot.
We made 2
changes in the volume. And as to the real-time data, are we going to have real-time data in the second pilot?
So we're going to continue on the path with MDS, and that's evolving, continues to evolve. So the version that we'll be requesting will be the newest version of one side of MDS, and not to get too into the weeds, but right now LA is getting close to real-time data from their operators through the other half, which is agency. And if that is something that we really want to pursue, we can. But
so,
having
unpack that for a moment. From
Yeah.
the other half, which is agency.
So MDS is broken into 2 parts. There's a provider side, which is really looking at historic data, and then there's a side called agency, which is more of that real-time component. Agency has not been fully fleshed out in its working, and that's DOT has been primarily focused on that. They're requiring it, and that's real-time data that theoretically, once it gets up and running and it continues to be evolved, in partnership with the companies, it will be able to have a more real-time dialogue between the user, the devices, and the city. We have been using the provider side, which is the historic data, to look at utilization rates, trips, all these other types of things. So right now we're proposing, because it's not fully, where the agency side hasn't been fully vetted and fleshed out, we're proposing to go forward with the most recent version of the provider side, but it's not, real-time data. I think, I forget what it's like, I don't know, 6 hours, something like that. But like we can get data every 6 hours, but it's not instantaneous.
And you think we need real-time data in order to determine utilization, to determine whether our caps are effective?
No. I mean, our caps are based on the utilization, which is number of trips per device per day. So that's historic data. We can do that, but if we're going to have a true dynamic cap that's based on sort of daily fluctuations or something like that, it would be harder to do without it.
Okay. What analytics do we have behind that cap related to the fact that now we're looking to distribute to these zones and create new equity and a new equitable distribution across the city? Do we know, in other words, that the caps that we're currently using are high enough to manage for that new demand that we're placing on the system?
No, because we haven't tested it.
Have we analyzed it?
Well, we're analyzing the ridership and looking at where, like to create the zones, what we're doing is looking at where trip starts happen. We're looking at where the companies are currently deploying, so that's sort of their self-selected drop zones. But that isn't fully reflective of the need in every community because, again, they're chasing sort of ridership in the more dense areas to a degree. And so we're using those elements. We're also looking at workforce data, where jobs are. We're looking at housing data, where people are living, and looking at sort of land use typologies and things like that. So we're kind of analyzing a bunch of things to decide, okay, it makes sense to break up the city in, let's say, 5 to 8 zones and and let's try some percentages and work with the selected operators to decide and kind of fine tune that as we go. But as the exact number of devices that would be needed to meet the ridership demand on that new proposed kind of thing, no. We have to test it to kind of work with them to figure it out.
Okay, and how do we allocate fees if we have the fluctuating numbers across a year, for example, if we have a peak season and a low season? And the annual fees are the primary driver now in this.
They would be based on the number of devices that you're allowed to have.
In the peak, so it's your peak?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's not the number of vehicles in service, but the number of vehicles in peak sets the fee volume for the year. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Right, not the public right-of-way, the annual per device fee. Yep.
Yep, okay. Even though for some significant portion of the year you would be using significantly less than that. So we're setting it at the peak. You're paying for, if you use one, there's a margin of vehicles that you're going to use for, say, a 3, 4, 5 month peak. You're paying the full year fee for those?
Yeah, I mean, well, we have to adjust the fee based on the adjustments that happen in the fleet size. And that's what we did the last time. We had a schedule that said, like, if you get a cap increase, you're gonna have to pay a prorated number for the amount that you're permitted to the end of the year.
Okay, so
we're gonna have to work
prorate it.
A similar sort of scheme with this, yes.
Okay. And then when is the green lane paid for?
If we estimate roughly August, September, if we continue with the number of devices that we have now, yeah.
So really just a few months of the new program?
Yep.
Okay, that's great for now. Thank you.
Well, Council, we don't have the usual electronic queuing system, so I'll do the best that I can to see hands. I believe Councilmember Winterer was next, and Councilmember Himmelrich, and after that, Councilmember Moreno.
Yeah, thank you for an excellent staff report. First of all, I want to follow up on a couple of things my colleagues mentioned. First of all, Councilmember Davis mentioned that, and it's in the ordinance language, that the new selection process would give priority to those operators who use their apps to connect to other modes of transportation. And I'm concerned, it'd be great to connect to mass transit, but right now, of the operators we have now, those that connect to other modes of transportation also connect to the TNCs they operate. And I really don't see any reason why, if we're trying to use these mobility devices to get cars off the street, we would allow people to have apps that connect you to cars. You can look at it on that app, you can be looking for a scooter or an e-bike, and it may or may not be around. It's going to be half a mile or a mile to the expo line and a longer walk to the bus stop, and then you're going to say, well, actually, but there's a car a minute away. I'm going to go for the car. So shouldn't we adjust the language in the ordinance to say that we'll give priority to operators that have an app to direct people to other modes of transportation except automobiles? It just seems to be counterintuitive, the goals of this program, to have people be able to connect to cars.
It could also work the other way, Councilmember. It could be that someone who's thinking about hailing a ride share say, I could wait 5 or 7 minutes to get a car, and half a block away there's a scooter or an e-bike. So it's not to say that we couldn't make that restriction, but I think there's the potential for it to cut both ways.
Well, except that it creates in a selection process an inherent bias to those companies that happen to operate car services and not those that do not, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, I would say if a company proposed that they're meeting that requirement and the only other mode of transportation they're connecting you to in their app is their scooter or their car service, I mean, I agree with you. I think the intent with it is to say, in your app, as Rick said, you are looking for a trip, and if what's presented to you is a number of options, and one of them is a scooter to a train, and one of them's a scooter to a bus, or one of them's just the bus, and you see, wow, the bus is coming, and actually the bus stop's right there, I don't even need to use a scooter at all. If all that information is in one place, and I mean, you're right. Obviously, we don't want people selecting the car option, but that's the intent, is to really get the other modes and prioritize the non-car options. But to completely limit them, I guess that would be a direction that you all would have to give us.
And then one of the criteria you suggested is giving preference to those operators that can provide locking to technology, right? And what is the reasoning behind that?
So that, I mean, in our thinking, it's good. We're going to want to bring as many tools as we can to address the issues that we still see out in the street. And so that's one tool. We don't have to include it, again, if council gives direction. But the thinking is that, you know, if there's a number of tools, like let's say right now, we can all agree that we've walked down the street and seen scooters just kind of knocked down across the sidewalk, right? So if the scooters have better kickstands that are harder to knock over, that's a great tool. If they have a lock-to component that somebody can go to and they see a bike rack there and they say, oh, I'm going to lock it to that, well, it's not going to get knocked over. And if we have drop zones and good incentives to drive user behavior to use those drop zones, we're going to do our best to install as many drop zones as we can, but there might not be one on every single street corner, every side of every block. So if they're there, then people are incentivized to use them, and that's going to drive their behavior. So in our thinking is we want to bring to bear all the tools we can to reduce the occurrences of the challenges that we've seen continue.
Well, I understand that, but you know, our current drop zones and corrals do not have anywhere to lock your scooter to, right? So why are we emphasizing the lock-to capability as opposed to just incentives for better parking?
Because if we limit only to parking and drop zones, then we're really limiting the biggest advantage of these devices, which is ending your trip wherever you want. So, you know, it's really nice to have drop zones on the front end of your trip because you don't necessarily even need the app to find a scooter. You know that I have a drop zone on my block, they rebalance to it every morning, I can go out and I can grab a scooter. On the end of your trip, you're going to end your trip, you're going to end at work or a coffee shop, and you're going to say, I don't have the time to go to the drop zone down the block and walk back. So I would do that if I had the time and get $1 off my ride, but I'm not going to. So instead what I'm going to do as a user is I'm going to lock it up right here in front. Now, they could just put it in the right area in the furniture zone, but if the device isn't durable to withstand being knocked over or whatever, or if it has a lock to, they can maybe lock it to something in front so that that issue goes away there too. But the convenience factor for the user, which is really the most enticing part of these devices, is still there for them. And so we don't want to diminish that. We just want to create the tools necessary to avoid the occurrences of the challenges that we've seen.
Well, then, as a regular cyclist, and more and more people cycle in the city, I have increasingly encountered challenges finding bike racks that are available. And we hope that that trend continues. So we're asking people to lock their scooters to places where either there may not be available space to lock to, or they're possibly displacing a cyclist who wants to lock to that particular bike rack. So
that is the biggest challenge that's been reported from San Francisco that's implemented Lock 2. They've pretty much said that it's been a big success for them, but the biggest challenge that they've faced with that success is complaints from the cycling community that not having enough bike racks. We did just install 900 bike racks last year, so that citywide, so that's a big boon to those areas. And we have another 400 that we're looking to try to site and put in the next year. So we are trying to address that issue and create space as well, but the point is a valid one, and that's the biggest complaint that the folks in San Francisco have had about it.
Yeah, and you don't want to upset cyclists, trust me.
No, as a cyclist, I can tell you it's a bad idea.
So, and then on the system dependability, what happens if we award contracts to operators who get the rights to, let's say, deploy 750 devices, but for whatever reasons decide not to deploy them at all, or deploy a much lower number?
Lower number being 100 or something like that? Is that?
Yeah, I've just heard anecdotally in our city, some of the operators, because they have other business models, are sucking up these permits and they're not using them because they'd rather have people use their other business model, to be quite frank.
We've gone back and forth on that particular issue a little bit, and part of the thinking is you know, we want to have a good mix of different type forms. And some of the new business models that are popping up are sort of larger devices, like moped-style versions and things like that. And those business models are slightly different. And then from what we're hearing from those companies, that they might not want to put out 750, they might want to put out 50. And so that would be a different sort of thing. And so we give away a whole permit just for 50, moped-style things, for instance, let's say. And that doesn't fit that neatly into this. So right now, I think we have the minimum threshold in the ordinance. What did we change to, Brandon? 50, to accommodate, to allow for us to be creative and inclusive of those applications and kind of look at them and consider them. But originally, we had in there a minimum 500 you had to launch and maintain because we didn't want to run into this problem. So there is, again, this is another challenge of shared mobility and micromobility in that the industry is still rapidly kind of metamorphosizing, and so we're trying to, and that's why we're doing a pilot, we're trying to build our pilot to accommodate and adjust for any sort of new innovations while at the same time, you know, limiting the sort of negative aspects that we've seen and the challenge we've seen. But again, so that's council can give us direction to address that. I think if we gave a permit to a company and they didn't launch any of their devices or the proposed fleet that they applied with and was permitted, within the 30-day threshold, I think we would move on to a different company that could do that.
All right, thank you. And then one last question. There was something in your presentation about some sort of control or regulation over pricing. Is that just to avoid surge pricing so that in times of great demand, the companies don't spike their prices and catch consumers unaware, or what are you trying to achieve there?
Yeah, I mean, I think we want to ask in the selection process that companies, you know, put forward a pricing plan that we can commit to, yeah, so that they're not randomly and, you know, or not artificially, but spike pricing or just, you know, jacking up the prices on users one day. You know, one day you ride to work and it costs you $2, and the next day you get on the thing and it costs you $5. That could be a shock for a lot of people. So I think the intent is to get the operators, as they apply, to kind of commit to stable, fair pricing, you know, over time.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Next is questions from Councilmember Himmelrich.
Thank you, and great report. So I have a few questions that are maybe on a different tack. The first one is about integration between the applications. When we heard this a few months ago, people were complaining about the fact that if somebody buzzed by them or there was a scooter on the ground or whatever, that they didn't even know who to complain to. That are we doing anything about the identity of scooters with the company they belong to?
I mean, so through this process, we'll have fewer operators, so that will help it a little bit. Right now, there's 4, and people are like, I don't know which one that was. So that's part of it. Will help a little bit. And we are proposing more very specific kind of requirements about size and location on device of vehicle ID, so that they're easier to point to, or if a community member calls us and says, how do I find the vehicle ID number, we can say, look at the spot, as well as the size and location of phone numbers, so the 24-hour contact number, so that people can more easily and that number is more available to them if they want to file a complaint.
And I sort of segueing into the idea of integration. So in order to pick up a scooter from X company, you need X app. In order to get a scooter from Y company, you need Y app. And the two don't talk to each other. So you either pick your horse, you have all the apps, right? Or you just forego it altogether. Similarly with complaining, you either pick your horse. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if there's a way, in addition to integrating with other modes of transportation, and if these guys don't do it, I think somebody will, So I think this may be an opportunity for all the systems to integrate. So in looking at what's available, you can see every scooter, every bike, every train, and every bus that's around, and I think that would be super helpful to consumers. I think the person who did that would be a net winner in the long run and not a net loser. I understand healthy competition is a good thing, but I wonder if any thought has been given to integrating the apps with each other.
We didn't think about it too much because from just our experience in working with the 4 operators we're currently working with, they're in fierce competition and they don't want to do that too much. There was a little bit of that happened. Lime and Uber had a bit of a partnership where they were showing both devices, but we don't want to make it a requirement that they do that, knowing that that would limit our pool of potential operators, because most of them, and I'm sure some of them will present to you or comment tonight, and you can ask them about that. I agree with you. I think it'd be great, but it's kind of hard to.
Maybe they need to go to a class in game theory and they might understand it better. Anyway, okay, so I have one other thing, which is about tracking the devices. So I'm assuming that at the beginning of a day, because this was in our original pilot, the devices start off all over town, and by 2 in the afternoon, they're all downtown. Is that basically what happens?
I mean, I think that's oversimplifying it, but yeah, sure. That's a fair way. There are gravitation points, and a lot of devices do end up in downtown. Yep.
So is there any way to make sure that they're constantly redistributed through the day, even if it's by increasing the number of them, but making sure that in certain neighborhoods that may have less scooters towards the end of the day because people are moving them to where they're working or where the train is or whatever, that there's one at the end of the day too?
And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what we want to achieve with creating the redistribution zones throughout the city, is that the operators, rather than, like the biggest thing we want them to do is ensure that they're trying to drive ridership, but at the same time ensuring that at the beginning of the day that they're rebalancing to these zones and that there's an equitable distribution for all the neighborhoods. And so that's exactly what we are trying to achieve with that.
And with respect to the different modalities, I mean, I keep talking about scooters, but so I work in Koreatown, and I actually am seeing more of those moped-type devices than I am, but I'm seeing more hybrid kinds of devices instead of straight-on scooters there, and I wonder how we see the balancing of the modalities between our 2 or 3 operators.
I don't know. I think it's going to depend on what the application, what people apply with, because there's some operators that only have one device. There's some operators that have more than one, and I think we're going to have to, see what they propose to us before we can really make that sort of assessment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thanks for the report. I know it's complicated, so I appreciate you digging into it. Going further down the line here, my colleagues asked super smart questions, and so I don't have a lot of the things I was going to mention. However, we'll get to it in comments, I assume. Some things that I just want to nail down. The lock requirement is the solution. We're trying to solve for tipping?
Yeah, I mean, having devices just kind of being out there and not tethered to anything and not having a great ability to stand on their own 2 wheels and then get knocked over. It's one of the biggest issues that we see.
Got it. And are there devices in the marketplace currently that have 2 points as a kickstand that stay upright better?
I believe Bird's new scooter has that.
And are those less tippable?
Yeah, I tried to kick one up. No, I'm just. Yeah,
They're better.
They're less tippable.
Got it. Okay, cool. That was one question. Is agency API helpful?
I don't. Yeah, I mean, we hope and we think that it will be for sure, but I think it's being developed still, so we don't know enough to say exactly.
Got it. Thank you. And have any of our current operators pulled out of other markets?
That you're aware of? Yeah. I think maybe all of them have probably pulled out of some market globally. I don't know. You can address that later. Tim's shaking his head that Bird hasn't, but I believe, yes, there has been reports that, as far as I've seen, that people have pulled out of markets or closed down small. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then some numbers around costs. So I believe the report said the CIP reimbursement amount remaining is $400,000. Is that rough?
Yes, I believe roughly. Yeah, I think.
Okay.
So. Yeah. I want to say once we get to July, I think that would be like the remaining months. Yeah.
Okay. And it's about $400,000. It's just what I recall from the report.
Yeah, I believe so.
And I have a point to this. So the methodology in terms of dollars to the city, if it's $1 per day, the math would be $1 per day multiplied by the number of scooters multiplied by 365. Sure. Yeah. But annually,
sure.
1.1 million in. Yeah. Got it. So $400,000 is 40% of that. 38.7. Okay. What's the next CIP plan for micro mobility, bike lanes? Do we have a plan in place?
At the moment, we're in the process of putting together the CIP budget for fiscal year 2022. And so there are some proposals that are going in there from mobility, looking primarily at TIF, or Transportation Impact Fee funds that are collected from development. Given the city's current fiscal condition, there's obviously limited funds available, but the TIF is allocated per its Nexus study required to be spent on things that reduce vehicle trips. We have projects teed up for that money based on what's already in the hopper. So I will say that as you consider the CIP going forward, most of what you'll be seeing are filling gaps in the constructability of things that are currently in place. So improvements for example, protected bikeway on Stewart Street, the improvements of pedestrian crossings on 4th Street here over the I-10. Those are things that are currently in process using grant funds that we are falling short because of construction, detailing, and drainage. So you'll see that, but that we think that we can cover that with existing TIF funds that have already been collected. Okay. As part of the current CIP process, there's a request to look further into the future, and so we have identified some areas around Vision Zero and some other things that would be helpful. Obviously, a key piece of that is the protected bikeway network. As we talked with Planning Commission in this room last week, we are amending the bike action plan with a network of protected bikeways citywide. So that gives us some structure to strategically invest in network improvements. And we're committed to doing that with the lowest cost possible, using bollards and paint and as much as we can, making that very cost effective. But there are, that work is not funded at this point. We were trying to be methodical and first come forward with the bike action plan amendment and then proceed to asking for funding for the implementation of those. So a long-winded answer, but.
No, it's helpful. I understand. And just so I'm clear, the first CIP that we allocated these dollars for, that was about $1.1 million. Was that what I read?
We had a $2 million shortfall on a $5 million project. So we had a $3 million grant funds from Metro, and we were short by $2 million, and so the Green Lane project gap that the scooter fees paid was the $2 million gap that they were paying.
Got it. Okay, so it was $2 million. And do you expect that the new CIP, or if we dug into the protected bike lanes, would it be around the same amount, or trying
That's what we kind of roughly, I mean, we don't know the full construction network. We just looked at kind of bandwidth the next couple of years, and we probably couldn't spend more than that. So that's sort of our rough ballpark, but we're still refining numbers.
Okay, that's helpful. And then last, do you know what our cost is that we've burdened because of the micro mobility, staff time, marketing, et cetera?
Well, Finance has put together a bit of a sort of overall spreadsheet. You know, there are there are certain direct costs we know. So contracted costs, there's direct staff costs. We, for example, have a dedicated code enforcement officer. Kyle was an existing staff person, but we have tried to backfill his position as best as possible, as his primary job was being the bike program coordinator. And then finance has calculated some administrative overhead costs. So those are the things of management and finance and legal advice, things that are kind of existing ongoing costs that could be associated with. Even with that, given that there's citation revenues and other things, now we don't want to depend on citation revenue for our budgeting. We obviously want to coach to compliance. But just looking at past performance, there has been some net residual left after, primarily from the citation revenue.
Primarily, and so that's net residual with the $1 a day included in our revenue.
Yeah, we're looking at them completely separate. So they're sort of the cost recovery per the current city policy to try and make these programs cost recovery. There's those fees, which are the annual operating and the annual per device. That's one bucket. That's cost recovery. Then there's the public right-of-way fee, which is not required to be cost recovery. That is the companies contributing towards capital. And then there's citations. So it's three separate buckets.
Got it. So roughly, the $130 per device plus the $20,000 fee is $450,000. Right. That's the cost recovery amount.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. And then just one more question. The marketing and how we communicate with the public. I know that all the companies have their own marketing spend and they have their own efforts. Do we ever get together and collaborate and combine our efforts so that they're streamlined and efficient?
Yeah, so in the first, even before we set out in the first pilot program and then into the second, we did 2 seasonal pushes. This is where you saw the bus ads on Big Blue Bus and Metro Bus, as well as the clings on the outside of the trains. Those are dollars that we have to outlay, right? So we pay those agencies to do that with their asset. And so we did collaborate with the companies in both cases on funding that.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hara.
Could you do me a favor and please expand a little bit more on the sidewalk riding tracking that you kind of mentioned that some of the owners might be adapting to their vehicles?
Yeah. So, a bit of it's hush-hush. So these are the sorts of things that the companies don't want to share with anybody because they're developing and bringing to market like a new technology that could revolutionize the way they operate in cities, right? And it gives them a big advantage. So we don't know specifically like what's happening, but from what we've kind of gleaned in conversations with them, that most of the companies know that this is a major city priority and they're working on it and getting ready to bring it to market. I think there was news about Lime and some other companies, I think, in San Jose. They're actually in their pilot requiring it and have companies that are testing sidewalk riding technology. If you remember, in November, we presented a slide and talked a little bit about a partnership we did with Cal Poly Digital Innovation Hub last year, where we, so it's a partnership with Amazon Web Services and Cal Poly, and we kind of proposed a challenge to them in public sector to figure out digitally how to address or detect sidewalk riding. And so they were able to come up with a sort of a prototype or a proof of concept for a scooter to actually do that using GPS and like the vibration technology, like a component that could sense vibration in sidewalk. So I believe from what I've heard in kind of conversations that a lot of the companies are testing similar sorts of technologies that theoretically would allow a scooter to, once it enters a sidewalk and between GPS and the vibration senses I'm on a sidewalk, and then it could be like the geofencing where then it could be deactivated or slowed to a slower speed. That's, so that's kind of what's happening. But again, the specifics are not super detailed or haven't been because I think there's a lot of competition in the industry to get to market first with a big innovation like that.
Well, I guess I was actually thinking a little bit bigger, where we could actually do a lot more things if we did come up with something like that, where we could do a lot of live detecting of where they were. So I guess I was going a little bit further than that. So thank you so very much for that explanation.
Mm-hmm.
doesn't always want to go on. Thank you, Council, for the questions. Thank you, Mr. Kozar and Ms. Stefan, for the answers. I think it's time we open the public hearing on item 7C. So we're in a different room from where we usually are. I usually would ask people to line up against the wall. We don't have a wall, so we'll have to do with the curtains over there. If you would go beyond the camera person and just be careful about the camera person and the camera, and wait behind over by the curtains so that people are ready to speak when the time comes. I'll call 3 at a time, and our first speaker will be Frank Rieg, followed by Jerry Rubin and Todd Marone. Mr. Rieg, you can just come forward. Good evening. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Thanks so much for your time tonight. My name is Frank Rieg. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Revel. So just for some background here, Revel is currently the largest operator of shared electric mopeds in the United States. We have a fleet of over 4,000 vehicles across New York City, DC, Miami, Austin, Oakland, and we would love to make Santa Monica our 6th market. Just to be clear as well, a Revel is not an electric kick scooter. It's not an electric bike. A Revel moped is a motor vehicle. So every one of our vehicles has a license plate from the California DMV. Every one of our users, when they get in our vehicle, has full auto liability insurance. Every vehicle comes with 2 DOT-approved helmets. And maybe most importantly, there is no regulatory gray area. Our vehicle rides and parks in the street, stays completely off sidewalks, and really fits the city or any city here in the U.S., the infrastructure realities of 2020 by living where cars live. Something else is we don't do gig economy in anything that we do. So every mechanic, every field technician, every customer support agent, not only is a full-time Revel employee, not outsourced to some third party or anything like that. They also have the same health insurance, not some HSA account, actual health insurance, same benefits that I have as CEO of the company. That's just something that I take seriously, and something if you're going to run a company in the U.S. in 2020, I think that's just kind of step one. So with that, I think, we'd really just be honored to operate here in Santa Monica if given that opportunity. And we'd love to participate in the next shared mobility pilot program here in Santa Monica. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on item 7C is Jerry Rubin, who's looking a little bit the worse for wear tonight. Jerry, I hope you're not going to tell us that was scooter related.
Thank you, Mayor McKeown. I'm fine.
Council
Council members, City Manager Cole, city staff, fellow Santa Monicans. I support extending the pilot program. I encourage everybody to use all sorts of alternative transportation, the big blue bus, light rail, bicycles, etc. Plain good old walking. I'm not here to advocate for any of the companies necessarily, but I wish them all the best, and I support the scooters. They're good for the environment. They have to obey the rules of the road. There's still a lot of problems. They have to stay off the sidewalks. They have to stop at stop signs and lights. Almost been hit a few times in the past week. I'd like to hear from the police chief about how things are going for them. I know they're busy and can't do everything, but you got to have some enforcement. I wish there were some improvements on what you could do if there's an accident. It's not the same as an automobile. I mean, someone could get hurt and, there's nothing you could do. I'd also like to hear from some of the blue bus people that are driving about how the scooters are faring even off the sidewalks in the streets, because that's important to obey the rules of the road, even if you're off the sidewalks and you're in the streets. I saw someone today just ride right across 4th Street near Pico and started riding right facing traffic real fast, and that's just not kosher. So I wish everyone the best, and I appreciate everything, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. We have a very gentle buzzer in this room, not the loud one we have at City Hall, so thank you for hearing that. Next speaker is Todd Barron. And Todd, before you begin, you'd requested an additional 2 minutes donated by Kim Pluth. Is Kim here? Yes, so you will have 4 minutes, which will begin in just a moment. But before you start, since you're setting up your prop, let me ask for the next 3 people to get ready to speak. They'll be Tim Harder, Jason Aislis, and Morgan Roth. Mr. Marin, your time starts now.
Thank you. My name's Todd Marin. I'm the Chief Legal Officer at Wheels. I am going to do a little show and tell today. We are one of the other devices that we would be strong advocates of also including in the mix so that they're not only traditional stand-up scooters. We do consider our bike an e-bike, but in a way the name doesn't really matter. What really matters is the benefits that our device brings, primarily when it comes to accessibility and safety. The mission of the company was really to improve safety in the micromobility space while also expanding access to a wide range of people. With the seated device, we get those two benefits. So first, in terms of accessibility, because it's seated, it's got the low step through, it's very easy to get on and off and ride. We attract a much more diverse base of customers than most of our competitors. We're very proud of the fact that half of our ridership are female, a third are over the age of 35. As someone who's over the age of 40, I appreciate that. I think that it's very important if we're going to meet our sustainability goals that it be something that is truly a mass market product that caters to everybody of all shapes, sizes, and physical limitations. So first, in terms of accessibility, we think this kind of a design is really important to have included. It doesn't obviously need to be the only one, but it should be in the mix. Then really when it comes to safety, that is the principal basis on which our company was founded. There were many micromobility companies, but we really wanted to uniquely focus on safety. So with the design of our device, because it is seated, you're low to the ground, you've got a low center of gravity, you've got the larger 14-inch wheels. There are many safety benefits from a device like this that are just fundamentally different than a traditional stand-up scooter. But the reason I joined the company was the helmet. We are the first of all the bike and scooter companies to have an integrated helmet solution, smart helmet that's connected by sensors. This was really the innovation on which the company was based. There's been study after study after study. I sent a letter to the City Council earlier today citing them that go through, and many of them have been in California. One of the leading studies was out of UCLA, studying all the different injuries that had come through the hospital. And about half of the accidents or the injuries that had taken place had been head injuries, and over 99% of the riders that suffered them were not wearing helmets. And so in our view, this is the height of insanity and really desperately needs to be addressed. And again, really, in our view, more than any other factor, and there have been many factors mentioned today that are all very, very important, and there are many legitimate criticisms lobbed at the micromobility industry for sure, but chief among them in our view is safety, and if we can't solve the safety problem, then there really isn't much of a point to the whole exercise. And so we have rolled out our helmet devices starting in Los Angeles, where we're headquartered. We would be proud and honored to be able to roll them out in Santa Monica and really add an element of safety to the micromobility game that currently, in our view, is not where it needs to be. I can answer any questions that the City Council has, but that is our device and what we're proud to present.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councilmember Winter.
Sure. So these are obviously designed to be ridden in the streets, but unlike what Revel's suggesting, they're not licensed by the Department of Motor Vehicles. They fall under a different category. So what have you guys done in the region or around the country to diminish the possibility of these devices being ridden on sidewalks?
So we like the staff mentioned, are one of those companies that are developing solutions to that, and as you sort of predicted, there's not a lot of detail that we can share yet because we don't have anything to announce on that, but we are working on it. The one other thing that I think is an important feature of our device is we do have a Bluetooth speaker, which has a couple of benefits. One is it gives you hands-free navigation so that you're not looking at your phone while you're riding. I think that's a really important safety feature. And it also has a lot of capabilities. We could emit sounds from it. If you were on a sidewalk, we could repeatedly warn you to get off the sidewalk as opposed to simply having messages on the device that people may or may not ever read, there are other ways that we can communicate to the rider other than just in-app and on the device, and the Bluetooth speaker is one of them. But certainly sidewalk riding is a major, major focus.
All right, thank you.
I see no other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Tim Harder. Tim, you've also asked for additional time, 2 minutes donated by Chloe Lynn Chartuni-LaPonce, who has indicated her presence, so you have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor McCune, City Council members. My name is Tim Harder, Senior Manager of Government Partnerships for BIRD here in Santa Monica. First, I want to thank you for being a global leader in adapting to the micromobility revolution, which began right here in Santa Monica slightly 2 years ago. Since then, the leading vision of this council and staff, dockless micromobility has flourished around the world, where we now see hundreds of cities providing the residents with new mobility options. Thank you. Tonight, as you move forward the second iteration of the city's dockless program, we are deeply excited the prospect of continue to operate here in Santa Monica, our hometown city, to build upon the success of the first program. We are generally supportive of the latest program with 2 exemptions. They've been talked about a lot tonight: swappable batteries and Lock 2 requirements. Tonight, as you deliberate on your city's next step in the micromobility program, I ask for consideration on these 2 pieces. Swappable batteries are more vulnerable to damage and pose increased safety risk. Vehicle lifespan is by far the most important factor for improving sustainability. At BIRD, we are confident that we have the most durable vehicle, both battery and the rest of the vehicle. A longer-lasting battery has more sustainability benefits than a swappable battery. We ask, though, you don't double the manufacturing of batteries. BIRD has custom designed everything. We have been working to continue to develop the longest-lasting and most durable vehicles in the industry. As was mentioned, BIRD 2, our newest model, is now appearing in Santa Monica, was designed with input from the city staff. It was shared in multiple advisory committee members that bells, loose necks, and kickstands can be improved. BIRD 2 now has a built-in bell, a double kickstand so it doesn't tip over, one single body piece with no exposed screws. BIRD 2 also focused on investing in developing batteries that are longer lasting, holding a charge over time, thus reducing the need to charge frequently, sustainability. Second, we hope the city will reconsider Lock 2 requirements, and Lock 2 will hurt the success of the program. Adding Lock 2 systems to the current program would create an additional barrier for riders, creating potential for reduced ridership, not consistent with the goals of increasing ridership to decrease car trips. When the city of Denver piloted Lock 2 requirements, we saw ridership cut by 40%, and compliance only rose by 1 to 2%. Not only did the Lock 2 not solve for these issues they were intended to solve for, it dramatically undercut the success of the program. Our recommendations are as follows. Increase the number of in-street parking corrals already piloted by the city, and cities are now copying Santa Monica on this, utilizing in-app technology or other means to encourage riders to park in these locations. BIRD currently provides a $1 credit to park in these locations around the city. We would like lightweight mopeds to be included in this program. We cap the speed at 20 miles per hour and people ride in bike lanes. A way to include this will allow vehicles that go up to 20 miles per hour in the ordinance. We applaud the staff for recommending that operators have various devices in their RFP, but as the ordinance currently reads, we would not be able to have our BIRD Cruiser as one of those options. We learned through our LA test pilot, riders like the moped to go longer distances. We were seeing 2.6 miles for average trip distance. Imagine having to go from the Pico Sunset neighborhood to downtown Santa Monica or further. During our pilot, we saw hundreds of rides ending in Santa Monica utilizing our moped, as people were riding in from further distance around LA. However, we had to rebalance the vehicles out of the city as they entered Santa Monica. Thus, people would call a TNC vehicle to take them back home or other options. We're not asking for hundreds of these devices around the city. Imagine 50 or 100 of these along with our scooters around the city so that people could take them for longer distances. We also believe the proposed staff fleet, a cap of 3,250 is too small. Council today, you bring up a great point on zones. We ask that utilization be reduced to 3 rides per scooter per day. We propose a starting cap of 4,000 devices to serve the 9,000 residents and 300,000 people who work in the city. We've seen million trips completed in BIRD since the launch of the pilot program here in Santa Monica. We can see a million more. We call Santa Monica home with over 600 employees and had an immediate impact in our 2 years here with contributions to Education Foundation, Boys and Girls Club, Meals on Wheels. We have a footprint in our community, and we're part of the first pilot. We ask that that operators be given RFP selection preference if they participated in the first pilot program. BIRD looks forward to continuing to make an impact on the Santa Monica community for years to come in the birthplace right here of micromobility. Thank you for your time.
I have a question for you from Councilmember Himmelrich.
Hi, Sue. Good. I know, sorry. Well, I saved 4 minutes, so Morgan doesn't have to come up anymore.
Sue, is your mic on? Thanks.
Who can't hear me? Let's try that. Anyway, my question is, and maybe I missed this, about the various safety issues that people have raised about the geofencing and et cetera. So is BIRD prepared to do all of that?
Yep. So with the sidewalk writing that Kyle was talking about earlier, that's being tested in San Jose. So Lime was the first to announce it today, but any operator that's operating in San Jose will have to have sidewalk writing tech by January 31st. So I think that's us, Lime, a couple other operators. So you'll be seeing our come out later this week on the sidewalk stuff, on the geofencing. So there's a couple different ways you can do it on the sidewalk stuff. You can geofence the sidewalks with cameras. You can have cameras basically at the foot of the scooter and it'll recognize, the sidewalks basically.
I do.
Or you can measure the rivets on the GPS stuff on that geofencing side.
And what about the idea of, so BIRD is are you a standalone or are you?
Yeah, we're
so you're standalone. So linking to other modes of transportation.
Sure. So we're thinking about third-party stuff. So imagine like integrating with like a tap card, right? So you tap a card with Tap BIRD, Tap Metro, Tap a Big Blue Bus, stuff like that. So we're thinking about those kind of.
Universal tap card?
Well, the Metro tap card, you can tap on all of our stuff in the city, and you can tap on BIRD. So like that's where we're going.
Well, because I think about when I look on my phone and it tells me walking and it tells me, riding a bus and it tells me driving. So it seems to me that it's perfectly doable to do that across every mode of transportation.
Yeah, it took Lyft and Uber about 4 or 5 years to put that in their app. It's just recently.
Well, now that they have it, you can just.
Yeah, I wish we could just copy it. It's
yeah,
not.
right.
Yeah, I wish it was that easy. So it took them a while to get it in their app, but they do. They have Big Blue Bus in the Lyft app now on one of the pages, so you can transit. But Councilmember, to be honest, we're already seeing people connect to those modes. So people are already connecting to the 4th Street station, 17th Street station. People know it comes every 6 to 12 minutes.
I'm not suggesting that the people who live here don't know how to do it.
Right.
But we do have a lot of people who don't live here. And then the other issue to me, and I'm going to keep bringing it up, is the idea of all of the apps in Santa Monica and all of the providers cooperating with each other so people don't need 3 or 4 or 5 apps on their phone.
Yeah, we think, the number of operators being limited down to 2 or 3 operators will help, defeat that purpose.
But are you talking to each other?
We're acquiring companies. So, we acquired Scoot up in San Francisco. We acquired.
That wasn't exactly what I had in mind. I wasn't thinking monopoly. I was thinking cooperation.
We see that other companies are doing exciting things, and we want to bring them onto the fold. And they bring their experience with them. For instance, Scoot was doing it for 6 years, micromobility up in San Francisco, and we've learned a lot from them. Cirque in Europe was doing it for 5 years, so we've learned a lot. We're already learning a lot from them. We're quickly evolving and trying to catch up with the TNC companies, but we're not worth $90 billion like Uber is.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So 2 more things. First of all, identification. What are you doing about making your scooters more identifiable to people who, let's say, are walking and have one buzz by them on a sidewalk?
So the ID stickers are now matching with the QR codes on the top. So if you notice, all the scooters now have a QR code on top, and then now there's a big sticker on the side. So BIRD 2 has a larger sticker for the ID numbers. So that was a big issue that staff had with us. So we made that happen. So now you can say if it's a BIRD scooter, it could be X58E buzz by me or something. You might be able to catch it that way. You can also do it in the app, right? So in our app, we have community mode, and you can literally click a person who's riding by you, and you can click report that rider.
If you have the BIRD app.
Correct.
And therein lies the rub. And this is something that I'll be talking to staff about more later. So the final thing is lighting. So my personal experience with the scooters is that their lighting is inadequate. Everyone's is inadequate. And does anyone have any plans to do anything about that? That's a real safety issue.
So the BIRD 2 vehicle that's been redesigned, the light is much brighter now. And I agree with you. I've been riding, I ride home from Colorado Center 2 miles, and it's dark out there. Our streets are dark in Santa Monica. So it's definitely an important piece. But yeah, they are being put on the new BIRD 2. You'll see brighter lights.
So that you have visibility, but what about your visibility to, because the running boards probably need lights, something that, so that from the side, it's one thing when you can see in front of you, but it's another thing when people can't see you from the side.
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're passing out, we're basically giving out, we used to give out free helmets all the time. We're still doing that, but now we're giving.
One.
Cool. Well, thank you. Now we're giving out free red lights to put on your like backpack or your stuff like that. It's blinking constantly red lights so that people will see you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councilmember Davis.
Mr. Carter, come back.
Sure.
So we've been talking about integration, and it looks like Bird shares information with the transit app. Is that correct?
We do. We're required to in Santa Monica.
Right. So when I open up the transit app, I get Bird scooters, jump bikes, jump scooters, Lime scooters, bus routes, both Metro and Big Blue Bus. So I guess we already, but the good thing is I do not get Lyft automobiles, nor do I get Uber automobiles. So we already have an app where what we're talking about today, micromobility, is integrated with bus lines. Is that right?
Correct.
So if we just tell everyone, get the transit app, what we're trying to shoot for, which is open up an app and you can see bus line availability, micromobility availability, and how they integrate. Because certainly when you look at 4th and Colorado, you can see, for example, that there are a ton of mobility options there, including, by the way, Breeze bike share stations.
That's correct. Yep.
So, okay, so I guess I got this sense that somehow that's what we were shooting for, but it seems like we already have it. Is that right?
I think so. That'd be a question for staff. I know the mass transit thing that you're talking about in the ordinance. I don't really know what staff is trying to get to there. All I can think of is that Lyft has like a Big Blue Bus in their app, and the TNCs are trying to integrate more with mass transit, so that might be something that they're gearing for. I don't know. We already do the transit app piece.
All right. Well, we'll save that for discussion,
Okay.
but thanks.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Next speaker for 2 minutes is Jason Eastless, who wasn't standing by the wall ready to speak.
I apologize. Yeah. Evening, Council, Mayor McEwen. It's been a while. I promise not to make a habit of this, but I wanted to say thank you to the Council and to staff for doing great work on this ordinance. As you know, I've seen it evolve from the beginning, and it's been a wild ride, and I feel like it's coming to a great place. I'm here on behalf of SPIN, San Francisco-based, but we're operating in LA and other parts of the country. And on behalf of SPIN, wanted to say that we really support the work that's been done here. We think that the bar is really being raised in terms of what's being required of these micromobility companies and making it better for everyone, especially the communities we serve. So SPIN wants to offer its support for the work, continuing the pilot, and we look forward to applying to operate in Santa Monica when that time comes. Just a couple of notes commenting on Lock 2, because SPIN does operate Lock 2 scooters in San Francisco. One issue to consider is that you are surrounded on all sides by a city that does not require Lock 2, and those scooters do come in and out of the city often and could potentially create some sort of friction. Alternatives, SPIN has been experimenting with charging hubs, charging stations that are placed in places where there's a lot of traffic. They kind of complement the in-street, off the sidewalk, in the street parking zones. They also work to really reduce VMT and emissions that can go with the recharging model. It's also a potential alternative to swappable batteries, and of course SPIN works with companies. This isn't an issue that's at the expense of the city, et cetera. Really like the idea of integration. SPIN works with Transit App as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for you from Councilmember Morena.
Yes.
Hey, Jason, thanks for coming.
Thanks for having me.
You mentioned your operation in SF, and you guys have the locked component on your scooters up there.
Yeah, it's required in San Francisco.
And has that program been a success? Have you found, less tipping? Was that the goal of the program up there? Can you add some color around it?
I can't speak to what the goal was, given it's a city. I mean, it was a city requirement. I expect tipping and right-of-way issues was part of it. As far as much of a success it has been, I think it's, as was mentioned, it's sort of a mix, right? You were having an infrastructure problem there where bikers are complaining about lack of space because now they feel like they're competing with space. I mean, it's a good problem to have, right? You have a lot of people not driving. They're taking human-scale transportation modes. The question is, how do you address that and make it, scale? Because you think maybe you get 2 devices, by the bike and a scooter per bike rack. So it's mixed. There are ups and downs to it. It does create more friction for the rider, but the other difference there is that San Francisco is not surrounded by another city that has different requirements that may also, might confuse people in terms of like how to operate the devices. Yeah.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that takes us to our final speaker, Morgan Roth, who has asked for an additional 2 minutes donated by Christopher Larkin. Is Christopher Larkin present? He indicates he is, so Mr. Roth, you'll have 4.
Great, and I apologize to do this, but I'm actually along with Tim, a Bird employee, and as Tim was able to get through all of his comments, I'm going to pass on the remainder of my time. Thank you.
All right, well, that closes the public hearing on that item
sorry,
quickly
Mayor.
and unexpectedly. We rarely have people yield their ability to
Actually,
speak.
there's 3 more speakers.
Being told by the city clerk there are more requests to speak that I did not yet have.
Yes, you do have them. Andrew Hoyer, Carla, and
I
Rachel.
see. These came in a separate bunch. I thought there were another item coming up. All right, so we'll go one more round of 3. And this time I will ask you to stand over by the curtains so you're ready to go. Our first speaker is Andrew Hoyer for 2 minutes, followed by Carla Owenwani and Rachel Wasser. However, one of these appears to be a donation. City Clerk, are these separate requests to speak, or is one a donation?
Is it a donation? Okay.
So which of the 2 is going to speak? Carla will speak. Okay, so our 2 speakers then are Andrew Hoyer and Carla Owani. Mr. Hoyer.
Good evening. Thank you. My name's Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. I am, however, speaking for myself tonight. I do like the scooters. I use them. I think there's a lot that needs to be cleaned up. I don't think the lock 2 is a good idea. I have a hard enough time finding a place to lock my bicycle in town. Thankfully, they are adding tons of new stations for those, but I don't think that's something that needs to be addressed. However, as regards to riding on the sidewalk and how to police that, I would like to be able to do that for them. I have taken photos, at least one photo of a scooter rider on a sidewalk. I've tried to use the community mode in Bird, and I just heard that I should be able to take a photo of somebody zipping past me. But right here I only see badly parked bird, damaged bird, report fraud, and contact bird. So I'm not sure which one of those I should use. Previous efforts of pulling my phone out, capturing a photo and using this part of the app, but yet it required me to submit the number of the bird. So how am I supposed to know? I can't see, even if it zips past me, I might not see it, I might not get a vision or a photo of it, but with the timestamp and location of the photo, they should be able to identify who was driving that bird, and there should be some consequence built into their platform, such as, hey, you're going to be suspended for 5 days the first time we catch you riding on a sidewalk or breaking city ordinance. And then after that, 20 days. After that, 6 months. Something, there needs to be some penalties for those who are, there needs to be a way for us, the community, to help Bird, Lyft, Uber, whoever, do this. And then also, I have a photo of a young man, 10-year-old, on a Lyft scooter. So how did that happen? Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker on this item is Carla Owenwani. And just to confirm that the 2 cards I got did indicate that one was a donor. So Rachel Wasser, you are donating your time? Okay, so you will have 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Carla Owenwani. I'm here on behalf of Lime. First and foremost, I want to thank the mayor and council for allowing me to speak today. We're incredibly encouraged by council and staff's commitment to continuing a sustainable, accessible, and affordable shared access.
Could you come a little closer to the microphone, perhaps?
Sure. We're incredibly encouraged by council and staff's commitment to continuing a sustainable, accessible, and affordable shared active transportation program and your ongoing embrace of new technologies. Lime is very proud to be one of the 4 current operators serving the city of Santa Monica during this pilot program, and we sincerely appreciate the public-private partnership that we've been able to form with the city and Santa Monica PD, and we're really hopeful that we can continue to build upon it. We would briefly like to address some aspects of the new program that we believe would benefit from further discussion between the city and the industry, namely fees, swappable batteries, and log-to capabilities. We encourage council to consider converting the current $104 annual vehicle fee to a per-trip fee of 12 cents per trip, which actually provides the same estimated cost recovery for city's oversight of the program, and it is directly tied to utilization of the public right-of-way. A 12-cent per trip fee is estimated to actually provide slightly higher revenues for the city and easily audited and billed through the MDS API data feeds that the city receives from operators. In regards to swappable batteries, we recommend removal of the requirement that devices utilize field swappable batteries only. Instead, we suggest that the city require that all operators have replaceable batteries that extend the useful life of vehicles and give preference to operators that effectively communicate how they will achieve a lower carbon footprint, which could include piloting swappable batteries among other innovations. Lastly, we recommend eliminating the preference for devices with lock-to capabilities and instead maintaining the incentive mechanism to encourage corral parking. We believe that a dockless solution with parking corral incentives is the best system for Santa Monica because it provides the most flexibility and service to the community. We discourage the city from creating a lock-to system or a hybrid system for several reasons. Among them, lock-to scooters would utilize precious publicly available bike racks, including the Breeze Bike Share stations, limiting options for riders who utilize their own bicycles instead of a shared vehicle, further undermining the efficacy of the requirement. Additionally, lock-to scooters are often attached to trees, construction equipment, and temporary fencing, or even worse, blocking ADA access, necessitating someone to unlock the vehicle in order to fix the poor decisions of another user. As the city's goals of the program are to reduce transportation emissions and congestion by maximizing mode shift to scooters and bikes away from cars, the city is best served by a model that maximizes ridership. By creating more friction and restriction in usage of shared systems, it will be difficult to achieve growing interest in shared vehicles as an alternative to hopping in a rideshare or personal car. We remain committed to being good community partners and working to expand the transportation network in the city, and we look forward to the ongoing collaboration as we continue to identify best practices in this space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And that concludes the public hearing on item 7C. Council, we've gotten a lot of answers to questions from staff and from speakers, but are there any follow-up questions now for staff that we've heard the public? Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you. Just a couple. How does the process work with a company like Revel that has scooters that are DOT within the existing infrastructure? Is that permitted? Do they need a permit from us? How does that work?
Well, yeah, they would need a permit. I mean, it's slightly different in that it occupies, like the gentleman from Revel said, occupies different space, and the devices are different, and the business model is slightly different. But yeah, they would need a business license and a permit to operate their business in the city of Santa Monica.
Business license, but does
all of them need a business license.
Right.
And a permit, right.
Right, so does it fall within the shared mobility program, I guess is what I'm asking. Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, and that was part of the discussion that I had earlier about the number of devices being lower.
Sure.
In the ordinance, so that we could consider accommodating different business models that might not want to have 700 devices, but rather just 50.
Totally get it. Just wondering where it falls within our infrastructure.
If I may, council member, please. Our definition in the ordinance of shared mobility device is broad and expansive and would include mopeds. Under the California Vehicle Code, mopeds are regulated under 406 subsection A and subsection B. I believe the type that the gentleman from Revel intends on or discussed are the 406A, which there are additional requirements under the Vehicle Code to, number one, place that type of moped on the street. It would include some sort of identification, some state license. Additionally, individuals who ride those types of mopeds typically have to receive a special type of license. However, there is an exception that if you are renting one for 48 hours or less, you do not have to obtain that license.
Got it. Okay, cool. That's very helpful. Thank you. And then I didn't touch on Breeze before. I just wanted to confirm the numbers. We are going to need to fund $275,000 for 2021 and $137,000 from 21 to 22. Sound right?
For Breeze?
No, there was a financial impact at the bottom of that report. I assume that was for Breeze.
No, that was for the shared mobility.
Got it. Okay. Do we know what the Breeze cost to operate is on an annual basis?
Yeah. Yeah. What was that?
15,000 a month.
Yeah, the
Got
net
it.
offering.
Okay. And that's a net cost to us? Okay, thank you. And then one more question. In fact, if we change the cost system to the shared mobility companies and did a per trip fee, is 12 cents per trip equal to the same $1 per scooter per day?
I don't know. I think we would have to analyze that.
I get that.
We, right now, Portland, Oregon, in their pilot program, is doing a per trip fee.
Okay.
Those fees are, in our program, designed to be cost recovery. In my research and talking to the folks administering the program in Portland, they've actually run into problems with the per trip fee because they weren't anticipating the dip in ridership during the slow season, the same dip that we're experiencing. And so while they built their program anticipating cost recovery, they're actually having a lot harder time recovering those costs with that fee structure. And they're looking to reevaluate and adjust to be something more similar to what we're doing in a flat fee so that it's more easily cost recovery for their city.
Understood. Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Davis has been deep into her transit app. Let's see if she's found it right.
Yeah, so I know which
Now I have it too.
Councilmember Kimmelrich and I are swapping screens here. So yeah, I'm looking at the Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had it on. I'm looking at the transit app here, and I can use that to look at Big Blue Bus. I can even buy a Big Blue Bus ticket, by the way. I can get Metro Bus, I can get the Expo line, and I can get Jump Bike, Jump Scooter, Lyft, Bird. So I sort of got the sense that's what you were trying to shoot for when you talked about integration, but I sort of feel like we already have it.
Can you check out the shared mobility devices through the transit app?
Can I check it out?
Like, can you
Yeah,
rent
I
one?
can unlock and jump. I haven't tried them all. I just happened to hit a jump one. So I guess the reason I asked this is last time when we were here talking about, in the study session, one of the things, I believe Mr. Harder talked about bird community, and the mayor made the comment, well, but then you have to decide, is it a bird, or is it a lime, or is it a jump? And it seems to me that if we require each of the providers, and it sounds like Lyft, for example, already is doing some of this, but you're only going to get Lyft and the Expo and the bus, whereas with transit, it doesn't provide a preference, if you will. It basically gives you the local providers, but at a not randomized, but you could take your pick if you don't like bird and you want to do jump. So I'm wondering, the only reason I'm sort of belaboring this is that it's my impression that it's a lot of effort for these micromobility providers to do this. And if we're going to require someone to spend, I'll just pick a number, I don't know if it's accurate or not, but $50,000 or $100,000 to develop some capability, but that app sort of already exists, I would rather have that money diverted to creating protected lanes and things like that. So I guess I'm just trying to get a sense of what you envision that's different than the transit app.
Well, I was unaware that you could unlock a jump through there, and if you can do that, then that's...
I can unlock a bird too.
Oh, okay.
So may I just say?
So it takes you to the other app. So the difference is that you have to have both apps anyway.
Right.
And so I guess so you would be navigating through one or the other, and yeah, I mean, the idea is that as a user, you don't need to navigate a way to see all of the best options and what they cost you, and you're the most informed user through the best app. So if we're saying use these other apps and we want to use transit app, and council gives us direction to say this is not a priority to have other modes integrated into the apps, then we can make those adjustments. But the idea being that we want a user to have the most seamless experience. So if they choose Bird and they know they go to the Bird app to unlock it, then they can go find a Bird, and then in that they can see, oh, and by the way, I can make it to the train at this time and make the rest of my trip and show the full route. And so that's the intent, is to make it easier for the user not to have to juggle between transit app and another app, and
Okay.
and it's a preference of ease for the user to complete their trip.
All right, and then the other question I have is on Breeze. So the Breeze bikes and the Jump bikes are both those Sobe bikes. The only difference is the Jump have the pedal assist. Is that right? I mean, they're sort of structurally the same bike.
Yes, they were developed by the same company.
So have we ever thought, and I'm just going to put this in a raw form, I know it's going to be more complicated, but given that to some extent it seems like Breeze has been negatively impacted by the existence of the Jump bikes, of sort of sliding the Jump bikes in where the Breeze bikes are, and then sort of opening up the shared mobility market to scooters and some of these other innovative technologies. So you would still have a shared bike system that already to some large extent existed, but that would also give you more options if you wanted to get some of these, whether it's Revel or Spin or Wheels or whomever, it would, if you're going to only have two providers, it would give you an opportunity to maybe pick someone on a little more on the innovation side.
Yes, but Jump is owned by Uber, and it's a different platform, and they have different pricing structure and all these things. So they don't offer the same pricing structure that Breeze has. So to the extent that we're permitting them to operate a system that is a service analogous to Breeze, only it's electrified and newer, and they're advancing technology, that's exactly what we're doing now with them, as opposed to creating a contractual relationship with Uber to provide the public option. Does that
Well, right, I understand, but for example, it's my understanding you propose to have some sort of price regulations anyway to avoid overpricing or surge pricing or things like that. So I guess I'm not understanding why we couldn't on certain terms, and I'm not saying they'd be willing to do it, but if we're going to limit ourselves to two micro-mobility providers, and I think the electrified bikes have been so successful that they sort of have a leg up, if you will, that you wouldn't pick two providers, neither of which provided electrified bikes, that maybe there's a way to get more innovation into the system. If we take Breeze, which is suffering because of Jump, since they are roughly the same bikes, they can lock at the same place, we could make, I don't know how to put this. I want to make sure, because I don't want the attorney to come over and hit me in the head, but we could have some sort of relationship with Jump where they could sort of slide into the Breeze space with regulations that would prevent price gouging and all the other things you're going to do in the shared mobility pilot anyway. But there's already existing infrastructure. There's solar panels on that. So I'm just trying to think about a way to bring some of these more innovative providers in as well, or give space to even existing providers who have more innovative devices without sort of tying us up. Well, one of them has to have electrified bikes because that's a really successful mode.
I think in general, the scenario that you're talking about in terms of operations sounds like something that's on the table. What we don't know at this point, and you alluded to it, is whether or not any company would be interested in meeting the terms of what Breeze currently offers. And I think the key part there is you're looking at an 11 cents a minute rate for Breeze, charged by the minute, and for $100 a year to be able to ride 90 minutes every day. And that's far lower price structure rate structure for the customer than any of the companies are currently operating at. And what we just don't know at this point is whether any company would be willing to offer that in a sustained way or not, or if they would require some sort of public match or some other type of relationship. So I think what we're saying is we want to go out to RFP and see what, we'll put out there that we're interested in affordability for everyone. We'll receive back what the companies are willing to provide, and then have to pivot at that point to see, are we getting something comparable to what Breeze offers the customers, or do we have to continue to investigate? And if we are able to do it as you described, that would be great. If we can find another option, that would also be workable.
Well, and I appreciate that. I think my only concern is we're putting the Breeze Bike RFP investigation behind the selection for the two micromobility providers. So I guess I'll just say it this way, which is somebody who says, I do electric bikes is going to have a leg up because it's a successful mode, but they're going to take the space of someone else who might be doing seated scooters or Revel or something like that. I'm just trying to create, without adding extra devices or putting extra burdens on our street space, figure out, is there a way to, say, separate out electric bikes maybe into what is currently the Breeze space? And I understand the pricing issues, but I'm just afraid that what will happen is, I'll just be honest and say, okay, you'll pick jump bikes because everyone likes jump bikes, although once they raise their prices, they like them less. But then we'll do Breeze, and someone will say, well, I can't do it on the model that you city are asking me to do because I can't make any money there because you had a big sponsorship with Hulu and you had a grant and you did all of that. That doesn't work for a private company. And then we're sort of sitting here going, okay, what do we do with Breeze? But now we've sort of already eaten up that space, that innovation space. So I'm doing them in the order you have them done. We're sort of really taking that off the table, aren't we? Taking that idea that an electric bike provider could slide into Breeze?
I don't think we think we're taking it off the table.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilmember, I do think, though, the reason the lawyer would knock you over the head is a timing problem, as you've identified, which is that the operating contract and sponsorship contract for Breeze are in place until November 2020. We have discussed this, but I think you are putting the point quite correctly, which is that the timing is a problem. Let us continue to noodle it, because I do understand the question you're asking. Do we want to take e-bikes out of this, given that we're considering a public option later? It's a good question.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
And Councilmember Winter has questions.
Well, I too, one of which the city attorney just answered about the contract with Breeze going through November, which is a timing challenge. The second one is just about the recommended council actions, which is you're asking us to approve the proposed ordinance and consider the continuation of the public right-of-way fee. I just want to make sure the city attorney, we also presented in the staff report some proposed admin regulations. Is there anything precludes us from giving some direction to staff about making potential adjustments to those regulations?
The ordinance calls for the regulations, and I believe the staff report is drafted to be clear that the ordinance and the regulations move together, and therefore I don't think there's a problem tonight in directing what you want in the ordinance and what you want in the regulations that follow from the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day.
That covered, I think, my procedural question. In other words, lay out what we want to do substantively, and the procedure will follow related to the ordinance and the regs.
That's correct. The ordinance says that certain criteria will be, that the selection criteria are as stated in the ordinance as well as those in the administrative regulations. So if you direct that the administrative regulations following from the ordinance should include certain components, that is the way we would do it.
Okay. And then I had a substantive question. So I had asked about the number of vehicles in as a limit and what analysis we had done related to the rebalancing deeper into the community, into these zones. And it sounded like there weren't many analytics done for that. What about related to Breeze? If Breeze closes in November, and the vehicles in Breeze come out of the market, how does that impact our anticipation of the total number of vehicles in the market?
I mean, Breeze's fleet now is 500 bikes, and about 400 are in regular circulation.
100 of them are broken?
Being repaired, yeah.
Okay, so would we look to adjust the cap?
Yeah, I think the cap can be adjusted. It's a starting point, and that's the same place that we started the last pilot program. Is we set a starting point, and then as we go through and we can evaluate over time ridership and how the system works, we can make adjustments, and that's, the intent of the administrative regulations is that they're flexible and that based on, the information we receive through the pilot, we can make adjustments. So yes, we can adjust that if Breeze leaves and there's a oversupply or a supply of demand for devices, then yeah, we can adjust that for sure.
Okay, and I'm not hearing us suggest that moped companies would be included as one of the two operating companies. We just haven't considered mopeds at all in this. Right?
Well, we have we have made it 2 to 3. So to clarify, we're not saying there's absolutely only going to be 2 operators. We're saying 2 to 3 because what we don't know is that we're going to get applications of this evolving industry from folks that have mopeds potentially and things like that. And so to Brandon's point, the intent is to be kind of broad and inclusive and see what we get back so that we can make those adjustments. But depending on what they are, there are certain vehicles that if we are to select them and include them, that we have to be cognizant of the slightly different requirements that may apply to them, whether it's vehicle code requirements or whether it's requirements in the admin regs that need not apply to a different type form that maybe, if a moped is never going to ride on the sidewalk because it's so crystal clear that they're not supposed to be on the sidewalk, then that puts us in a weird place in terms of regulating sidewalk riding detection, right? So we have to be able to adapt our regulations now to account for a much wider array of...
Or just exclude them.
Or we can exclude that type form if it becomes too much of a hassle to include it in the current structure. Yeah.
Councilmember Kyle is a very hard worker, and so he is trying to do the hard work right here. Some of this will be up to the companies. I mean, right now, mopeds would be able to respond to this RFA under the current ordinance. They would meet the definition. However, there are some difficult questions around what that would look like, how they would deal with the safety problems of the license for the 48-hour rental, et cetera. And the companies would need to put forward applications that work.
But I guess to be specific, my question is, are we restricting moped companies by adopting this ordinance?
At this moment, we're not, right?
So if we adopt this ordinance, we have 2 to 3 operators, we have 3,200 vehicles, moped companies could still come in and run a different service than the one that's envisioned in our micromobility permit program.
We don't have a regime for that, but yes. That space is still open for us to develop a regime for that.
However, absent a new ordinance, they would be precluded by the current ordinance.
I think we're saying the same thing, which is absent a regime, an ordinance, a structure, a framework, a matrix, whatever you want to call it, we need to have an allowance for them. Right now, they don't fit into the pilot, and we don't have a way of regulating them.
Manager, they do fit into the pilot.
The moped could fit into the pilot, the street moped?
A moped meets the definition of a dockless mobility device, a shared mobility device.
Right. So theoretically, we get a bunch of applications, and we choose 3 operators. 2 of them, one has e-bike and some stand-up scooters, one has a sit-down scooter and a stand-up scooter, and one has a moped. But the moped business model says we only want to have 50 devices. So we permit 3 companies. 2 of them have 2 different forms of device. One of them has 50 mopeds. That technically fits in, and the space allows for it. The challenge will be is adjusting regulations to Rick's point of the regime that also neatly fit to this completely different type form and different vehicle according to the vehicle code, as I understand it. So it's a new challenge that we're grappling with as all of this is in constant change, right? So we're trying to build regulations around a moving industry.
And if I could follow up, and let me apologize for misstating the fact on that. What I was going to respond, which is why I put the tablet up. This is a pilot. We know a lot more than we did when we launched our first pilot. But the reason we recommended a pilot, and the reason we think you all sent us off to do a second pilot, is an extraordinarily dynamic industry that is literally changing by the month. And we anticipate significant additional changes, financial changes, ownership changes, operational changes, vehicle device changes, technology changes. And so we can sit here and try to write in and anticipate every eventuality and solve every problem and nail down all the jello to the wall. But it's still jello, and it's really hard to nail to the wall. So that's not to discourage anyone from asking hard questions or raising important concerns. It's that the fact that we don't have all the answers is not because we haven't done a lot of hard work. It's because all the answers just aren't out there. It's really hard to square the circle, including the timing of how to deal with Breeze and micromobility devices that are dockless.
So, Council, what we're trying to do here is to figure out how to regulate automobiles in 1915. We just don't know where it's going to go. We have to do the best we can. Unless there are further questions, I think we need to start to have a discussion to try to figure out what we're going to do. Councilmember Winter.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could jump in. Mayor, would you mind if I just make sure we give the full answer on mopeds? We could expressly exclude mopeds as they exist under the California Vehicle Code, and you could, in theory, direct staff to come back with a small moped permit option. That will require your very hardworking staff to administer 2 different programs plus whatever happens with Breeze. So that is administratively quite difficult, but you could carve out mopeds and make them ineligible for this program.
Okay, so just to pursue that, what do we do with other car sharing programs in the city?
Car shares are expressly excluded under the ordinance.
But that's an FMVS certified vehicle registered by the state, just like the moped, right? So why would it not just be, why would we have to have a whole new separate program that would burden the staff? Why don't we just regulate it like a car share?
And by car share, you mean things like Wave and Zipcar?
Yeah. Because we're regulators, we want to regulate everything, I know. But yeah. Okay, so that's an option then.
Potentially, I think that's something to look into.
Okay. Well, let's start to move this to a motion. Is that okay, Mayor? So
certainly appreciate that. It's been on this for a while.
I'll make a motion to approve this ordinance extension for the pilot program as recommended with some changes. And I know that you'll all add to this list, so let's just give it a start. Let's see. So first off, I would recommend removing the swappable battery requirement and the Lock 2 requirement. Extend the per vehicle public right-of-way fee until the CIP is repaid. Add a local preference for the selection process that's based on the number of employees in Santa Monica. I would recommend, I would include in this motion that we align the program with the real-time data agency I think, that I know LA is moving to. I think we should exclude the mopeds from this program and allow those to be regulated under the rules of car sharing that we already do. And I'll let you add to it if anyone wants to second.
I'll second the motion.
Clarifying question though before you do. When you say you want to extend the public right-of-way fee till the CIP is paid for, does that mean just the bike lanes, or does that mean other future amenities we might generate?
Just till we finish that green lane program through November as recommended by the staff.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I seconded it already.
May I make 2 points of clarification? Car shares, which are before my time, but they are regulated under the Santa Monica Municipal Code, Chapter 3.06. So that is how mopeds could be dealt with if excluded, but we would need to come back.
Okay.
With respect to local preferences are generally only allowed legally if measured and appropriate. So I want to be clear with council, you can include that request. We will then have to figure out with respect to selection criteria how to make sure that as implemented is measured and appropriate, consistent with the case law.
Okay. Well, to be clear for the record, then, in doing that, it's important that we have companies that are based here that have staff that can respond to our needs. I think that's half of the challenge that we've been trying to get to for this program. So the number of employees in Santa Monica is directly related to the quality of the service that is provided here.
Thank you.
So we have a motion by O'Day, seconded by Winter, and I can see that Councilmember Winter has some notes, so he may.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up and possibly make some friendly amendments to the motion I just seconded. In terms of you're not wanting to have the battery swapping, it seems to me we ought to just have in the goals of the selection process just the overall arching idea that whatever the most sustainable process is, right? So, you could swap out a battery that needs to get recharged every 12 hours, or you could have a battery that only needs to be charged every 6 months. And so I think we should not emphasize one specific approach, but trying to reduce the number of those trips that have those vans going around the city, for instance. And same with the lock to. Instead of just saying the lock to is desired, I think it's any tools that will get the vehicles out of the public right of way and safely park is sort of what we're after, the broader agenda rather than specifics. Did you mention something about the requirement to be connected with mass transit through the apps?
I did not mention that.
So I'd like to propose, if any amendment, there's language in the admin regulations now. It says require operators in-app operations regarding other modes of transit in the selection process give preference to systems that prioritize non-car options. I would say give preference to systems that do not connect to automobile options. I heard what the city manager said, but I still believe if you're going to see that most people who see that there's a TNC available are going to use the TNC. So I think some way we have the language that we're really interested in getting people out of cars and not making it easier for them to get into cars.
I'm not as excited about that one. I see where you're going. I think that there are more people that are opening apps for picking up a car than there are for picking up a scooter. And so the likelihood is that when you're presented with a scooter on your car app, you may take the scooter. But if you are restricted from reaching a scooter by only getting into it through your scooter app, you're cutting out an opportunity for marketing. It's a distribution channel for scooters that could be valuable to us.
All right. Well, you're the maker of the motion, so you win.
But the part of the amendment about connection to mass transit, do you support that?
Yes.
Okay.
And then in terms of the local preference, one thing that also we might use as a metric is the number of jobs provided locally, as well as just being based here, right? That
Yeah.
might, particularly. And then did you say anything, I don't recall you saying anything about the selection process, the RFP process, whether there ought to be any sort of public component to that. We did have at one point an advisory committee that worked with staff about the shared mobility devices, and I think we should just, we may not choose to do it, but open up the door for the possibility of having some public input during that process.
I do think we should have a non-staff member or two on that committee that represent experts, right?
Okay.
So we would add that as part of this motion.
And then you made the motion that we should be using the agency API instead of the MDS. If that's not quite ready for prime time, could we continue to use the MDS with the goal of trying to use the agency API when that becomes more widely acceptable and user-friendly? I think that might have been, and the public right-of-way. I just wanted to run by the idea. So whatever period we get to the point where the $2 million that we've deployed towards the green bike lanes is paid up by the public right-of-way fee, would it make sense, given our current fiscal situation and our desire to have more of these infrastructure improvements for bicycles and shared mobilities, to potentially impose a more modest public right-of-way fee, such as 25 cents as opposed to $1, just so we do have some sort of revenue stream? So when we go out to grants, we have dedicated funds, we have money we can leverage?
Yeah, or $2 for every car trip.
Good luck with that.
Okay, so I'd like to try to qualify.
I want to reflect what we saw in the staff presentation, which is that the Breeze Bike Share program is successful to the extent that what we like about it is that it has low cost. The fee structure is low. It's affordable and accessible to people, and the more that we burden these programs with cost, and we advantage cars over sustainable transportation. So I don't want to burden these vehicles. I actually think that we do need safer bike lanes, and I think we need them because of cars, not because of bikes. So the cars ought to be paying for it.
Yeah, but unfortunately, we don't have the legal authority to impose those fees.
Well, we have parking meters.
Parking meters, yes.
Yeah.
So you would not be amenable to the idea of having a reduced public right-of-way fee after the funds are paid off?
No.
All right?
Yeah.
Those are my amendments, proposed amendments.
Okay, if that wouldn't be friendly, then my suggestion wouldn't be friendly either. So we may have to discuss that further on public right-of-ways, because as someone who really appreciates the green bike lanes, I can tell you they're fading, and they're going to have to be repainted. Yeah. And so maybe we should be extending this program as long as we need to keep repainting those bike lanes, which would be beyond the end of the current $2 million. Now you're nodding, so would that be a friendly amendment?
Well, I'm just saying let's get the money from somewhere else. Get it from
Well,
the
I don't
cars.
know. I don't see you out on Main Street shaking down passing drivers. That's going to be hard to do.
We've been pretty creative in this program.
Well, for the moment, let me just try to clarify how the motion has been amended so that we all know what we're talking about. And let's see if I have this right. It is the staff recommendation, except that rather than making battery swap the preference will be whichever turns out to be the most sustainable method of recharging the vehicles. And instead of the lock tube being a preference, it'll be any tool, including but not exclusively lock tube, that will help clean up the sidewalks and the drops where people are leaving the scooters. The motion as it stands would extend the public right-of-way fee only until the end of the $2 million. It would add a local preference, but that would have to be legally qualified, as explained by the city attorney. We would align the program with the real-time data standards that are coming into effect in LA as a goal. Wouldn't be immediate necessarily. We would exclude mopeds from this second pilot. We would require a connection to mass transit in the app, and we would ask for public input in the awarding to the vendors. Does that cover everything that the maker and the seconder thinks they said?
Very mayoral.
Okay, so, Councilmember Davis.
Keep that pen handy. So my first one's not really a friendly amendment, but hopefully just a clarification that if we are going to talk about a local preference that's based not just on jobs but on economic development within the city, that includes the fact that certain folks within our community, for example, in this charger model, may be making money off of chargers. So it's not just pardon me, it's not just, do they bring X tax dollars, but are they providing jobs at headquarters, but do they have a model that provides economic opportunity, particularly for people in our disadvantaged communities? That's just a clarification, but is that agreeable? Okay. The second thing is
Mr. Eastless raised the issue, and I just think it's worth including in the criteria about whether or not the proponents or the respondents are operating in neighboring cities. Because, for example, if we choose 2 people but they're not operating in Los Angeles, we know that a lot of people ride scooters or jump bikes from Venice into Santa Monica. And the idea that, you know, if they get to the Santa Monica border, they have to hop off and get on some other device sort of makes them less attractive. So I think just among the criteria, it doesn't have to be determined, among the criteria should be whether or not they are authorized to operate in Los Angeles, since Los Angeles borders us on 3 sides. Is that a friendly amendment?
That's friendly.
All right. Also, I think one of the things that ought to be in the RFP is we should ask whether or not they have ever reduced their fleets or pulled out of other jurisdictions. Because my concern, and I'll just be honest about this, and if anyone from Uber or Lyft is listening, that's fine, is that we all know that both Uber and Lyft are facing financial concerns, and that they might sop up our 2 or 3 spots, or let's say it's 2 spots, and then say, you know what, we want more people in cars. And I will tell you, when you open up the Uber app or the Lyft app, you see a lot of cars driving around. And the cars are more expensive than the other means of mobility, so they could scale back, maybe not completely, but scale back to try and make the micromobility less available to drive people to cars. So I think at least some criteria about whether or not they've pulled out of other jurisdictions would be interesting to know and should be a consideration. Is that a friendly amendment?
Yeah, I think including that information wouldn't hurt, right?
And then
I would state that then as being a preference for firms that have financial and operational stability.
Yeah, that's fine, but Uber and Lyft are going to win that every time because they're big. The issue is that Uber and Lyft have pulled out of jurisdictions. They've gone in, they've sopped up these RFPs, and then they go, oh, we would rather have people riding around in our cars than riding around on our scooters, so they pull out or they reduce their fleets. That's what I'm concerned about, not financial stability, but whether or not we're giving these large companies who will win the financial stability award the opportunity to sort of game the system to drive people into cars which charge more than micromobility.
My problem is I hate to state it in terms of what a particular vendor may or may not have done. I'm trying to come up with a generic way of describing a history of permanence or something that would.
Mayor, if I could give it a try, I think something along the lines of a preference for firms with a commitment to and record of operating at maximum fleet size once granted permits. We can work with that language, but does that meet Councilmember and Mayor, your two?
Yeah, that they're fulfilling the criteria of an existing program, right?
Yeah, I think that's fine. I just want to sort of, because there is a possibility. We're putting our micromobility future in whoever these grantees' hands are. And the only other criteria, and I may need some help in how to word this, but a commitment, and maybe this is sort of the same thing, I might be repetitive here, that wouldn't be the first time, but a commitment for those companies that offer a wide range of mobility options, whether it's mopeds or zip cars or whatever, to focus on, to not divert their customers to automobiles. And maybe that's part of the larger sustainability mode consideration. I don't know, but I just want to make sure that we're not creating a situation where companies can then manipulate once they get into the pilot program. Like I said, it's kind of scary when you open up Lyft and Uber, the number of cars, and I don't know if they have people in them, but that are driving around us right now.
So it's a preference for companies that don't also operate cars.
Well, I don't know if we want to put it that way, but maybe have them explain in their response how they're going to continue to support or reduce car trips.
Councilmember, what is in the ordinance currently in terms of information they must provide is the applicant's plans for encouraging use of shared mobility devices as a substitute for trips by car and as a linkage to existing public mass transit systems. That meets what I think you were saying. That is not as strong as what Mayor Pro Tem O'Day was saying, which would...
Yeah, and I think that's probably fine. Maybe just my mentioning it will give hints to staff what I'm concerned
Well,
about.
maybe what we're looking for is a preference for companies that won't cross-promote car usage.
That's a good one. That's a good
Okay.
one.
Well, that's 10 amendments so far. Councilmember Himmelrich.
Microphone.
I have a couple questions about the original motion. So was it your intention that, to the extent possible, the apps integrate with each other so that a user can look and see what's available and get it without going into the mother app, so to speak?
No. And here's why I didn't include that. I think what we want to control is the things that affect our ability to have a quality of life standard in the city, like devices littered on the streets or safety or other factors that we're concerned about. And I'd like to see the markets figure out how to best serve their users. And I don't want to regulate that app. Like, should I regulate also then that, when I open up an Uber app to get a car, that it would also provide me a Lyft car?
Well, that's a little,
kind of thing.
Uber is ubiquitous, right? The reason I asked you this question is because we have this limited control over the 2,350 devices that we're putting on our streets here, or whatever, right? So that's a level of our control. But, as we were told, I mean, it would be nice to know what it was going to...
3250, don't cut us back yet.
Sorry. It would be nice to know what it would cost, right? I mean, if you take this one or that one, or if you take a bike or a scooter, or if you do. And the problem now is you're putting in a spur-of-the-moment decision a lot of data that isn't present. So in other words, if I go to the transit app, which I think is great, I still have to go into the jump. If you don't have the app already, you have to go in and into the parent app. And when you go in there, then you have to know what you're paying per device. I mean, it seems to me that if we wanted to make this a really easy thing for people to use and get out of their cars, we would make it a more transparent kind of use. And that's what having to choose a company doesn't, is it Hertz or is it, it's that sort of thing. You don't know, and you're making a snap decision. And that's why I like the idea of having all of the devices available to you, in addition to mass transit information in front of you, maybe together with pricing.
Yeah, I don't know how to accomplish it, though.
I'm not sure we can do that in our regulation. Now, the market might want to come up with that.
Well, I am suggesting that if an app is willing to provide more information to the end user, we ought to do that. That's my suggestion, because I think that that's ultimately a good thing. I think it's also probably a great business model for whoever wants to dominate the market, but that's their choice.
I happen to know someone who's doing that with food delivery, having one food delivery app that covers all the different ways of being delivered for all the different restaurants in one place. So somebody will invent that. The tool we might give them would be a preference for companies who will make their APIs available to the developer.
That's right. So that's the other thing. And then the other thing that I think you didn't talk about is redistribution of in districts throughout the day. I mean, I think we know where they are in the morning, and after that, we don't worry about it too much. Do you think that we should have some commitment to redistribute the scooters into neighborhoods that they have been used from?
I think that's in the staff recommendation.
It's in there, I think.
Okay.
All the amendments are based on the staff recommendation.
Yeah.
Councilmember Moreno, we're up to 11.
All right. No, I think I just want a clarification and potentially a slight adjustment. So the dollar per day for the right-of-way, You had suggested that we fund until we repay, and then are we considering a per trip fee as a potential change in that? And I know that presents some dynamic flows, but I think it changes the way the companies value their costs. And so we could understand that, we're going to get more device per day fees in the summertime and less in the winter.
Yeah.
But I just want to leave it open for us from a policy perspective that when we get to that point of repayment, that then we have the option to change the fee structure. Would that be friendly?
Well, I was suggesting that we try to keep these fees as low as possible. That's why I didn't want to add anything else onto it. And I do believe in our objectives, and as you know, to build more bike lanes and protected bike lanes. I want to find the revenues from somewhere else where the fees would fall on behaviors that we want to discourage. In this case, we want to encourage people to ride these vehicles, so I don't want to add discretionary fees on top of that.
It wouldn't be discretionary, it would be in lieu of. So we take the public right-of-way fee away, the $1 per day per device, because that's clearly the bulk of the cost. And then we shift that cost to a transaction fee effective. So as their revenues increase, so do ours.
But it would still increase the cost of the service.
It would, but it would change the way that they could bill for it. So they don't have a flat fixed cost, they have a variable cost.
Yeah.
And so it benefits them from a funding model, and it benefits, it's no different to us on an annual basis, which is the way that we budget and allocate resources anyways.
Can I jump in as a seconder of the motion? Because my understanding of the proposal from Lime of the per trip fee was that was a substitute for the $104 per year per vehicle to cover our operational costs, whereas the public right-of-way fee was to cover our capital costs. So I think you're sort of mixing apples and oranges.
I could be, and as Kyle said, we need to analyze those costs. I just want to leave our options open to change the funding from public right-of-way fees into a cost per trip fee. And I'm not suggesting that
our funding right now, as his motion carries, is we're including that $104 per year per device, which covers the staff costs of time and everything else that's involved. Right?
That doesn't change.
But Terry's made it very clear when I suggested that we continue some sort of public right-of-way fee that he doesn't want to do that for the capital costs. He wants to make the capital come from some other assessment on kind of transportation we're trying to discourage.
Well, I'm going to jump in here myself, and I see Councilmember Hara, and we'll get to them all. But while we're stuck on PROW fees, the public right-of-way fee, that's a sticking point for me too. We don't stop charging outdoor dining at restaurants for their public right-of-way use at a certain point. These companies are continuing to use our sidewalks and sometimes our streets for parking the vehicles that they're making money on. And in fact, the enhancement of the bike lanes, the 18 or 19 miles we have now, the continued maintenance of those, and the expansion of things like the Stewart Avenue Protected Bikeway, all actually encourage the use of these products, these scooters, above cars, because people feel safer using them on the street in a marked-off place as opposed to on the sidewalk. So I understand the intent to try to keep the user cost of these vehicles low so they're economically competitive with cars. But I don't think it's realistic that we're going to get cars to pay for the bike lanes under the way that the state tells us what we're allowed to do about motor vehicles, whereas we can get the bike lanes continued and maintained this way. And I don't know that the $1 a day is going to make as huge a difference as the lack of a safe place to ride these vehicles will in encouraging people to use these micro-mobility solutions instead of getting into a car where they feel surrounded by steel so they're safe. So I continue to think we should continue the public right-of-way fee.
Yeah.
Well, and my point is just to leave the option open, right? Is to not end it once capital costs are recovered, but then to provide an option for us to say we can shift it to some other cost benefit.
Is there a mechanism to leave it open in some way?
Well, if we leave it as it is, we can always amend later.
Mayor Pro Tem, the fees will be coming back to you in resolutions together with the budget resolutions, I believe, with the regular fee and fine resolutions. So you will have another look. I had been encouraged to jump in earlier, but I thought you might want to resolve it tonight. If you don't want to resolve it tonight, you don't have to. It will come back to you.
Okay,
You
well,
okay with
let's
letting that
leave the
one ride?
mechanism in. I think that we should, and move to a variable, as Councilmember Marina is suggesting. I think that is more, it's more financeable for the companies, which is important. But to your point, you know, we were willing to fund the Breeze Bike Share program. Yes, we got grants for it, but to be clear, grants are public money. We put our own assets at risk. We put people behind it. We ran that whole program because it met our objectives in this category. We want to invest in this category.
But 5 years ago, the city's financial condition was different, too. So what I'm hearing is what? That you're willing to let that ride with the possibility that when it comes back to us with the resolutions in the budget, that we might go to a flexible fee
So
or
the
continue
ordinance
fee
has the
as to be
ability
decided.
to accommodate it, but we'll look at the fees at the time.
Okay, I think the ordinance as suggested does have that ability, correct? So that would not be an
That's
amendment to the staff recommendation. Councilmember Hara, you've been high-rise for a while. I apologize, you've been very patient.
Oh, thank you so very much. So the only thing that continues to concern me is the sidewalk riding. So if we can have anyone out there that is going to have a tracking device for the sidewalk riding, I would totally welcome it. Let me tell you why. In addition to all of the other things that we have already heard, I had a grandmother who is above 80, who lives in the Ocean Park area. And the only means that she has to be able to mobilize herself is her walker and her dog. And for her to be able to walk safely is on the sidewalk. And if she finds any of the scooters on her way, it makes it that much harder for her to be able to mobilize. And I wouldn't want to impede anyone of being able to be mobilized the only way that they know how to do. Thank you.
Councilmember, how would that be an amendment to the staff recommendation?
You bet.
Yeah, I think it's in there already in terms of the desired outcomes is reduce occurrences of sidewalk riding and the admin regs. And that was in the first pilot. But we're probably, I assume in the selection process, we heard a long time, we're going to give preference to those people who come up with new tools, which they can't tell us about yet.
Well, actually, one of the amendments you made was to remove as a requirement the lock tube, but to give preference to any way to clean up the drops, which would mean getting things off the sidewalk, which I think is what Councilmember Howard is talking about. So I think that's covered in one of the amendments you already had.
Exactly.
Okay, so you're supporting that. So we had about half a dozen amendments the first time I read them through. I won't go through the ones that we had, except that we did change one of them, which is that we will let it ride on the public right-of-way fee for now. Then we're adding in to the ones I've already articulated that we evaluate the value of adjacent jurisdiction operations by the proposers, that we make a commitment, or we ask for a commitment to hosting and continuing operation at full fleet size, that is a preference, that we prefer companies that won't cross-promote car usage, and we prefer companies who are willing to make their APIs, their data, available to app developers so we can get a universal app that covers all of this. So that is the motion as amended that is before the council. Are we prepared to act on that?
I think that the public right-of-way component was to move it to a variable, though, as opposed to a
leave
dollar
it
per
for
day.
now, because we can decide on the variable when that comes back to us.
Is that right?
With the budget.
Okay. Okay.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
There'd be
and
no need to change the ordinance as the staff recommended it for now.
That's correct.
Okay.
And Mayor, if I can, before you vote, explain how that would work with the ordinance?
Sure.
So that when you vote on the ordinance, there would be only two changes to the ordinance. The first would be in the definitions at 3.22.020G is the definition of shared mobility device. There are current exceptions. To those exceptions, we would add the language, a moped as defined by California Vehicle Code Section 406A or B. The second change to the ordinance, let me just get there, would be at section 3.22.60, which is the shared mobility operator selection in Part A. We would add language, the current language is the shared mobility operator selection committee shall be established by the mobility officer. The committee shall consist of city staff with appropriate knowledge and experience. The added language would be, and at least one expert in shared mobility who is not a member of city staff. And then it would continue on as set forth in the administrative regulations. The remainder of the pieces that you've stated in your motion would come through in Part 3.22.60C, which establishes the objective criteria on which the qualified applicants will be evaluated. At the end of that section, it says other objective criteria established by the administrative regulations. So the remainder of your motion would come through in those administrative regulations or the RFA that follows from those administrative regulations for the preferences.
So things like making sure that the local preference, as it has to be legally established, would include economic development opportunities. That would all be part of those administrative regulations.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have before us then a motion that's been seconded and amended within an inch of its life, but all friendly. We have
Not to continue this any further, but can we just get a little bit of clarity on the use of public right-of-way fee, of how you're asking us to adjust it and what you're asking us to look for in adjusting it, if it's a per trip or if there's some parameters in terms of the goals of the fee and in terms of the amount of revenue it's generating, how it's generating the revenue, things like that, because we don't want to come back in June without having your direction to kind of analyze and study what specifically you're asking us to do to adjust the fee.
The proposal I made was that the continuance of that fee could be a way to encourage continued and greater usage of these shared mobility devices by making the portions of our streets set aside for bikes and mobility devices safer and more inviting to use, therefore helping to lure people out of the perceived safety of being surrounded by steel in a car. So I think it would be in keeping with the overall goal of this program, which is to reduce car trips and increase micro-mobility usage.
But I think what the maker of the motion, the Mayor Pro Tem, was suggesting was that you come back instead of the $1 flat rate after we've collected all the revenue we need to cover the initial paint job, is that then we look at a per trip fee, whether it's 12 cents or whatever.
Right.
And maybe the solution is to come back with several different per trip fees with projected revenue versus projected potential expenditures for capital improvements, and have the council make the decision on that basis.
Which would be part of the budget process, not tonight.
Does
That
that
help?
Yeah.
Okay, the matter is before us, and we'll try a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes. So that is passed by unanimous vote of the City Council.
Could I just
Thank you,
ask
Council. Obviously, a lot of thought went into this, and
to add some direction that when fees come back, if we're looking at using that right-of-way fee, that we look at ideas for getting the same amount of money from cars. Okay?
We'll put council members at freeway off-ramps.
Yeah.
Well, thank you all. That takes care of 7C.
You can impose a
moves us
carbon
on to
tax
item
and get
9A.
sued.
Next, we have item 9A. It's public hearing and adoption of a resolution establishing scheduled wastewater service rate adjustments, and you have 5 requests.
Now, just so people do understand, we have 2 separate items tonight, 9A and 9B. 9A is on wastewater. 9B, I'm just confirming my agenda here, is on water service rate adjustment. So this is the wastewater item 9A. And we have a staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents of Santa Monica. We're here tonight to hold a public hearing for the wastewater rates, as well as the water rates. But before we hold a public hearing, staff has prepared a presentation that summarizes both the water and wastewater rates together. So the agenda we have tonight is to walk through a quick overview of the services that we provide to the community for both water and wastewater services, the investment we're making on our infrastructure, and also to support a sustainable community, the proposed water and wastewater rate recommendations, and then hold a public hearing for both the water and wastewater rates. Before we start, we prepared a quick summary of the process that was undertaken for both the rate studies. On the slide here is just a timeline that summarizes the activities that was taken. The rate study was kicked off last November, actually November 2018, not last November. And then at August 13th, we came to study for a council to a study session. And during that time, we also kicked off public engagement with the community groups, business groups, starting about August of 2019. And then after the input received from the council study session, staff went ahead and finalized the rate recommendations. That was issued to council as an info item in October 24th of 2019. That includes the 2 rate reports, one for water, one for wastewater. Following that, the Prop 218 legal notice went out to all the parcel property owners as well as our customers who we have accounts with us. For the 45-day period, we actually allotted a longer protest period than the 45-day that's required, and that was sent out November 12th of 2019. And then we held 2 open houses, open to all residents, anybody who's interested to learn more about the rates and proposed changes. After the Prop 218 notice went out, we held those open houses on November 14th and 18th. One was held at the main library in Santa Monica, the other held at Virginia Avenue Park. And ahead of the public hearing, we also posted public notices as well as a resolution in the local paper on January 10th, 14th, and 21st. And tonight we're here at the public hearing for the water and wastewater rates. And if adopted and approved, it'll start appearing on our residents' bills starting March 1st of 2020. The next slide I have is a summary of the public engagement process that we undertook. First, I'll cover the Prop 218 requirements. This is the legal requirement that's required. We have to notice by mail all property parcel owners in the city. In addition to that, we also notify customers to make sure we cover everyone in the legal notices that's required. In addition to that, we also provided the notices of the public hearing 2 weeks prior to this public hearing. We also met with the 8 neighborhood associations as well as business groups in the city. We had 3 meetings with the task force to get their input and help us form the recommended rates that we put forth tonight. We had the council study session that was in August 13th, the 2 open houses events that I mentioned. We also have various postings and publications in Seascape, blog article, postings in Facebook, Twitter about our open house events. Just a couple snippets that I put on the slide of those activities. We also had a dedicated web page as well for the rates. Not only for the reports are posted on there, but our Sustainable Water Master Plan, a lot of background and reference info to learn more about the rates is on that web page as well. So summarize quickly the water and wastewater services that we provide to our community. We serve 93,000 plus residents and 2,700 plus commercial customers, providing both drinking water as well as wastewater collection services. On average, we produce and serve about 9 million gallons of drinking water and collect and dispose of 14 million gallons of wastewater per day. And we also manage 4 large water storage reservoirs in the city that total about 40 million gallons, roughly about 3 to 4 a day of our supply. One of the major initiatives we're supporting is to help achieve a sustainable community is to achieve water self-sufficiency by 2023. Here is just a snapshot of our water supply as we look from 2011 to 2017 to where we aim to get to in 2023 when we achieve water self-sufficiency. In 2011 is when the city finished a major project to restore the Charnock well field that allowed the city to serve half of its water supplied through local groundwater, and the other half we still purchase from imported water supply. That imported water supply is purchased from Metropolitan Water District, so that water either travels from Northern California, roughly over 7 peaks that's pumped from Northern California to Southern California, or it travels from Colorado River to us, so it travels quite a bit of distance to get to us. In 2017, our water supply took a major shift as a response to the major drought that the state saw in 2014-2015. Our residents really responded by conserving water to reduce our water demand permanently. That accounted for roughly 18% of our water supply in terms of permanent water reductions, but we still show that on here as a part of water supply to show the effect that conservation has taken on our water supply. But we still import about 30% of our water from an outside source in 2017. That's kind of our picture now where we at currently. That part of what we import from Metropolitan Water does vary from year to year depending on the climate, as well as depending on our resiliency of our supply. So that could be anywhere from 25 to 35% given the conditions. Just to point out the resiliency issue in our groundwater supply, if we have a major pump that were to go down for routine or long-term maintenance, we could lose 4 to 7% of our water supply just with a single well pump being out of service over at the Charnock well field. So lack of resiliency sometimes contributes to a higher amount of water we need to import from Metropolitan Water District. So in 2023, you see where we achieve water self-sufficiency, we're increased our water supply portfolio by adding alternative water supply. Actually, I misstated, we're not increasing our water supply, we're simply replacing the 30% we're currently importing from Metropolitan Water District. So we are not increasing our water supply, we're simply importing, replacing the amount that we import currently by adding alternative water supply, which is drought resilient and sustainable. They're from sources such as stormwater, dry weather runoff, as well as municipal wastewater. We want to continue to invest on conservation, so you see that increasing to 20%. But for the full benefits we realize in our conservation program that stretches out beyond the self-sufficiency timeline of 2023, it goes to 2030 and beyond. And we're also looking to increase our local water production to restore some of our other groundwater basins like the Olympic sub-basin, which is contaminated, and that's restored and treated and paid for through settlement funds, which is that has no financial impact on our ratepayers. Before moving on, I kind of want to emphasize the forward thinking in terms of water self-sufficiency, the financial benefits it has to our ratepayers, as well as stress about the importance of water self-sufficiency. As outlined in our Sustainable Water Master Plan as presented back in November 2018, achieving water self-sufficiency gives us local control over water supply, so we're not susceptible to increases to an outside source that we can't control, like imported water. It also provides us with diverse supply, so we're not all banking on just a groundwater supply. We have a drought-resilient supply of municipal wastewater. We could capture stormwater, leverage dry weather runoff, supplies that will always be there, such as municipal wastewater, as long as we keep flushing our toilets. And lastly, it also reduces the energy of our water supply by 25 to 30%, so it also helps us achieve our carbon reduction goals. And the reason why I have this slide up here with the title, Keeping Our Water Rates Low Over Time, if you look on this slide, where City of Santa Monica stands right now in our average single-family water bill, that's the third bar from the left. That's Santa Monica. That's about $110 per bill. That's a bi-monthly bill, so every 2 months. And you compare that to our neighbors, Beverly Hills, Culver City, and City of Los Angeles. Those are the 3 bars on the left. We're considerably lower than our neighboring agencies. And the reason why for that is our predecessor, the leadership, invested in our water supply. Back in 1916, the leadership then decided to bond and purchase 4 private water companies to form the municipal water supply we have currently today. They decided not to join City of LA because they have the LA aqueduct system. They wanted the sustainability and have this stability, cost control of the local supply. So they made that investment back a long time ago for us to have half of our water to be supplied currently locally. So that was investment they made. It wasn't. It took some challenges and approval to get that done. That water bond originally wasn't passed in 1915. It was actually passed in 1960. And city leadership also made subsequent investments in the 1920s, 1960s to improve and expand that local supply in a sustainable manner. Right, that's how we're able to keep our rates low over time, because our predecessors made those investments Otherwise, we would be like Beverly Hills, for example, that's currently relying on 100% imported water supply, and that average bill is about $160 or so compared to 110. If you guys City LA, they're currently at 187 for that bill. So those are investments we have made over time in order to keep our rates over low. So for this rate study, for the period of 2020 to 2024, it supports several goals, including investing in our water and wastewater infrastructure. In addition to water self-sufficiency, we want to make sure we have a reliable infrastructure to maintain high-quality service to our customers. These are like water main replacements to maintain that 100-year replacement cycle. Right. Second one is water self-sufficiency, which I've covered in the previous slides. Next is to maintain high-quality and reliable water wastewater services in terms of high-quality treatment at a water treatment facility and safe disposal of the wastewater that we collect. We also want to improve environmental sustainability, and also a really critical component of the rate study is the cost of service analysis, which ensures that each of our major customer classes, the single-family residents, the multifamily residents, and the commercial customers are all paying their fair share, so that one customer is not subsidizing the other. So that was one of the major things that the rate study needs to set forth, is that cost of service. Embarking on the rate study, we did come across a couple of projected shortfall in the water and wastewater funds, and those are attributed to the investment we have in water self-sufficiency, also increasing operational costs, increasing construction costs for our capital improvement projects. An example is our water main replacement program. We currently target and strive to replace our water mains on a 100-year cycle, which is the industry recommended time frame. And that's about 2 miles of pipeline we try to replace in our city every year. That cost was about $2 million every year 5 years ago, and that cost now is about $6 million. We're in a very unique construction environment, and that we're subject to the contractors and the cost that is required to work in the city. And lastly, the decreasing revenue to cover fixed cost is also a key component of the projected shortfalls in both funds. So the next slide is the water fund, where we look at the past 5 years' performance versus the projected 5-year performance without a rate adjustment. So the set of bars on the left is the average annual performance, the blue bar showing the expenditures, the orange bar showing the revenues on average over the past 5 years. So on average, we spend, in terms of expenditures, about $25.7 million every year on average, and then we collect about $24.5 million on average every year in our revenue. Now looking at the next 5 years with the set of bars on the right, that projected expenditures going up to $38.5 million, and without a rate adjustment, the revenue would only uptick slightly to $26.5 million. So the projected deficit for the water fund is about $12 million. I will note that this is updated from the study session slides. It was about $9 million in the study session slides, but the reason why it went up to 12 is we moved the injection wells, recycle water main from the wastewater fund to the water fund. As in discussion with legal, those projects and those improvements benefit the water supply more than it does the wastewater, so the water fund should be paying for those projects. So the overall deficit between two funds is still the same. It's just some of that money got moved to the water fund from the wastewater fund. The next slide is the same picture for the wastewater fund. So the set of bars on the left, once again, is the performance on the past 5 years on annual average, where our expenditures were $25.4 million and the revenue collected was $20.8 million. So there's a greater shortfall here on the revenue versus the expenditures if you compare that to the water fund. And some of that is attributed to the discharge factor that we use to calculate the wastewater, amount of wastewater that's sent into the system for collection and treatment, and that needs to be updated. So if you look at the next 5 years, without a rate adjustment, there's a projected deficit of about $5.4 million without any changes to the wastewater rates. And the next slide is a recap of the input we received at the study session back in August of 2019 on the 4 key areas where we came to council to look for input and guidance in finalizing the proposed rates. The first item is the capital improvement program funding, where the council majority input was to continue to fully fund the capital improvement program over the next 5 years. And that was really centered around deferring the water and wastewater main collection replacement program or not. If you recall, when staff came to the study session, we presented a range of increase For example, the single-family home, we presented $23 to $36 in increase per bi-monthly bill per year over the 5-year period. And that range reflected primarily that deferral and water main replacement program. We also sought input on the rate structure. We came to council with 3 options and discussed those 3 options and the pros and cons sort of with council, whether we stay with the current 100% commodity or we go to a 50% fixed or a 25% fixed. The majority input was to start moving towards a fixed charge and taking a small step and applying a 15% fixed charge and then 85% commodity charge for the rate structure, which still allows our customer to have a lot of control over their bill, as 85% is still based on how much water they use. The drought rate structure, we sought input on that as well, and the guidance to develop the drought rate structure to be used when directed by council when there's a statewide mandate to conserve water. And the low income assistance program, the input we received was to maintain the current level of funding, but to adjust it to match the new rate tier structures. So the next slide covers the water fund, the key changes for the water fund. We'll start with the billing structure. That's changing with the 15% fixed charge and 85% commodity charge. The fixed service charge provides revenue stability for the operations of both water and wastewater funds, and it's calculated based on each customer's class 15% share of the required revenue we have to collect to match the expenditures. And the remaining 85% of the water fund revenue is still collected through commodity charges. And the reason for the 15% fixed charge as presented at the study session is if you look at our breakdown of our operation costs, over 65% of the operation cost is fixed. What that means is we have to expend that cost regardless if our customer uses 1 gallon of water or 1,000 gallons of water. That infrastructure needs to be there to serve them that water whenever they decide to turn on their faucet. So that cost is spent regardless of how much water is used. If you look at this breakdown, if you look at the imported water purchase and the local water production, that's only about 21% of our operating costs to produce that water. Right, so having a fixed component really helps in maintaining our fixed operation cost. So a couple of, the following slides are just tables that's in the Prop 218 notice, that's also in the rate study report, that's attached to the staff report. The slide I have on here is for the single family residential. The 15% fixed charge is based on meter size and the charge for each year over the 5-year period. So for example, the single family residential with a 3/4 inch meter will start seeing a fixed charge of $11.10 in the first year of the rate period. The next table is for all our other customers, the multifamily, the commercial. It's all based on meter size and what that fixed charge is. As I mentioned, is based on their 15% requirement of the revenue. And also, how does this 15% fixed charge compare to some of our neighbors? If you look at what we're proposing, which is the first column, City of Santa Monica, that 15% fixed charge for the single-family residential homes, and how that compares to our neighbor, City of Beverly Hills, which is the second column, and Culver City, which is the last column. For that 3/4 inch of $11.10 in that first year, compared to Beverly Hills at $44.66, and Culver City at $25.52. And as you can see in their rate schedule, it goes up dramatically when you go up in meter size. So what we're proposing here, as council alluded to in the study session, is a small step towards that. Other agencies are implementing fixed charges anywhere from 25 to 40% on their rate schedules. And we're, our consultant can correct me if I'm wrong, we're a handful of utilities around that still has a 100% commodity-based rate right now. The second part of the rate structure is the 85% commodity charge. We did update the tier structures. We currently have 4 tiers for our water commodity charges. That is being changed to 3 tiers. The basis behind that, for tier 1, this is modeled after the state of California's target indoor water use, where the target indoor water use is about 55 gallons per person per day for indoor water use. So we look at tier 1, the customer classes, for our residents and customers, how many people on average in those homes, and we allocated water for tier 1 based on those statistics and calculations. For tier 2, is the remaining of local groundwater supply we have available to serve our customers. And then tier 3 is water that we currently import from purchased water supply from Metropolitan. That will be the tier 3 cost as well. So you're looking at that for the single family residential. The set on the left is the current rate structure and breakpoints in dollar per HCF. And then the last two columns that are blocks in yellow is the proposed rate structure, tier structure for the single family homes. So you do see that tier 1 moves from 0 to 14 HCF down to 0 to 11. Tier 2 is now 12 to 18 HCF. And then tier 3 is 19 plus HCF. And that reflects our current water supply having local groundwater and imported water supplies to serve our customers. And that is what's designed in the current proposed tier structure with the 3 tiers. So you do get to the higher tiers faster, I would say, than previous, although that tier 3 charge is slightly a little lower than it was currently. For our multifamily, we also look at updating the tiers. Theirs went from 0 to 4 to 0 to 8 for tier 1, and tier 2, 9 to 13 HCF, and tier 3 is 14 plus HCF. And this next slide summarizes all the non-residential customer tier points for this slide to kind of squeeze into one slide. The format changed a little bit. So if you look at the top column headers, those are the current tier 1 and 2 and the commodity rates for those, and the proposed 3-tier box in yellow. And then down the left is the meter size for those, for all the commercial or non-residential users. So just an example of how the bill calculation would change. We're using the average single-family residential as an example here. The average single-family currently uses 26 HCF in our city every 2 months. So for the new bill, for that 26 HCF, they would have charges that fall with the 3 tiers. So the first 11 HCF would be tier 1, and you apply that unit price. Second tier, 7 HCF, and then 8 HCF falls in the 3rd tier. So the total commodity charge for that 26 HCF is now $122.31. Then you apply that fixed charge of $11.10 to get to $133 or so in your bill. And how that compares to our current water bill, that 26 HCF is only charged in the first 2 tiers, in tier 1 and tier 2 charges, and we currently do not have a fixed charge. So that current bill is about $110 or so with the current calculations. So this is the comparisons, again, of how we compare to our neighboring cities. So the first slide I showed you where City of Santa Monica was the 3rd bar from the left at $110. So the first year of this increase, that water bill will go up to $133. We're still in the middle of the pack, but we're still nowhere near where Beverly Hills, Culver City, and LA is. And they also are investing in similar initiatives as we are. If you look at City of LA, the mayor's new Green Deal to get a water self-sufficiency, their timeline is 2035, and that is not factoring the current rates. So they're going to probably go through a rate study to how to finance and pay for their projects to get to water self-sufficiency and reduce imported water purchase. We're on a similar goal, but we're getting there much faster than our neighbors. And we're also, if you compare us with the lower tier where Anaheim or Orange, it's Orange County municipality, the reason why their rates are low is because they have a regional groundwater replenishment program that helps them replenish local groundwater to rely on local resources rather than import water. We're doing something similar with SWIP. We're looking for a project to recharge our groundwater aquifers through a sustainable and drought-resilient supply as well. So that's why we're trying to keep our rates to the left as much as we can, and we are nowhere going to approach on the right in the future. So the next set of slides we have is for the wastewater fund and the highlighting the key changes for the wastewater fund. So one of the major things we're looking at for the wastewater fund is to update the sewer discharge factor and how the wastewater volume is calculated to reflect the current cost of service. And essentially all of our customer classes are being updated to reflect current cost of service. This discharge factor hasn't been updated for almost 20 years or so, so that's something we're looking into to update. And each customer classes are impacted but some may be more than others. For example, on this example we have on here, where I circled, this is for the single-family homes. The current discharge factor is 51%. What that means is based on how much water they use, assume that 51% of that ends into the sewer system to be treated and disposed of. And based on that update, it's going to go up to about 85% to reflect current cost of service, and also to be in line with City of LA, who ultimately treats and disposes of our wastewater. City of LA actually has a much higher discharge factor at 95%. The next slide covers the 15% fixed charge on the wastewater side. So similar to the table you saw for the water fund, this is the 15% fixed charge based on customer class for single family, multifamilies, different types of multifamilies they have, and they propose fixed charge for over the next 5-year period. Excuse me. This next slide is the wastewater fixed service charge for non-residential, and based on the different types of classifications from mixed use to low, medium, high commercials. It's a similar table as the water fund as well, and what that fixed charge is for the 15%. And these are all included in the customer's Prop 218 notices as well. And lastly is the next slide is the commodity side, the wastewater commodity charge, with the updated discharge factor in the second column. We've added the current wastewater rate as a comparison for the proposed wastewater rates. What you'll notice is actually the commodity rates go down a little bit, and that's because we factored in we're collecting 15% of that revenue already. So we did adjust the commodity rates to reflect accordingly of how much revenue we need. So we're not just increasing across the board. We do take into consider that 50% revenue we are collecting fixed in determining these commodity charges. And this last table here for the wastewater side is the commodity charge for non-residential as well. Similar as the previous table where we showed the current wastewater rate, the new discharge factor, and then the proposed commodity rates. And there's only one tier essentially for the wastewater commodity rate. The next set of slides is what we've communicated this to the various community and business groups, and how does this impact your bill? Because we are looking at water and wastewater at the same time, sometimes it gets confusing because of the percentages. So staff worked on presenting these numbers in dollars in terms of doing that math. Instead of percentages, we calculated the average dollar increase per bi-monthly bill each year over the 5-year period for the water and sewer combined. Because initially during summer outreach, we noticed that some of the residents and individuals were adding the percentage together, which is not the case. Meaning if they have a 20% increase on water, 10% on increase, they immediately start adding that together thinking they're going to get a 30% increase, which is not the case. So we ended up communicating in actual dollars so they could see that impact and what that impact is. So for the average single family home in Santa Monica that uses 26 HCF, the average increase is $37 per bi-monthly bill each year over the 5-year period, and that average Santa Monica home uses about 314 gallons per day. The next slide is the summary for the multifamily, which we'll see an average increase of $47 per bill each year for water and sewer combined over the 5-year period. And our multifamily unit currently uses about 100 gallons per day, which is pretty much in line with the state recommendation of 55 gallons per person per day indoor water use. The last major customer class we have is our commercial customers. They'll see an average increase of $86 per bi-monthly bill each year over the 5-year period for both water and sewer combined again. The average commercial uses about 900 gallons per day, and that's like a Starbucks or a restaurant that we have in the city. A large commercial uses about 1,700 gallons per day, and those are large office complexes, medical office. Those are our large commercial customers in the city. So this is just a summary of our 3 previous slides about the average increases for each of our major customer class. A couple of things I would like to point out to council are there may be some nuances from our residents when they see this new structure and rate implemented. Because of the fixed charge, for example, if we have a low water user that only uses 3 HCF per bill or every 2 months, they may see their bill double because that 3 HCF costs about $9 or so on the commodity side, and you add on that $11 fixed charge. So the really low users may see a bigger impact on their bill. but that is also because we need to maintain our infrastructure to make sure we're there to serve them. All right. The next slide is the Low Income Assistance Program. As I mentioned, was Council's direction to maintain the current level of funding for Low Income Assistance Program, and our customers qualify for that program through either showing proof of Southern Cal qualification through SoCal Gas or SoCal Edison's Low Income Assistance Program. And this is supported through the city's general fund, so it's not subsidized by any other customer class. And we are going to maintain the existing program funding, but adjust it to match the tier structures. Lastly is the drought rates, where we're developing a drought rate structure that'll go along with mandatory cutbacks from 10, 20, all the way up to 60%. And that will only be implemented at direction of council when there is a statewide mandate. So that's also included in the Prop 218 notice for the water fund. Lastly is where we'll close with where Santa Monica will be in 2024. We want to be water self-sufficient. We'll achieve that in 2023. We're going to be protected from increasing costs of imported water, as we're going to develop local water supply and only import about 1% of water from Metropolitan Water District. And that 1% is only to maintain that line, to check water quality and flush that line periodically. We're going to be on track to meet our carbon reduction goal. We're going to continue to enhance the local environment by capturing stormwater that does not, and reuse that stormwater that's captured instead of disposing that, letting that flow into the Santa Monica Bay. We're also going to be refilling our groundwater effectively. Last is the action ahead of council, but before I talk about the actions, I just want to take a few seconds to thank the team. It's not just obviously me up here presenting the information to you guys. It takes quite a bit of team members from Public Works that help and contributed to this, as well as guidance from council. So just want to recognize and acknowledge our team members that really helped and did a lot of heavy lifting on the rate studies. So the recommended actions.
And Sonny, if you'll recall.
Sorry, it sounded like someone behind me. I was in a mode until that happened.
Sonny, I think the advice we have on the city attorney is that we should separate the recommendations, take questions, have the public hearing, take a vote, then come back with the recommendations on the wastewater fund.
In other words, can we have the recommendations on the wastewater fund?
No, sorry.
No. We backtrack. We want to do the water.
Okay.
Here, present the recommendations. We'll hear the public comment during the. We'll take questions. Hear the public comment. Okay, I apologize.
They're the same, so it's no different.
All right.
Well, in
so
terms
one
of the
at
action
one
that's
at,
needed.
one at a time is the advice of our city attorney.
Yeah.
But can we ask questions at this point? Or do we need to? On
Let's
water?
finish the staff recommendation first.
Yeah.
Recommended actions.
So the recommended action for the wastewater fund is to open public hearing for council to receive public comment and all protests pursuant to the Prop 218 requirements, and then to close the public comment portion of the public hearing, to direct city clerk to tabulate the number of protests received, and to report on protests and adopt the resolution at the February 11th council meeting. So clerk would tabulate all the protests after today and verify those protests received. And if it doesn't pass a threshold, it will come back to council and report on that and adopt the resolution at the February 11th council meeting.
So with my
Okay,
question
so,
there is.
well, wait, before we go any further, just to clarify, yes, we've heard a presentation that included both wastewater and water. However, we have to have two separate public hearings on these, the first of which is wastewater. Now, we actually, back in August, saw much of this information. I think a few numbers did change. We've had the opportunity to ask questions. We had a robust discussion. And at that previous study session, we gave directions at that time, which led to tonight's staff recommendation. So before the public hearing, the first of which will be on wastewater, item 9A, do we have any additional questions on the wastewater content? I think we should try to keep them separate.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Microphone.
Into court, they tell me to turn it off. I'm so confused. Anyway, yeah, I have a few questions. I sent you a bunch of questions. I assume you were the one who answered those.
Yes.
So you have a sense of where I'm going to be going with this. But my first one is that I think a couple of us at least said that we didn't believe that if the rates were going up substantially, that we should fully fund it right away, all of the capital improvements. Because I know I said that, and I think Councilmember Winter said the same thing at the time.
You're talking about the CIP projects
Yeah.
in terms of funding that, right?
That is absolutely correct, that some of you said that is the fuzziness of a study session. By a nose count, more of you said that we should ensure that we would move forward. And so you have the right to change your mind or to for the council. So that was not dispositive. We took that as a cue, and that's what the recommendation is. It is not. That's our recommendation. It was, and if the council has a different view, that you will decide that tonight by majority vote.
Okay, so that was my first question, because I knew that I and at least one other person thought that if it was going to be too harsh of a contrast, that it wasn't, too harsh of an increase, that we might want to do it more slowly. So, and I still feel that way. That's number one. My second question is about the 15% fixed. So I don't remember discussing this at the time, and maybe I wasn't paying enough attention, but as I understand it, if you have the 15% fixed, as you said about the person who only uses 3 HCF, then what you have is that person paying a fixed cost and paying a bigger bill, despite the fact that they're doing a great job to do exactly what we want to see, which is conserving energy. Is that right?
And water, conserving water.
Not true with wastewater, huh?
No, you said energy, not water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say water.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that fixed charge, once again, that goes towards the infrastructure, which is sort of the same for all customers. That infrastructure is there to serve whether you use 3 HCF or 26 HCF like the average customer. And you can't just charge one customer class at fixed and then the other not, because it wouldn't be fair. So yes, unfortunately, some of the low users have to contribute to that fixed cost for that infrastructure.
Well, and the 15% is calculated on the total cost, or the total cost for everybody, including that extreme user or those other extreme users in that class. Is that right?
That's correct. I'm going to ask Kim with MBS, our consultant, to kind of talk about that 15% calculation a little more and the logic behind that.
Okay.
And let me weigh in as well, because I think this is industry standard increasingly. And if you think about it, whether you use a drop or whether you use a lot, it still has to come through the same pipe, right?
I understand that, Rick.
And increasingly, this has become standard. And as you saw from the rate comparisons, our approach is quite low. So we're really an outlier, being 100% dependent upon usage.
Well, you say we're an outlier. Look, cities may not always be the most advanced thinkers, and because the experts come in and tell every city to change, they may change, and 5 years later they may change back. And we've all seen that. So what my issue is this, that we have people who are suddenly being allocated a fee that basically is equal to 15% of everybody's total expenditures on that particular commodity, whether it be wastewater or water, and everybody, regardless of how much they're using, is being hit with this 15% and not being rewarded for sound, sustainable practices.
They are with the other 85%, absolutely.
But they do differ. If you look at the table, they do differ from meter size to meter size. So it does take into account of how much water that meter is using or serving on average for that meter size across the board. So that's why there is a difference for everyone, at least by meter size, of what that 15% fixed charge is.
And I do understand that, but again, I think that you're creating a perverse disincentive or at least some kind of penalty for people who are actually doing what we're asking them to do.
And that's unfortunately the harsh reality for us to have that revenue. If you look at the other side, what City of LA is doing, they're the other one that's also currently on 100% commodity. So what they do is they overcharge on the commodity rate to make sure we collect all that revenue. So they do collect actually excess, and they do transfer excess money over to the general fund. But we here in Santa Monica don't operate that way where we overcharge our customers. We want to essentially be at zero at the end of the day. So we want to collect just enough to maintain infrastructure for that service. We don't collect any excess that goes elsewhere. And that's the approach that City of LA has taken, just simply by overcharging on the commodity side and not do a fixed cost.
And we may want to, again, I think it would be helpful, council member, if you heard for what the industry standards are. You may choose not to go with them, but that's why we did this rate study, is to take a look at best practices.
So, okay, thank you.
Well, Sunny explained it pretty well. The fixed charges are designed to collect 15% of the overall revenue requirement for both utilities, and then for water, they're scaled based on meter size, so they reflect the hydraulic capacity of the meter connected to the system. And then for wastewater, it's based on number of residential dwelling units and commercial accounts. It is industry standard to have a fixed charge. Typically, we see one of my clients I've worked with for the past 10 years for rates, their fixed charge was somewhere between 10 and 20% when I started working with them, and they're moving towards, which is really low. So this 15% fixed charge is pretty low in comparison to what we see in other agencies.
So what other agencies are you referring to?
Just
yeah, I need you to name names. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
any water utility in California. So
what about Anaheim, for instance, which charges less than we do?
Right. So I don't know their particular schedule of charges off the top of my head.
How much of Beverly Hills is fixed? So that's a 64%, is that or something?
About 40% for Beverly Hills.
Sonny, can you go back up to the microphone?
To look at what other agencies, Metropolitan Water District actually keeps a whole data on this. So Irvine Ranch Water District, Long Beach Water Department, they all have fixed charges. Because when I talk to my peers in the industry, they kind of look at me like, how do you keep your rates so low? And then they realize because we don't have a fixed component of that. So that's also why their rates could at times be a little higher than ours. But they recognize that's what they need to have a stable operating fund and stable operations to maintain service. And they're usually anywhere between 25, even up to 50%. If I could go back to that comparison of that slide. And so this is just a slide that we put together compared to
This is water, though. It's not wastewater, right?
That's correct. This is
Because
water.
wastewater isn't based on the inches, is it? It's just based on the class.
That's correct.
So taking that back, you look at the single family, right, which in the water use chart, right, the 15% was based on what size pipe you have, but now your discharge is sort of based on that, right, because how much water you're pulling into your house depends on the size pipe you have, presumably.
And some of that because it goes to a single, it's a little different than the water side. The water supply, we have local groundwater. We have targets that are trying to meet with indoor water use and imported water supply that makes up that mix. For the meter size. But for the wastewater side, there's only one entity. It goes to LA, same collection system, single treatment plant at Hyperion that takes that water. So there's less of a differentiation on the wastewater side.
And remember as well, council member, that we don't measure the wastewater discharge because we can't. There's not a meter at the other end of the pipe. So it's actually based upon the usage. You asked about Anaheim. If you could go back to the water rates.
I asked about it because it was the lowest, right?
Yes. No, to the comparisons, not the water rates, but the fixed charge comparisons. I can give you the same rates. So for a 3/4 inch meter, They're charging a fixed charge of $9.90 for the 1-inch meter.
Anaheim?
Yes, they're charging $12.97, so it's actually higher. For 1.5-inch meter, they're charging $18.12, and so for a 2-inch meter, we're at 21. They're at 24.26. So with the exception of the 3/4 inch, they're actually charging a higher fixed rate than we are.
And what's interesting is their rates on that other chart that you showed was all single family, right? The water one, the water chart you showed, that one
This
is
is for
only
the
single family.
This is for the
residential.
average single family home that uses 26 HDF. Correct.
And is that by pipe size? Is that by any single family home?
No, we don't know the pipe size. So how we calculated this is we look
They
at
tend to be at the smaller end.
Yeah, it's on the because typical single family is 3/4 or 1 inch in that range.
Okay, so I have a few other questions. I mean, I think that where I stand on that is pretty clear. Now, how much is the cost of MWD water versus what we're paying for our own water?
So in terms of production costs, our current local groundwater costs about $977 per acre foot. The Met water is about $1,100 or so an acre foot currently, $1,100 to $1,200, I believe, in that range.
And does their rate fluctuate, or is it constant?
Their rate will go up. They on an average.
Well, ours will too, right?
Yeah, we also have to recognize that for the imported water rates, what we pay stops at the city border. We still have to maintain our infrastructure and checks and pumping reservoirs to deliver that water too. So it doesn't just stop at that $1,200 for the imported water supply. That is just to get the water to the borderline of the city.
And then after that,
Okay, Councilmember Himmelrich, I have to stop you, just remind you, this item is about wastewater. So if we could confine the discussion now to the wastewater rates, we'll have a separate hearing on 9B, which we've been recommended is what we have to do by the city attorney.
Okay, so let me ask you one other thing about the wastewater. So the wastewater rates are now including SWIP as part of wastewater and SMRF as part of wastewater, and is that right?
SMRF is paid for through the stormwater fund, I believe, collected through Measure V and other avenues for stormwater have contributed to SMRF. SWIP is funded by the wastewater for the treatment portion, and the distribution to recycle water uses, that's funded through the water fund.
And are there, so some of these are capital costs, right?
Correct.
I mean, and so are those costs generally put through as a component of rates, or are they typically put through as bonds?
That's a good question. Thank you for asking that too. I forgot to mention that in my presentation. All of our large capital projects, water self-sufficiency projects, they're financed over a 30-year period, similar to a bond, except that we secured state revolving fund loans, for example, for SWIP at a 1.8% interest rate, which is more favorable than bonds, because bonds you would still have to pay probably 3 to 4%, right? So this loan over a 30-year period that's spread out is at a 1.8%. So other water self-sufficiency projects are also financed and funded over a 30-year period, so that our ratepayers are not taking all the burden now to pay for that capital improvement, and it's spread out over 30 years.
Okay, and this is a 10-year loan, revolving loan. It's
30.
not
it's
or a 30-year
Yes.
revolving. No, is it 10 years? Or I thought the revolving loans from the state were 10-year loans. Are they 30-year loans?
This is a clean water state revolving fund loan, and that's for a 30-year period.
For at 1.8, and it's fixed.
Correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other council members with questions on wastewater? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing then on item 9A. And again, a reminder, these are two separate items. This first one is on wastewater, so please confine your comments to the wastewater component. Again, I'll ask people to line up over by the curtain and be careful of the camera operator and the camera as you do so. Our first speaker will be Linda Lancaster, followed by Denise Barton and Mary Marlowe. And Mrs. Lancaster, you have asked for additional time donated by Stephen Lancaster, who has identified himself as present, so you will have 4 minutes. Welcome.
I have a PowerPoint to show you, so I'm not sure how or where this is on here, since I did send it in. Okay. And
we'll hold the clock for you while that's
yes,
getting
I was going to say it's not fair to start it.
Is this the one that you?
Yes, that's mine. And then my the cursor, I'm using the cursor button to advance.
Yes. Yeah, just hit the enter.
The enter button.
Yes, there you go.
All right. My name is Linda Lancaster, and this was me 5 years ago when you had your last water increase at the hearing. And that night you received over 4,000 protests against having water rates raised. And there was, most of the people that were there to protest the water rates. Many protested because of the increased development in the city and the difficulty in seeing that being sustainable. The city has a goal of achieving self-sufficiency from the MWD by 2023. But if you look at the last column, instead of decreasing what we had, we are now increasing it. We've gone from 24% of the water to 35% of the water the last time that it was in the report. During the height of the last drought, we were asked to cut back our water use. And those were the proposed rates at the top, and at the bottom was what we were actually charged, 48% cumulatively. Now we're facing much higher increases, greater than 100%. This year's water increase proposals, and then this is the wastewater rate increase proposals. Cumulative, this is over 48%. Additionally, there are the 2 new fixed charges, and we just heard the explanation why they are going to do that and what the amounts are, so I won't go over that. These fixed cost fees have been overlooked in the past, and they will increase at the same percentages for the services they're charging. However, now with more than doubling our water rates, it seems unfair to pay more for water, wastewater, and utility users tax, as well as these 2 new fees. Yes, somebody also referred to the 55 gallons per day that we're going to be limited to. Single-family residential water use is based on 2.566 persons per home, and multifamily is 1.75 persons per housing unit. The tier rates, you saw them before, they've been lowered. As you can see, Tier 1 is now up to 11 HCF, and Tier 2 is 12 to 18 for single-family homes, and Tier 3 is 19. Previously, they were higher, and you saw that from the previous speaker. Multifamily residentials go into Tier 3 starting at 14 HCF. A single-family residential unit with 3 or more residents may be a water conserver, but they may go into Tier 2 or Tier 3. That's just not fair. I own a duplex that has 6 occupants. Their average is 300 gallons a day total for 50 gallons per person per day. And there's the copy of the bill. I don't think you can see it very well, but they use 25 HCFs, averaging 302 gallons a day for 6 people. They conserve water. I'm very proud of them. But when I recalculated my bill with the new rates, I will be paying Tier 3 rates for this duplex. That's not fair. Using the state guidelines of 55 gallons per day, I find these rates will have me paying it. I just said that. Part of being sustainable is encouraging larger units for families and roommates. Property owners and water customers should have an appeal available
Mrs.
to
Lancaster,
allow
I'm
water
sorry,
allowances.
the beeper is not as loud as it is over at City Hall, but your 4 minutes are up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Denise Barton. And Mary Marlowe will be after her. Good evening, Ms. Barton.
Good evening. More fraud. Please take into consideration many of the points I make here in item 9B because they would also apply there. By the way, did anyone else notice that many of the points in items 9A and 9B staff reports are the same, as well as much of the wording and structure is similar? What do you think? Repetition will help your attempt to charge excessive wastewater rates based on unrealistic and unreasonable projections of water self-sufficiency? Then he makes specific points that water and wastewater rates are separate under Proposition 218 and have to be separate items on the agenda. Yet you've intertwined them in the staff reports and tonight for both items 9A and 9B. For example, at the top of page 6 of 9A staff report, I still can't figure out if we're being charged twice for water and wastewater. I also need to question staff's extensive outreach to neighborhood groups. First, because there's not one in downtown, and second, because I don't think downtown Santa Monica Inc. would qualify as a neighborhood group, starting with because Rick Cole farmed out his responsibilities for downtown to downtown Santa Monica, as well as downtown Santa Monica Inc.'s focus being on the interest of business and not the quality of life for residents downtown. Not to mention, one of the neighborhood groups you claim you did outreach to was not actually the group listed. So would these examples make staff's claim of extensive outreach more fraud? I still can't understand why you're making excessive wastewater rates in the unrealistic pursuit of water self-sufficiency. Or would this be retaliation for the residents not supporting you in the district voting case? Thank you.
Thank you. Zena Josephs and Judy Abdo, would you come forward to speak? I'd called Mary Marlowe, and I saw her here earlier tonight, but I do not see her in the room. She has left, okay? So, Zena Josephs, you'll be the next speaker, followed by Judy Abdo. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you to the staff for their many efforts to inform the public. The Princess Sunset Park Board endorses the letter to you from Wilmot, which objects to the resolutions. It was not until the publication of the resolutions in the Daily Press on January 21st that Wilmot understood the magnitude of the proposed increases. The water staff presentation to the Friends Board in August did not include the 5-year rate increase plan. And the email public notice that we received for the November open houses listed, quote, lower water rates, which we found misleading. Finally, I'd like to read part of a letter from one of our longtime members and a former planning commissioner, Geraldine Kennedy. She writes, I hardly oppose the proposed rate increases. The city will never achieve water self-sufficiency if it continues to allow rampant, ill-advised development. Developers surely make more per square inch by building hotel room-sized units, packing in more users of water and starving the city and schools of community-sustaining families. Is this what we want? Is this a formula for a diverse, healthy community? It is not. One of the reasons given for the shortfall in revenue versus cost is decreasing usage. How cynical of the city. Use our careful thrift against us, i.e. punish us with higher rates when we lower our water usage. At my house, irrigation does not add a drop to the sewers. It sinks directly into the soil, sustaining environmentally beneficial trees and replenishing the water table. And yet the city sets wastewater rates based on all water usage. I implore you to, 1, reconsider Proposition 28 within the context of sane long-term development standards, and 2, find a way to reward rather than punish Santa Monicans for their prudent and environmentally beneficial use of water. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker on item 9A, the wastewater component tonight, is our second former mayor of the evening, Judy Abdo.
I will try to just talk about wastewater in this particular item. I think what we all need to remember is that there are pipes that take our wastewater away from our homes and to ultimately Hyperion. If those pipes break, something bad happens, then we have sewage spills somewhere between where our homes are and where Hyperion is. And what we need to do is build into our rate structure the ability to fix and replace the pipes before they break, hopefully. So I'm in favor of this increase because I don't want to see pipes breaking all over the place. I want to see good equipment that's well maintained. So that's my story on wastewater. I will speak more on water when I come up here again.
Thank you very much. That closes the public hearing on item 9A regarding wastewater, and this is kind of an unusual item because of the requirements of Prop 218. Is this the point where we count the letters? Excuse me. Count the letters received?
No, it is not. We will come back at the meeting on the 11th with the final tally. But I can report that we have received about 600 letters 600 letters of protest.
Okay, so we will come back to that on the 11th. For now, then, this matter is before us. Are there any follow-up questions to staff before we begin discussion?
I have just one question. Have we considered any incentive in this rate plan for gray water solutions?
In terms of like providing rebates or in that
Yes.
type of gray water? I don't know. It's not included for gray water, only for individual buildings. That's not currently in the wastewater rate plan.
Well, it's only for individual buildings, is that what you said? I mean,
No,
essentially, the argument that we heard in the public testimony was, I divert much of my wastewater onto my yard, and yet my fees are calculated based on what I bring into the household.
In terms of the wastewater
For the
calculation, right?
wastewater.
So that's what the discharge factor calculates. So you're not charged for the wastewater that you're used to irrigate your lawn. So that discharge factor takes that into account. And that update, we looked at I believe it's the winter months where outdoor watering is lowest. So we adjust that discharge factor based on that, so that, for example, if you are watering your lawn, you're not paying for wastewater on that. So that discharge factor already takes that into consideration.
But the point was that the water isn't going, it's not the water that you're using for the lawn that is new potable water. It's the water that you would be discharging is instead being discharged onto the lawn when you're talking about an on-site gray water system.
So you're talking about if we captured gray water, that would be like showers
out of your laundry
and stuff like that. So we currently don't have a program for that in place. That was brought up in some of our community meetings. The hard part is regulating that and measuring that. I believe in talking with OSC staff, that is something that's going to be considered as part of that rebate program looked into in terms of the conservation program. So we do currently put in anywhere from $2 to $3 million, I believe, a year into funding those environmental programs. So it could be looked at to potentially include that in there.
Thank you. So the mechanism would be the revenue to the water and wastewater funds overall provide for environmental programs that include rebates for those types of activities.
Yeah, and just to clarify that, a lot of that comes from the water fund, not from the wastewater fund, because anything we save benefits the water fund. So that funding source for the environmental program comes from the water fund only.
Very good. Thank you.
So, Council, as we begin discussion on 9A.
Greg had
You got a question, Greg?
Thank you for the report. I'll try and keep it to the wastewater. But I echo Councilmember O'Day's sentiments with the gray water system and trying to reward the low usage and recycling of water. But with regards to the financing option, I just want to understand, it's a 30-year revolver, but the idea is that customers pay into that fund as we go, but we receive bulk dollars at the beginning of that.
That's
And so
correct.
then we're paying into that fund to pay it off over that 30-year period at the low interest rate?
Correct.
Cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I'll remind us that this is only on wastewater. It's item 9A. What we're being called on here as we begin discussion is to get ourselves to a motion to consider all protests against the proposed wastewater rate increases that have been submitted in accordance with Prop 218 and adopt a resolution establishing a 5-year schedule of wastewater rate adjustments to go into effect on March 1st of 2020 for the first year, with subsequent increases for calendar years 2021 through 2024 going into effect January 1st for each calendar year.
I'll make the motion that's articulated by the mayor. Oh.
The city attorney want to add to that?
And this was to give the clerk the opportunity to actually scrutinize the protest, because the protest could have come in up through the close of the public hearing. So there was a recommended action modification, if you look on the screen, to close the public comment as you did, and then to basically continue the item to have the clerk tabulate the number of protests received, to read that at the next regularly scheduled council meeting, and then adopt the resolution.
So is there no action for us to take tonight then?
That's correct.
Well,
But there will be no additional
There will be
new information.
No, there will
at the
not.
next
Public
meeting,
comment is
so
closed.
we'll just
The
vote on it.
protest will be, basically, the protest period is cut off at the close of the public hearing tonight for both items.
so council, do we understand we've heard the public input live? We'll now ask the clerk to tabulate. We'll consider the written public protest, which had to be done in following Prop 218, and it won't be until February 11th that we vote on the resolution. Is that, does everybody
Mayor,
understand that?
if you
Do I
could
have-
give us, given that the level of protests was quite low compared to the threshold, could you give the city clerk and the city attorney a moment to clarify whether there's necessary, I mean, if it had been right up to the...
If we're at 3,990, yes, that'd be one thing. We have 600. And so as of this point, no ones who can't come in after now would count, right?
Right.
This is complicated thanks to the Howard Jarvis tax people and Prop 218, so I apologize to people who
nowhere near
can't
the-
understand why we're struggling with this, but we want to follow the letter of the law. It's really important.
So she will have to identify the number of protests for wastewater.
Do you have an actual accurate number for wastewater?
I did earlier. I don't have the accurate number, but it's far less than is required to meet the threshold.
Can we just state what the number is for the threshold?
Sorry, give us 1 minute. We'll look up the threshold.
Sonny?
Yeah, the Tom, the analyst looking up the threshold number. Yeah, the parcel number.
Right, the number of parcels.
That's in the order of magnitude around 11,000 for a number of parcels.
So we're well below that range.
Would it be permissible for us to go forward to have the actual number then entered into the record, as long as it's with the understanding that the council has been advised that the number of protests received under Prop 218 is so far below the threshold that there's no possibility that the accurate count will change the outcome?
Correct.
Sorry, just to, the correct number, the accurate number is 11,767 is the threshold.
Okay. Someone was joking earlier tonight about Mercury being in retrograde. I feel like this whole process is in retrograde. But I think we're back to where we were a moment ago, which is we can now entertain a motion to consider the protests and adopt the resolution. Did I hear such a motion?
City Clerk, can I ask for clear confirmation that there are less than 11,767 protests that have been received?
That is correct. It is far less than that.
Thank you.
I'll reassert my motion as stated by the mayor.
Okay, so the motion has been made by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember Morena. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McCune?
Yes, so that is adopted by unanimous vote of the City Council. And hold on, because we've only done wastewater, we still have to do water, which will be item 9B.
So now we have 9B. It's the public hearing and adoption of a resolution establishing scheduled water service rate adjustments. And you have 5 requests to speak.
Now, staff gave us an omnibus presentation. Is there anything additional for staff to present at this time for this item, 9B?
This is probably due to Councilmember Hemmer's question earlier about met rates.
Okay, we'll go to questions. If you don't have an actual presentation, the next step would be questions. So I know that Councilmember Winter had a question, and you may also.
Yeah, so you mentioned in your presentation on the water that the Tier 3 rates were being determined by the cost of imported water, correct, in the rate study?
Correct.
So just clarify for me, so when we hopefully get to the point where we're not importing water, how do we continue to determine those Tier 3 rates?
That's a very good question. Just before I move on to that, for Tier 3, so it's also imported water, but also the funding for payment for water self-sufficiency projects to those loans also included in Tier 3. So the Tier 1 and 2 users also not paying for that. So the Tier 3 is imported water and funding water self-sufficiency projects. As we move forward to look at what our water supply portfolio will look like for water self-sufficiency, that is 2024 when we have to redo this rate study period. So it's kind of right around end of 1 year later after we achieve water self-sufficiency. Those tier breakpoints are going to have to be revisited again at that time based on our water supply makeup. So if you remember the water drop, there's alternative water supply, there's local groundwater, there's a conservation piece. So we need to start looking at our water supply makeup then to determine those tiers based on what we're serving our customers.
Okay, it's a good explanation. And then can you go back to the slide with the teardrops that broke down, the sources of different waters and conservation, et cetera? That one. Water drops, teardrops, that's probably not correct. I'm in a sad mood because Mercury's in retrograde. So that shows, the 3 different time frames. Is the total amount of water distributed in each of those years comparable? The reason I'm asking is Ms. Lancaster, in her presentation, said that we had actually moved further into importing more water in recent years. So I'm just trying to calculate, is this roughly the same demand or is it fluctuating?
So if you look at the first about the statement made about the imported water percentage from 25 and 30, 35, earlier when I had covered the slide, if you look at 2017 where we imported about 30% that year, from year to year it does fluctuate from 25 to 35% depending on the climate, if it's a dry or a wet year, as well as the lack of resiliency currently in our system. For example, the well that I mentioned that goes down in Charnock, if that were to go down or 2 were to go down that year, we could lose up to 50% of our local groundwater supply with it just being down for 3 months for each well. So part of the water self-sufficiency plan is to have resiliency, so we are looking to acquire backup wells so that when one well goes down for maintenance, we could turn on another well so we don't lose that local supply. So that fluctuation is both of those factors, resiliency as well as climate change impacts. And as far as your second question regarding the total water, so if you look at 2011, the total water that was used about 13,000 acre feet a year in 2011. In 2017, for that total water drop is 14,000. However, that's because we counted 2,500 acre feet for conservation, right, to take a water. So if actual water delivered in 2017 is 11,500 acre feet per year. So that's 2,000 or so less than the 2011 water drop.
But, compensating for the compensation in terms of acre feet of water, is each water drop roughly comparable in terms of the amount of acre feet of water?
They're pretty close, I would say. For example, 2011, that 51% is 6,700 acre feet a year. In 2017, the local supply of 52%, that is 7,400 acre feet per year. And then if you go to that 60% in the 2023, that's about 9,400 acre feet a year. And also another reason why we had to import more met water. In 2018, there was a new regulation that resulted in us reducing production from the Olympic subbasin. So we have 3 wells there. We currently only run one of the 3 wells, so we have reduced production there. And with the settlement funds we'll be using, we'll be restoring that capacity as part of the water self-sufficiency plan. I stress the settlement portion because that our ratepayers do not pay for.
All right, and then you talked a lot about resiliency in this system, and some of the public input we got seemed to think that when we get to our goal of water self-sufficiency that we are going to be cutting off the pipeline to the Met, to the MWD. But that's not the case. We're keeping that open, just in case the scenarios you talked about where a bunch of our local wells go out of operation and we do need to import water. So we're not completely cutting ourselves off from the NWD. We just hope to have that 1% or less imported water every year.
Right, so that connection to Met will always be there. There'll be a backup emergency supply for us. So we're not completely cutting off. We are a founding member of Met, and we have a stake in ownership in Met supply. So that's never going to go away.
But basically what we're talking about here is anticipating that that Met water will become much more expensive in the future due to climate change and longer and more intense drought and population growth and Met's capture basin or whatever you want to call it, correct? So
that's correct. So what are our projections when we look at that? Met has historically, you look at their last 20, 30-year average, has increased at a rate of about 6 to 7% every year in their rates. So we use that to model and compare. For our water self-sufficiency plan, after we achieve it in 2023, we see a return on that investment in about 5 to 6 years.
And the Met is potentially going to be taking some of the capital costs from the Delta water tunnel or tunnels and transferring that onto its ratepayers if they go forward with that project, correct?
That's correct. So that projected 6 to 7% increase does not include the California Water Fix project, which is a multi-billion-dollar project. It does not include their regional recycle water project, which is I think it's about $3 to $4 billion for that regional recycle water project. So those 2 major infrastructure project Met has planned is not in their current projections. So
it will be. But then meanwhile, it came up earlier that public has raised questions about why we didn't bond for our 2 capital projects, and you had some discussion about it with Councilmember Hemrich. But for the SWIP, we have that 1.8% loan for 30 years. Does that cover the entire capital cost of that project?
A good portion. We also used water funding we collect through water capacity fees. So we collect about $2.5 million from that. Water capacity fees we're putting towards that. We have stormwater funds contributing to the stormwater component of that project. So, Alex, if you remember the cash on hand we have in terms of like 15 million? Oh, 7. And then there's other funding from stormwater that totaled. So we have a good portion of the. Yeah, so we have.
Turn my mic on. Either you should repeat what he's saying, or you should come up to the mic so people can hear.
The SWIP overall project cost, I think it's like $97 million. I think the wastewater component is $56 million. So the rest, the $40 million, is kind of financed and paid for through the Measure V Stormwater Fund.
So that's what people pay on their property taxes. That. The Measure V property tax.
Yeah, and majority of the money, so we're talking about wastewater, so majority of it is kind of financed through the 30-year revolving fund loan. So.
Okay, it's a majority of it. And then the other big loan we have is for the Arcadia project, right, which I understand is a 0% 30-year loan?
Yeah, so if you recall, November 2018, when we presented the Sustainable Water Master Plan, we had about $64 million in settlement funds. And what we said is 20 million of that will be used as a one-time capital cost to restore the Olympic well field, one-time capital expenditure. 20 million of that 64 will be used for ongoing operation maintenance over the next 30 years to kind of restore the water from Olympic. And the other 24 million will be kind of set aside for, ongoing 30 years and on, just a contingency reserve. So what we did was we came up with a creative solution to borrow the money that's not going to be used over the next 30 years and kind of take a 0% loan against that money. And that money was transferred to the water fund. So we have kind of like an inter-fund loan to finance the water self-sufficiency projects over 30 years.
But the end result of all that is that while we have these loans rather than bonds, essentially ratepayers will be covering those costs over a 30-year window rather than just this 5-year window we're talking about, the water rate increases.
Exactly.
We're not
yeah.
paying it all up front.
Yeah, so most of the water self-sufficiency projects are going to be financed over 30 years at 0%.
Okay, great. And then, you know, I've also gotten some blowback about water self-sufficiency, that, you know, this is just a vanity project and we're all just trying to, you know, pat ourselves on the back for these green efforts. But isn't it really as much as anything else about fiscal stewardship? As I mentioned, as we go, our local water is cheaper right now than imported water, and down the road, our local water will be cheaper than imported water. So while we may be asking the ratepayers to take the hit now, and it's unfortunate, and I should emphasize, we all pay it up here too. Nobody likes to raise taxes or anything. We have to bear the burden too. But long term, we are going to be assuring not only a reliable source and a resilient source of water, but it'll be cheaper when we wean ourselves off that more expensive imported water. So it's as much about fiscal stewardship as it is about sustainability. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, that payback, that we start seeing that return on investment, our local water supply cost is lower than Met. In 6 years, I think that's a pretty good time frame to starting that return on that investment as well.
All right, thank you.
And of course, the aqueducts that Metwater comes through cross earthquake faults, so that's a factor too. Questions on water rates first from Councilmember Himmelrich.
So with respect to the numbers on the Met water and our water, I noticed in the chart that one of our residents showed that actually in the last couple of years we've used less water of our own and more Met water, I guess, because of the Olympic subbasin.
Correct, Olympic subbasin and lack of resiliency in our local supply.
So part of that is not that we were expecting immediately to reduce reliance. This is a goal for 2023. Is that right?
That's correct. So if you look at some of the rate tables in the rate study report, what we have budgeted for Met water, that is budgeted to buy that Met water through 2022 and 2023. It goes from 5.6 million down to about 1.5 million.
I just saw it on her chart, so I'm just pointing out that the reason is not so much that that we aren't getting more sustainable, right, or that we aren't, that just we're trying to build to a crescendo here. But I do have a question about, and I don't know if these charts, but I sent these questions about the difference between the single-family increase charts on water versus the multifamily and commercial. And
Yes.
are those in your slideshow?
I don't believe so, but I do remember your question about that, why single family go up where multifamily do see a slight dip, and that's primarily due to tier adjustment.
And commercial, right? Commercial gets a slight dip, and they don't ever really. What I'm asking is, when you look at the water rates for single-family residential, multifamily residential, and commercial, it does seem as if the single-family residential has a much higher slope.
That's correct in terms of cost of service.
Yes.
And that's due to the tier adjustments, where we try to target that 55 gallon per person per day for tier 1. So the single family tier adjustment, you see, for example, tier 1, it go from 0 to 14 down to 0 to 11 based on the indoor target. And so you see, for example, you compare the multifamily, you look at their tier 1 allotment actually goes up from 0 to 4 to 0 to 8.
Yes.
And for our single family customers, the average customer uses about 100 gallons per day. That's right in line with 8 HCF per bill. So if that holds true for our average multifamily unit, they're actually within tier 1 rates now before, where they're spread over tier 1 and 2. So that's why you see the slight dip in that. And we also model this, I know we're only talking about water, but the wastewater that's together is also a correction in that discharge factor, where the single family residents, their percentage at 51% was not reflective of the current cost of service that's provided, and is closer to 85%. So that's why you see some of the impacts are greater to the single family in that first year.
And what about the commercial? Do you have commercial there too? So, so they only have 2 tiers, is that right?
That's current, and then we're moving to a 3 tiers for commercial.
And their tiers are significantly, it looks like, higher? In other words, so as I recall it on multifamily residential, it was up to 8, 0 to 8 was tier 1?
Yeah. So no, actually they're going lower. So for the non-residential commercial in this case, the yellow box is the proposed. So tier 1 is going from 0 to 11, where it used to be 0 to 210.
So why is there bi-monthly bill? I guess what I'm having trouble understanding is why, if people are, if we're trying to make it so that everybody is paying the same amount, what I'm having trouble understanding is why the bills for multifamily residential and commercial aren't going up at the same clip as single family.
Well, if you look at the water consumption overall, our residents use about 70% of the water supply, right? And they're currently our residents make up about 75% of our service account. So it kind of matches up there as well. So these costs of service, I'll ask Kim or Alex to come up here to add to that. It looks at what each customer class is responsible for and adjusted to reflect what's currently provided to them. Unfortunately, it's different from every class, so that's why we outreach it in terms of dollar impact to each of those major customer classes. I don't recall the specific details on the commercial on their increase.
Go ahead.
The rates reflect the cost of providing service to those customers. As Sunny mentioned, commercial customers use a lot less water overall than the residential customers, and so their share of the total revenue requirement is less overall, although we're making corrections and structuring their tiers and then scaling the fixed charges based on meter size, which are actually more than single-family residential customers, but they use a lot less water overall.
In the commercial uses.
Mm-hmm.
And is that, is that because basically they're mostly businesses that are only there 8 hours a day?
I suppose that's probably why.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, there has to be a reason.
Yeah, they're using less water.
Yes.
Right?
So Shannon, those here just commented, they're also more likely to have the higher efficiency fixtures as well,
right,
to help them to conserve more water. So it's easier to retrofit in those commercial buildings. The single-family homeowners, we have to rely on them to come in and get those rebates. But we do have that outreach program to support that in the rebate program.
Great, thank you.
5 members of the public waiting to speak, and it's already 11:30. Councilmember Davis.
I just really have one question. I want to follow up a little bit on what Councilmember Winterer pointed out about the fiscal stewardship of weaning ourselves off of Met water, even though we may continue that relationship. Isn't there not also really sort of a, for lack of a better term, sort of a climate change / survival element to that, which is we don't want our water supply to be, even though we have great representation on the Met, we don't want our water supply to be at the mercy of the Met, which some might say steals its water from throughout the state. By using this money to make sure that we can protect our access to our own water supply, aren't we making our community more resilient and able to resist the effects of climate change without being dependent on other agencies to continue to supply us?
Yes, that is correct, because that Met water is a surface water supply, so it's relying on rain, snowpack to store that. So that's, as you know, unpredictable from year to year. And what we're trying to strive, as you mentioned too, is that stability, local control, as well as diversification. So we're no longer just relying on groundwater supply. We have multiple water supplies now that we could account for to provide that stability, as you mentioned.
And as Mayor McEwen said, the Met water comes through an earthquake zone, so could be disrupted by an earthquake, and it also takes a fair amount of energy to pump a lot of that water from other parts of the state. Is that correct?
That's correct. So okay, by doing that, we will reduce our energy footprint on the water supply alone by 25 to 30%.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So for now, we'll hold our questions. We can always come back afterwards. Let's open the public hearing. And our first three speakers will be Linda Lancaster, Denise Barton, and Zena Josephs. Ms. Lancaster, do you have another presentation, or?
I'm going to make some comments now.
But no PowerPoint?
No, I could have finished my PowerPoint, but I
Just wanted to
decided
make
I'll
sure we
just
had
make
it set
some,
up for you if we needed to. Thanks.
you know. I'm sad to hear that there's not as many protest forms this time, but I guess in 2015 they were sent to us instead of having to call Mr. Thomas over here to find out how I could get them. And again, the MWD water in 2017, you said that it was less than 2011, but I still don't understand why it went up 35%. And I am one of those low users. I use the tier 1, I will still be in tier 1 even with the rate being lowered to 11 HCFs. I've conserved water, but I am being punished for being one of those people that do that by having this fixed rate put on. My bill, and I calculated it out, will be $35, and I use less than 10 HCFs. I don't know how somebody using 26 that will be in tier 3 will be paying $36 more. I'll be paying $35 on being in tier 1. It's just not right. And lastly, just something that I knew from reading the report, when you're curious about your commercial meters, the commercial meters make up 11% of your customer class. It's in your report. And the water consumption by customer class is 27%. So no, although they're using less water than the total of residential units, they're using a lot more water for the number of meters they have. And I think we all know why. With the hotels here and things like that, they are big water users. So please reconsider this report and the recommendations and try to come up with something more workable. There are ways you can go around it, especially since you'll be getting more out of the utility users tax from us. You can at least put some of that money towards funding some of the capital improvement projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker on 9B is Denise Barton.
Good evening. I do believe fraud will be a common theme this year until you are unseated, and this item is just another example. Let's start with the water fund, which we use the majority of for renovation of the city yards. But isn't the water fund settlement funds one-time, one-use funds for water? So by your action of misappropriation of funds to the city yards, would you be jeopardizing the water fund settlement funds? In addition, would the one-time use of water funds for the city yard renovation be a contributing factor to your point in both 9A and 9B to maintain adequate reserve funds to ensure the continuity of water and wastewater system operations? Or would the actions you are trying to take tonight in items 9A and 9B be to gouge the residents for what everyone but you can see is an unrealistic goal of water self-sufficiency by 2023? Especially with all of the new development you've approved. Don't hotels and restaurants use the most water? Yet you are proposing an excessive water rate hike for residents. Didn't you sell the residents and loose that there would be no additional water usage? More fraud, or would it just consider it misleading the residents? Or is it, again, retaliation against the residents for not supporting you in the district voting case? Then you sit up there claiming to have the best interests of the city at heart. Yet in 2017, didn't the LA grand jury find fraud and incompetence go hand in hand in Santa Monica? So why would we expect this to be anything different? And why can't you cut overhead costs instead of having bad business practices, which can be seen in both items 9A and 9B by the fact that you choose to live beyond your means, meaning expenditures exceed revenue? Thank you.
Thank you. Zena Josephs, you're next. And before you speak, let me call the last two speakers. They will be Judy Abdo and John Wang. Ms. Josephs, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Point 4 in the Wilmot letter was $122.7 million, or 33% of the water mediation settlement funds, including interest, have unfortunately been appropriated or anticipated for future allocation to non-water related projects. Read part of the letter from Mary Marlowe and Mark Crayer. We write to protest the substantial increases in water rates over the next 5 years. Capital improvements of $58 million, or 25% of the estimated cost of water capital improvements, could have been paid by issuing bonds that are paid off over 30 years. Bond rates are at historic lows, as are interest rates on loans. Municipal 5-year at 0.87%, 10-year at 1.22%, 30-year at 1.89%. Why is there no option to increase rates only for operating revenues along with utility bonds for capital expenses? More importantly, why are not all capital expenses considered when bonds are issued? Recent examples are the redevelopment of the city yards, the addition to City Hall, and water infrastructure, which could all have been included in a single bond. The city is keeping a top bond rating, yet looks at projects piecemeal. In addition to higher rates, the date of self-sufficiency seems to be a moving target. All through the last 10 years of planning and zoning updates, 2020 was the target for obtaining all our water from local groundwater sources. When rates were raised in 2015, we were assured that the higher rates would bring us to water self-sufficiency, but the new target is now 2023. However, actual savings on local versus imported water only begin in 2026. The 2026 estimate may be too low given the new mandates for 9,000 new housing units over the next 8 years. We request the City Council to postpone any rate increases until staff has calculated lower rate minus capital expenditures that could be paid for by 30-year bonds, and until the mandated new housing is included in calculations for rate increases. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Judy Abdo.
I am your representative to the Metropolitan Water District Board, so if you have any questions about the MWD, you can ask me.
Stealing water from the rest of the state. That's
yeah, stealing water from the rest of the state. Yes. Okay, so we are a part of the MWD and will remain a part, as you've heard. When we say water self-sufficiency, we mean almost every drop of water would be locally produced from our own wells or our own sources. However, if we have a problem, we want to be connected to the MWD because they have water that they can send to us. It's like an insurance policy, and we want to make sure that we have that. But you need to keep in mind that the Met water right now costs more than our own water, and it will continue to cost more and more and more as costs that we see going up go up for them as well. And as somebody said tonight, the tunnels that have been talked about in the Delta that would solve some of the problems perhaps that are happening in the Bay Delta area would cost an enormous amount of money, and the Met is planning to pay for most of that. And it's an enormous amount of money that's beyond belief when you start breaking it down as to what they will charge, or what the Met we will charge per acre foot of water. Okay, so any questions?
So I have a question. The tunnels are an issue of some concern to a number of environmentalists. By becoming water self-sufficient, are we thereby less complicit in the imposition of those tunnels on the Delta?
We certainly are. And I want to say really clearly, I voted against the tunnels. So I have 1% of the vote on that board. And so it doesn't make a huge difference when I vote no, but LA voted no as well.
Well, it makes a difference to us that you voted no. Thank you.
Well, yes, if I had voted yes, I don't think you would keep me on the
I'm
board.
just pointing out that there's other parts of this that actually are in congruence with our adopted environmental policies besides just money. Thank you very much.
And
Any
can
other
I ask
questions
another
for
question?
former Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, should there something miraculous happen and the Met and the state decide to abandon what is arguably an ill-advised water tunnel or tunnels project, the Met would still, to replace the water they wouldn't be getting from those tunnels, would then have to embark on a much more ambitious conservation program for their customers. And that costs money too. So even if they don't carry on the costs of the tunnel projects, they will then have to incur additional costs to encourage their consumers to conserve, and that will also push the cost of their acre foot per water upwards. So there's really no scenario in which the Met's water gets cheaper
No,
than
there
our
is
local
not.
water. Yeah.
There is not. And, you know, however any of us feel about two tunnels or one tunnel or any other solutions in the Bay Delta area, there are serious ecological problems up there. Serious problems with fish that are being killed by pumps. There are lots of things going on, and those have to be solved, whether it's by tunnels or some other way, and the Met will end up paying for that too.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Our final speaker on item 9B is John Wang. Mr. Wang, welcome.
Hello. I think we would have had more protest letters if it was communicated better. I spoke to 16 neighbors, and only 3 of them knew about the rate hike. I got this in the mail. Such a drastic increase should have been more pronounced and better communicated. Also, if you go by the 2024 rate, Santa Monica will have the highest water rates out of all the cities. And if you break it down, $37 by month every year, at the end of 5 years, that's $185. That's over $1,000 a year. So we can't just look at this year, next year. Look at 2024. And the other weird thing is, I live in LA, but I get my water from Santa Monica. And I wish I was on LADWP now, because LADWP just ended their 5-year rate hike this year. So, again, I'll show you this. This is how I found out. You're going to increase 20%, 18%, 14, 14, 14? That's drastic. Do you think Bird, Lime, the per use fee, the public access fee, we're going to raise it 20%, then 18%, then 14, 14, 14. How would they react? Oh, this is not good for business. Yeah, it's not good for business, but this is happening to people, to human beings. Human beings, residents of this beautiful city. They don't deserve this. They deserve better. You got millions of dollars of investors and developers that don't even live here, and they see Santa Monica as the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Charge them. Charge them. They're making millions
Thank you,
off
Mr.
your
Wang.
city.
Thank you very much. That closes the public hearing on item 9B, which is the scheduled water service rate adjustments. As we begin discussion, we're again called for to consider the protests. So since we learned the hard way last time that we might be able to do this tonight, let me ask again of the city clerk the approximate number of letters of protest received and how it compares to the threshold that would trigger the Prop 218.
It does not, it goes nowhere near the number.
Pardon me?
It doesn't go anywhere near the number that is required.
Let me turn it again to the city attorney.
about
How do we need to quantify this to be able to proceed?
So in order to have a successful protest, there should be over 50% of the parcels, and it appears that the city clerk is saying we are nowhere near there. And if somebody could repeat the number of parcels.
I thought it was 11,000, so it'd be about 5,500.
11,767.
Right, and
We have approximately on the water, we have approximately 625.
625, which does not meet the threshold requirement.
All right, so it's very clear that since the time for the submission of such letters has now ended, there will not be enough protest to trigger the Prop 218 threshold, so the matter is now before the council, and we're being asked, having considered the protests that have been submitted in accordance with Prop 218, to adopt a resolution establishing a 5-year schedule of water rate increases this time to go into effect March 1st for the first year, with subsequent increases for calendar years 2021 through 2024 going into effect January 1st of each of those years.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem O'Day and seconded by Councilmember Morena. Council, is there discussion? Seeing none, could we do a roll call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So 9B has been passed by a unanimous vote of the City Council with all 7 members present. And that will move us out of Waterland and into the 13 items.
So next we go to item 13A, which is request of Councilmember McKeown and Councilmember Hara, Mayor McKeown, and Councilmember Hara that the council allocate up to $5,000 of council discretionary funds as a matching grant to a committee of interdepartment staff comprising of Santa Monica cohort of the government of GARE to support programs and activities planned for the city's commemorative of Black History Month. And you have no request to speak.
So, Council, this brings us back to the beginning of tonight's meeting, which is the presentation on Black History Month and the discussion of how we have the opportunity as a council to seed these new activities with some of our council discretionary funds as a matching grant. And I'd be very surprised if former Mayor Nat Travis didn't leave the room with a big part of that match made. He seemed to be working the room on his way out. We don't have any requests to speak. Councilmember Hara, do you want to add anything to this item that you joined me on?
No, I just thought that it was absolutely beautiful to see the presentation beforehand, even before we got to this actual item. And I am just really happy to be on board to be able to provide these funds. And on that note, if everybody's okay, I'm going to go ahead and move the 13A item.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Howard and seconded by Councilmember Winter. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, it being money, we do have to take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Morena?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Hara?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown?
Yes. So 13A, the allocation of funds for Black History Month is unanimously passed by the council with all 7 members present. We'll move on to 13B.
13B is appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Santa Monica Library Board for a term ending June 30th, 2021. You have no request to speak.
And do we have any nominations?
John Hart.
And I will nominate Philip Tate. Are there any other nominations? Would the clerk please call the roll, and each council member please answer with the last name of the nominee you prefer.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day?
Hart.
Councilmember Hara?
Hart.
Councilmember Winter?
Hart.
Councilmember Davis?
Hart.
Councilmember Himmelrich? Hart. Councilmember Morena? Hart. And Mayor McKeown?
Tate, but you got to have Hart, so I'll change my vote. So congratulations, Mr. Hart. You have been appointed to the library board.
Next, we have item 13B is appointment to one unscheduled vacancy, and 13C, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy in the Santa Monica Pier Corporation, term ending December 31st, 2021, and you have no request to speak on that.
Mr. Mayor.
We have a nomination from Councilmember Moreno, who actually asked permission, didn't just jump in.
Well,
or
I'm
no,
actually
you're going to
gonna
recuse
ask-
yourself.
I'm going to recuse myself for
Tell us
a
why.
perceived conflict of interest with my family business on the pier.
Okay, Council, this leaves us with a challenge. Now there's an even number of us. We could split and be here all night, but let's see what happens. Any nominees?
Vermont.
Kristen McCowan.
Oh, sorry.
And I'll nominate Nicholas Rolston.
Sorry. Okay, can we do that again? I was just, I'm sorry. I was documenting Councilmember Morena.
Devermont.
Kristen McCowan.
And Nicholas Rolston. So council, that seems to be it for nominees. With only 6 of us here and 3 nominees, good luck to us all. Let's do the usual. Please answer with the name of the nominee you prefer.
Councilmember Himmerich,
Devermont.
Councilmember Davis,
McCowan.
Councilmember Winter,
Devermont.
Councilmember Hara,
McCowan.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Day,
McCowan?
Mayor McCune.
Rolston, but understanding that Devermont would require 5 votes because he's already on a different commission, or he'd have to resign the position, I will switch my vote so we have a majority for.
And I too will switch.
Yeah, and I'll switch my vote as well. So
right.
it's unanimous for McGowan.
All right. Congratulations, Kristen McGowan. You are now on the peer board. Oh, you're here.
Now we have 13D.
And you never have to be here at 2 in the morning.
Okay, next we have 13D, request of Mayor McCune that council place on its agenda on a date to be publicly noticed and on a date to be considered an 11 item from the council agenda of July 23rd, 2019, a proposed resolution to amend preferential parking zone F to include the area generally bounded by Highland Avenue, Ocean Park Avenue, 11th Street, Glen Avenue, and South City limit. As a condition precedent to reconsider this item, the council would be required to, at the meeting for which the item appears on the agenda, vote by a vote of 2/3 of the council members then present to suspend Council Rule 12G, which requires the motion to reconsider legislative action be brought by the council member on the prevailing side. And you have one request to speak on this.
Mayor,
So, yeah.
I need to recuse myself from this one because I live
You still
within the
reside.
proposed preferential parking zone.
And I have a question about this, actually, because I was one of the people who voted for the parking district. So if I had brought this forward, how many votes would we need? 4? Because if someone had asked me
You
to,
weren't on
I
the
would
prevailing
have.
side, so you can't.
Under the
I'll
count,
explain that when I explain
No,
the
the
item, if I
prevailing
may.
side always can. It's the side who loses who can.
you
But
voted
nobody-
for the
nobody won.
district. You were not,
Nobody won. You were not on the prevailing side. It
the
was a
district was
technical
not
denial.
adopted.
Believe me, I've worked this through because this has bothered me ever since last summer. So let me introduce the item. And I apologize for the, first of all, congratulations to the clerk for getting through reading this. I understand this was like handing you a Rubik's Cube as you're about to go to bed. This, to me, is a matter of fundamental fairness. We have a rule that if a land use attorney has a matter before us and there'll only be 4 council members voting, they have the option to put it off to another meeting when there are more council members there. Well, what happened back on July 23rd is the neighborhood had put in the request, gathered the signatures for a preferential parking zone. As it happened, it came up on a night when I was out of the country, I was in Ireland, and 2 council members had to recuse themselves. One who recused himself again tonight because he lives in the zone. The other, Councilmember Davis, who was at the time the mayor, because she was thinking about maybe moving into the zone, and I guess you were in escrow or something, or had some money at stake, so you had a financial interest. So what happened was it required 4 votes. There were only 4 council members who could vote on it. It was not a unanimous vote, and therefore, even though it was a 3-to-1 vote and the majority voted for the zone, it was a technical denial because it required a majority of the entire council, not just a majority of those present and able to vote. That, to me, seemed fundamentally unfair, and I have felt bad about it ever since because I'm the one who was out of the country. So I've been talking with staff with the city attorney's office for some time about how it might be possible to bring this back for reconsideration. And as you can see by the language on the agenda item, it's not simple. The only way we can think of to do this legitimately is for the council to vote to suspend its existing rule, which says that only the prevailing side can bring something back within a year. We can't do that tonight. We first have to say, yes, we want staff to bring this back to us. On the night it comes back to us, we'll get a date. It'll be publicized. Everybody in the zones will know. We will then first have to take a vote on whether we're willing to suspend the council rules. Then we'll take a vote on whether we want to reconsider the matter. Then we'll take a vote on the matter itself. And then we'll solve the Rubik's Cube one way or the other. So a vote tonight doesn't determine how this will end up with the zone. In fact, I understand that back in July when it was discussed, there were amendments made, and what got the 3 votes was not actually the staff recommendation, but an amended version of the staff recommendation. All that will play out. The item on the agenda tonight, however, is to authorize staff to put this back on a future agenda for a vote on whether we want to suspend the rules, a vote on whether we want to reconsider, and then a vote on the zone, hopefully with more council members present than just 4. So unless you have questions for me on that, well, we don't have the public input yet, so let's go to that first. Oh, you can't second it yet, sorry. So we will now open the public hearing, and the speaker is Judy Abdo.
I want to urge you to just not reopen this. For some of us, this is a very painful and sort of horrible thing to think about, what we will have to do to organize to fight this idea, and I'd rather not do that. I thought I had a year to think about it, and I don't want to shorten that time. So I hope you do not support this item, though I do understand, Kevin, why you're doing it. I get it.
Thank you. That'll close the public hearing on item 13D. And Councilmember Himmelrich has a question.
So,
former Mayor Abdo.
yeah, not for you. I understand what you're doing. So why would you have to organize to fight this?
Because it affects my block. I'm not in the zone, but it affects my block drastically. And there are a whole lot of people in the Ocean Park portion of this that are against it.
And do you have preferential parking on your block?
No. And I don't want it.
Thank you.
Okay, so that does close the public hearing. Now the matter is before the council, and I'll move my request.
Second.
Do we have any discussion on this? Will the clerk please? Oh, we do.
I just want to say that I feel bad because my recusal was sort of last minute. We had put a deposit down on a house in the proposed district and ended up not moving there, so I no longer have the same conflict I did on the night that this came up. So I'm sort of torn because I know this was a hearing fraught with concern, but as long as it's clear we're not prejudging what will happen on the subsequent evening, I'm going to support bringing it back because I feel, like you do perhaps, a bit more responsible for what happened before. But I'm not, that doesn't mean I'm committed to voting for it.
Nor would my intent in making the motion commit any of us to vote anyway on what comes back on. I think there are 3 separate things that come back. One is whether to suspend the rules. The second is whether to reconsider, and the third is the zone. Those will all be independent votes. I hope will be based on the facts and input we get from the public in the meantime. But tonight, it's just authorizing the staff to put this on the agenda.
And just to be clear, the manipulation of our rules is required because we want to do this. Or the notion is that we might want to do this within the 1-year threshold.
The current rules didn't think about the possibility of a technical denial under the situation.
Right,
we do have a rule which allows a developer's attorney to hold until the next meeting any decision where there's only 4 council members who can vote. It seems only fair to me we extend that same courtesy to residents that we do to developers.
What I'm asking is, a reconsideration could happen within 1 year.
This would happen before, well, it could happen before July, depending on various decisions the council would make farther on down the line.
So this just moves up the opportunity for reconsideration by
which could happen
5 or 6
anyway
months.
in July. Yeah.
5 or 6 months. Okay.
See no further questions. If the clerk could call the roll. Well, actually, it's a direction. I suppose we can do it by voice vote. Can we not?
Aye.
Direction to agendize. Do we need to have any roll call on that? I don't think so. We can do this by voice vote.
You can do this by voice vote.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
All right, so with one person recused, that passes by 5 to 1 vote of the 6 of us here on the dais.
I think you have 2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Got to speak up, okay. So it's 4 to 2.
Yeah, but. So Terry said footnote and Greg.
Okay, so by 4-2, we have authorized staff to bring this back, and it will be publicly noticed. People will know when this is coming. And again, there are 3 decisions to be made before anything substantive changes on the ground. With that, we'll move on to public input.
Exactly 2/3.
Public input, public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 1 request to speak.
And that 1 request is for 2 minutes from Denise Barton.
Not a good question. It says then.
Good evening. Of course, I have more examples of fraud. The Santa Monica Housing Authority and legal aid claim to give reasonable accommodation for disabled tenants, which I can say is a blatant lie due to being exposed to Fabuloso, a cleaner with an F environmental rating that causes cancer and neurological damage, in addition to respiratory problems and a skin rash, unfettered in the common areas of my affordable housing building for over 6 months now. For example, over the Christmas holiday, Fabuloso was again used, resulting in me getting a rash on both legs despite being on antibiotics and steroids. At that time, Lindsay Haley witnessed this in the city manager's office. So this is what the Santa Monica Housing Authority considers to be affordable housing that does not cause injury or illness. And despite the Santa Monica Housing Authority's untrue claims in print, in the Thursday, January 23rd, 2020 Santa Monica Daily Press on page 3, this is how it really works. The Santa Monica Housing Authority does not give reasonable accommodation to disabled tenants. The tenant has to get reasonable accommodation themselves or through legal aid. And legal aid's efforts go like this. A letter requesting reasonable accommodation is sent to the property manager. Legal aid then calls the tenant once for the next 3 months to see if reasonable accommodation has been given. And if it hasn't been given in 3 months, your case is closed with no reasonable accommodation given. So with this information, it sure does look like the City of Santa Monica and the Santa Monica Housing Authority take funding under the false statement with the intent to deceive that they give reasonable accommodation in the city's affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I'm not aware of anyone in whose memory will be adjourning tonight. Do any council members have such an adjournment? In that case, we'll just go ahead and adjourn. That'll conclude the meeting of January 28th, 2020 for your Santa Monica City Council. You'll note we have been at the East Wing of the Civic tonight. We will reconvene here on February 11th, also in the East Wing of the Civic Auditorium. Till then, have a good week.